Chapter 20. Fire escaped from the underworld, through the black earth, splashed with red-hot iron fragments. The shells landed one on top of the other. The roar ached at the temples, smoke and dust intercepted the throat. In the head of Captain Verigin, the relentless, sharp-drilled, flanks. Bend the flanks. I felt and understood that it was necessary to organize all-round defense, but I absolutely did not know how to do it. Flank and frontal fire do not allow heads to be raised, the Germans will bypass, squeeze the ring, and everything will be over. The flanks. Agarkov's company, to the station. The projectile hit nearby. Falling flat on the ground, I saw how the Pullman car split, one half rolled, the other rose, turned over. I saw how the car axle separated, fell. The earth and the sky were red, seemed liquid, running. Wagons and sleepers were on fire, the roadman's booth was busy. A soldier was running straight at him. "Stop!" shouted Verigin. "Where?" The soldier lay down beside him. Close, close, Verigin saw familiar eyes. And a cigarette butt on my lip. "Likarev, allow me to report, I'm following orders." The company commander ordered to take up defense at the station with the front to the square. The voice is firm, calm, as if there were not moments of crisis in the battle, but a conversation in calm hours. "And Agarkov. Well, well done." Captain Verigin saw bent figures under the cars, on the tracks. The soldiers were running, falling and running again. One of them stopped, straightened up, as if trying to stand at attention on command, then collapsed as if he had been clipped. And the other lay down next to him, began to shoot from a machine gun. But why are they shooting in the direction of the station? Of course, the battalion may not leave the railroad tracks. Now he will rise, and the soldiers will see him. And no one will leave, everyone will remain in place. But the Germans still take the station. They will go around the square and take it. And everything is in vain. Death is in vain. It is necessary to take all-round defense in the building, just to be on time. Likarev shouted loudly. "Go back to the second company. And in the third. I order the entire battalion, immediately withdraw to the station." Captain Verigin did not know how many were left in the battalion, whether his order would reach him. It was obvious that they could only hold out within stone walls. I saw how the blue machine gun fire was dancing in the breach of the pumping station. I remembered Koblov, well done. And I remembered about Dobrinin, about Krutoy, they need to cross the square. Maybe they didn't. He remembered and immediately forgot. One soldier grew up in front of him, another. He saw the white face, mouth and eyes closely. "Comrade combat." The station. Leave for the station. I saw German helmets, heard the noise of fire. The mortar shelling stopped. The Germans sat on their shoulders. My head became empty and resonant. For a moment it seemed that a cold trickle blew through from temple to temple, as if a September breeze had broken through. I saw the iron ribs of burning wagons, I saw how a wounded man was crawling along the sleepers, dragging a rifle, how a man in a foreign, non-Russian helmet was running, waving his arm wide. Verigin put the machine gun to his stomach, searched with his eyes, fired a long burst. They ran past. Rifle shots rained down, pistols clattered dryly, weakly. "Friedrich, Friedrich. Donnerwetter. Sins, are the machine guns intact?" The bear shouted in his ear. "There is nothing to shoot, comrade battalion commander." "Soldiers, forwards." Either a point-blank shot, right in the eyes, or the unbearable heat from a flaming car, or maybe an unconscious fear of being left alone raised Verigin. A stone wall, a break. Towards a fiery dotted line of tracer bullets. The tracks are dazzling, the tracks are German. But, bye. Gave a short burst, jumped into a black hole. Another cue. Anisimov. Knob. Jeffrate Knob. Soldaten, no ein Wurf. Soldiers, one more throw. Voices, shouts of the Germans on the right, on the left, in front. And again. Anisimov, son of a dog. A hand grenade exploded, fire flashed, smoke blew. The explosion seemed weak, like a toy, as if a match had been struck. And nearby it became quiet, spacious. Anisimov. Shouts, shots subsided, fell. Captain Verigin saw blue window openings, saw little people. They were running across the square. They fired back and ran. A bullet crackled right next to his ear. Nearby calmly said. The world is dead, ein cigarette. Ich have mean verloren. The German touched Verigin by the sleeve, ein cigarette. Verigin understood everything. Maybe he was the only one left at the station. I felt cold, became sober and chilly. He put the machine gun to someone else's stomach, pressed the trigger. Captain Verigin did not remember well how he fled across the square. Someone fell down next to me. And one more thing. They fired from behind. Tracer bullets from both sides covered the area so thickly that it seemed they were breaking through a spark blizzard. Then someone's hands seized him. They shoved a flask at him, and Mikhail Agarkov laughed with a nervous, sobbing laugh. We've screwed up, comrade battalion commander. Someone was scratching the pot with a spoon, someone was quietly repeating the same curse over and over, impolitely disturbing the godly soul and the sinful mother. A wounded man moaned softly nearby, asking for a drink. Captain Verigin swallowed vodka, tried to find the wall with his free hand in order to lie down. He did not know how the situation had changed, how many people were in the battalion. We must immediately establish a wire connection with the headquarters of the regiment, report, find out. He put it in, handed over the flask, ordered into the darkness. Company commanders, to me. They stopped moaning. And no more scraping with a spoon. A shrill voice called out. Company commanders, to the battalion commander. And this voice, embittered, loud, returned hope to Captain Verigin. There was an iron crunch under the boots. Andrei could not understand what it was. Shot shells, someone said. Nail factory. Exactly, nails. Through the gap I saw the grey station square. I remembered March, early morning, this very square. Village girl with buckets on the yoke. And the colonel, as if from under the ground, Colonel Dobrynin. This is necessary. Here it is, the square. The asphalt is torn, the dead blacken here and there, backed up. He suddenly thought that with sunrise the Germans would start bombing again, and who knows what would happen before the evening. He decided, we must counterattack now. Shouted. Lieutenant Agarkov. The stone walls of the station turned black menacingly, the Germans were silent. What are they? Should have started a mortar attack. And, as if there, behind the black station walls, they were just waiting for someone to think about them, a mine whistled and struck. A reddish flash licked the smoky wall, for a moment illuminated a mound of nails on the floor, a soldier who was sitting with his head buried in his knees, and must have been sleeping, a bunch of bloody bandages. I saw a fighter with broad shoulders. He lowered his head low, as if sniffing. Asked. Private of the 1st Company Anisimov is not here. The voice sounded familiar, just heard. And again, Anisimov is not there. Cigarette fireflies shone here and there, German mines plopped nearby, and the wounded man again began to moan and ask for water. Lieutenant Agarkov. Verigin called again and, feeling how badly, unreliably holding his legs, leaned against the wall. In front of him, as if all this time he had been squatting next to him, Mikhail Agarkov rose to his full height. By your order, comrade battalion commander. And a short, broad-shouldered soldier asked. Comrade battalion commander, we will not take away the station. Are you late for the train? On the train, why? The soldier answered quietly. Anisimov is gone. Agarkov asked. Is that you, Shorin? How did it disappear? Killed, right? I don't know, comrade lieutenant. They were together on the rails, and then disappeared somewhere. Maybe they killed him, or maybe he was wounded, he stayed at the station. I mean, if we take the station, then we need to now. Wow, it's dawning. The Germans threw mines. As if intimidated, held. Now, Verigin decided. With boots rattling, 3 men approached. Captain Verigin, regiment commander. And who are these two? Here's what, Verigin, in 15 minutes the attack. It's clear. If you manage to give, you didn't sit behind a stone wall, you will take it. It's clear. Cool does not speak, growls. Reaching for the face. Here, watching from the headquarters of the division. Why? Verigin asks. He knows why, he just can't stand it. They will help you. Give me 1 platoon. How many people do you have? The observer asked. The voice is polite, even shy, understands that the observers are useless. The commander of the 2nd company is elderly, reasonable, unhurried. He says. I would not drag machine guns with me, comrade battalion commander. I would leave them covered. My people will go light. Fierce with anticipation of hand-to-hand combat, Captain Verigin took off his jersey and threw it under his feet. Will you drive yourself? Asked one of those who had come with the regimental commander. Verigin turned abruptly. There are enough observers without me. You take care here. If we do not reach the station. To meet the Germans in this box. Watch. Check your watch, said the regimental commander. Exactly 15 minutes later. The battery 85 will fire 3 volleys. You will have time. Verigin glanced through the window opening and decided, 2 companies around, on both sides. The 1st company will lead himself. Right across the square. Attention, said Verigin. Stronger, tighter tighten the belt. Agarkov, do you hear? Gas masks, duffel bags, leave everything superfluous. Hand grenades for everyone. With the 2nd volley, forward. And no screams. No noise. Sins. I, comrade battalion commander. Fire from all machine guns. Stop with the 3rd salvo. And, run. The station. It's clear. Stop for a minute, look. Yes, said Mishka. He understood everything, so he got angry, a rookie, or what? And if for the authorities? Yes, it seems that Captain Verigin is not like that. As if guessing Mishka's thoughts, Captain Verigin explained. Run, maybe we will run. And then, all hope for machine guns. Understood? The bear understood everything. And although in the dark no one saw this, he took it under the visor. Accurately, legally. Mines flew in, burst, not thickly and not infrequently, as at the beginning of the shelling, as if the Germans had warned. As if they did not advise the Russians. Captain Verigin gave his last orders and now tried not to think about anything, because there was no time to fix anything, to change it. He glanced at his watch. The hands are almost invisible. Time approached the line and froze, stopped. He decided that he would take the whistle in his teeth with the 1st cannon shot. With the 1st salvo. The battery was pulled up to a neighboring house. Why not take the whistle now? Agarkov lightly pushed him in the side. Aching in the pit of the stomach. How are you? Nothing. Captain Verigin looked around the black room. But I didn't see people. Only window openings. He knew, the soldiers were prepared, in a hurry to finish their smoke. Said. Tell everyone, the battalion commander will not leave. A battery ran down nearby. The volley hit, Shibinal, as if on a grand scale. Verigin felt his teeth, he clenched his whistle so tightly, the roughness of the pistol in his hand, the tightly tightened belt and the tight left boot. He suddenly felt every vein, a sharp pain in the unhealed wound on his chest and nausea in his throat. The heart didn't beat. It moved, slowly, stupidly. The breath stopped. And again, pain in the teeth, whistle. But Andrew himself did not hear. Only by reason, by consciousness, did he realize that there was a signal. And, already jumping into the window opening, for fidelity, but rather, for cheerfulness, he shouted in a drawl, gave the usual command. Go ahead. Coldly, soberly reminded, ordered himself, the battalion commander will not leave. Forward. Black asphalt underfoot, the gray circle of the fountain, behind it is the station. Now he looked tall, big, like a mountain. And impregnable. What can a battery do? 3 volleys. With the 3rd volley, they should be at the walls. Just 100 meters. The battalion commander will not retreat. Will not. There's the dead one, there's more. They lie thickly, lie awkwardly. As far as Andrei has seen, the dead almost always lie awkwardly. Maybe because they lived their lives awkwardly. And death ambushed, grabbed and showed everyone. Now, in the feverish moments of the attack, Captain Verigin decided that death would put him right. And everyone will see, he lived honestly and died honestly. A cool light rushed from head to feet. Andrei saw the color of this lightness, blue and fluid, like fast mountain water. The fountain, irresistibly pulled to the side, under the protection of the stone curb. Now the Germans will open fire. The 3rd volley. And the Germans will open fire. Fountain. Faster. The fountain was not only protection, but also an obstacle, a delay. Captain Verigin wanted to lie down. He will lie down, fall down and stay alive. Hide and live. Hide. Behind the back, the battery hit. Captain Verigin heard each shot separately, it seemed. He saw how the barrels twitched and how the spent cartridge case fell, stupidly jerked. I heard a tight and short whistle above my head. I felt the impact of a shell against a stone wall with my whole body. Why 3 salvos? Only 3. As if machine guns were fired into the hijacking. Fountain. Where is the fountain? But it is no longer there, ahead is smooth and clean. How sweeping. A sparkling blizzard rushes towards. Square. Asphalt. And the wall is here. Here. On the right, on the left, I saw my soldiers. I saw how one stopped, threw up his hands, fell. Someone got ahead of Verigin, ran at full speed and easily, poured from a machine gun. But suddenly he fell. And another fell. They ran, they fell. Exactly here, 20 meters from the station walls, the deadly line passed. Captain Verigin lay down with a running start, pecked the edge of his helmet at a stone, thought wistfully, the bastards will cut us, we won't reach, and he also thought, the division commander would have looked. Why did he think about it? Maybe he remembered that he first met here at this place. Pain rushed from his soul, he would have looked at how his infantry was going on the attack. Colonel Dobrynin saw everything. But he couldn't help. I almost physically felt that neither he nor Zerdin could do anything. Only Verigin. Can it or can't it? For some reason, quite inopportunely, I remembered, March, Station Square, an Armenian near the box with laces, the serious whistle of the Volodarsky. And the young lieutenant. Verigin. And now, out, Verigin lies under German machine guns. Retreat, nowhere to go. Colonel Dobrynin saw the whole square, saw gaps in the stone walls of the station, faded tracks. He ripped off his machine gun. Someone grabbed his hand tightly. In the very ear they said calmly. Leave. Ah, Commissar. Zabelin. Calm, scientist. Smart, intelligent. Remove your hand. I will not let. And I won't let you, the Commissar said calmly. I won't let you interfere with Captain Verigin. And Colonel Dobrynin thought with amazement that the Commissar was right. Too often the authorities interfere with the commanders with their presence, or even simply participation. Captain Verigin was lying. I saw stone walls and a grey cloud in the blue sky, scattered asphalt. Rifle and submachine gun. Heard how Grekhov's machine guns work. And the Germans, unharmed, as if bewitched, were stranded with lead. The regiment commander and the division commander looked at the square, they saw everything, they understood everything. And General Zerdin. He was sitting at the table, breathing hard into the telephone receiver, will they take it or not? And they were waiting at headquarters. The generals, invested with great power, able, understanding, famous, did not see either Stalingrad, or Station Square, or cracked asphalt. They did not see, did not know, and will never recognize either Captain Verigin, or Lieutenant Agarkov, or Shorin and Anisimov. However, we hoped and waited. They knew that the center of the city was being defended by the division of Colonel Dobrynin, whether the division would hold or not hold the station. Even the commander of the regiment will not get into the reports. They will later talk and write about the days and nights of Stalingrad. This time will become the subject of close study, but no matter how correct the generalizations, conclusions are, no scientist will not tell people what was in the heart, in the soul of Captain Verigin, Mishka Grakova, Semyon Koblov. What does a person experience, feel when there is only one step left to death? Only those who have been near death on the edge know about it. Captain Verigin felt that the decisive moment had come. And Colonel Dobrynin understood, and Commissioner Zabalin. But the soldiers of the 1st Battalion of the 313th Regiment had to die or take the station. Captain Verigin should be the first to rise. The bullets chirped, pulled their death whistle just above the ear. Verigin felt the flying lead with every nerve, naked and painful. Suddenly he smelled an unearthly, alien smell. It seemed to smell of someone else's clothes, someone else's ammunition, kitchen. Well, yes, pea stew. It was born. At one moment disgust swelled, flooded the head and chest. He did not remember that he had brought these smells from a short melee at the station half an hour ago. It seemed, disgusting, alien, hateful pulls over the asphalt. Germans. 20 paces. They came. But he, Captain Verigin, can't do anything. He doesn't dare to get up. The helmet was hit stupidly and painfully. Cold splashed under the spoon, pricked thinly, disgustingly. He pulled up his leg, felt a cold stiffness under the knee. Arrote. No asphalt underfoot, no fire trails. Only a short flash of fire from a hand grenade under the wall itself, and a cry as sharp as a blow of iron. Bay. Automatic burst near the ear. Someone fell heavily. Captain Verigin threw a grenade through the window. It exploded unexpectedly loudly. The explosion happened again and again. He grabbed the lower edge of the window opening, scraping with his boots. Pulled up. Forward. Forward. Someone supported from below, began to shove. Andrew threw his leg, fell down. He threw the second, last grenade. With an instant flash I saw someone else's face, a gaping mouth. Ah! He intercepted the machine by the barrel, swung. He didn't feel the impact. Waving again. Hastily, as if running, grenades exploded, the fire snatched out, illuminated people for an instant. They were shouting something, shooting. Verigin was hit on his helmet. His head split from the pain, his knees gave out. They stepped on him. Someone groaned, repeated in a sobbing voice, kept repeating, Mein Gott, Mein Gott. Captain Verigin had already heard these words. But where? Shut up. And it was. But where was it? They spoke Russian and German nearby. Quiet, peaceful. At the table. Well, yes, at the table. Sat down to dinner. Pea soup and cloth overcoat. And their knapsacks are made of calfskin. Comfortable backpacks. And the boots are good. In the knapsack each has a handbag, and in it, shoe polish and a brush. Neat people, do not say anything. The commander of the company, Lieutenant Wolf, found a wafer paper in his pocket, so that, therefore, with all the conveniences. Well, yes. Neat. Someone shook his shoulder and said. Careful. Mishka Sins yelled. Put it right. Ovcharenko, into your soul. They shook his shoulder again. Comrade Battalion Commander, Comrade Battalion Commander. Ovcharenko. Where did Ovcharenko come from? He was killed near Kharkov. Suddenly he saw the walls, a blue window opening and Mishka Grakova with a pistol in his hand. Like the notes. Wow, according to the notes. Verigin thought angrily. Said. Take off your helmet. Machine guns were planted nearby. What kind of Ovcharenko is this? Asked Captain Verigin. He felt his head. Which Ovcharenko? The one with the beard. They thought he was killed. And here he is. Only curve. He says they treated him like a general. Do you hear? It scratches from the second floor. The bear broke, ran, covered someone with a matyuk, then returned. He laughed hotly. Koblov just sat at the pumping station. And now he is sitting. Here is the whore. What, well done. So that's what I'm saying. Verigin was helped to sit down, a bowler hat was shoved into his hands, someone laughed with a wooden laugh and kept repeating. Like the notes. Well, tell me, like the notes. Verigin asked. How much have we lost? Lieutenant Agarkov came up, bent down, searched for something with his hands, sat exhaustedly beside him. Who knows how much, he said indifferently. You, comrade battalion commander, excuse me. For what? You see, I took him for a German. Not a thing is visible. And when you called, are you me? And I, a fool, praised the German in my thoughts. I decided, he can, you bastard. He laughed and wheezed through his dry throat. Agarkov also laughed, then repeated. Excuse me, is that what you hear? Look at my CP and help me, there. Is there a connection? There is nothing yet. Look, the frame has arrived. So, said Verigin, wait for the Junkers. Nearby they swore juicy. They fly and we crawl. Another side. It is. And now there is nowhere to crawl. Something like cancer in the Volga. The German spotter was moving away, the noise of the engines was getting quieter. And finally disappeared. As if both the Russians and the Germans crouched exhaustedly, as if they didn't care anymore. So you took it after all. Regiment commander. Verigin saw a browed face, blood on his cheek. He answered quietly. It turns out, they took it, comrade lieutenant colonel. Krutoy sat down next to him, looked closely at Verigin. They took it. There was annoyance, reproach, regret in his voice. Captain Verigin did not understand anything. Yes, and did not try to understand, there was no strength, no desire. And Lieutenant Colonel Krutoy did not say, did not explain that the Germans had reached Mamiv Kurgan and that if the situation was not restored in the next few hours, the station could not be held, it was visible at a glance. Half of the city is visible at a glance. The headquarters of the regiment is 100 meters away, and the headquarters of the division is in the next basement. An army headquarters. Everything came together exactly in a fist. Soldiers interspersed with generals. As if the ranks and titles were erased, as if everyone was on the same floorboard. Chapter 21. General Zerdin stood, thrusting his hands into the pockets of his fur bakeshi, looking at the dawn-gray Volga. Asked. Do I have any letters? Colonel Surovtsev shook his head. There are no letters, Mikhail Grigorievich. Zerdin paused, then said. And I have been waiting. Colonel Surovtsev realized that now Zerdin was no longer waiting, because there was no time left. Because time is up. And I also realized that the commander did not think about the left bank, he decided to stay here until the end. And I didn't think it myself. Because a long time ago, back in August, I understood and decided, Stalingrad cannot be abandoned. This city will be the very corner of the war, where strategy, fortitude and courage converge. Surovtsev understood that the army was destined for the role of an anvil. Must endure. Colonel Surovtsev's thoughts broke off. Then he could only speculate. The solution that came to mind when thinking about the map seemed to be the only one. To accept or not to accept it depended only on whether there were material possibilities or not. Ordered to hold the city at all costs. I wanted to believe that these possibilities exist. Otherwise, the defense of the destroyed city would not make sense. The Volga flowed cold and empty. No boats, no boats. Sometimes mines flew in, burst on the crest of a stone cliff. No, it means letters. There was resentment in Zerdin's voice. I don't have anything either, said Surovtsev. He straightened his home scarf around his neck, coughed angrily. We'll have time, we'll get it. Zerdin looked at him and grinned. Maybe. He felt annoyed that the chief of staff, intelligent, far-sighted, possessing a rare ability to read other people's thoughts, now could not find anything to say, only about himself. Say, it's not hard for you alone. Of course, he has the right to put himself on the same field with his commander. Every person has the right. Still, Surovtsev could have said something else. Colonel Surovtsev could not say otherwise. Another was that it was here, in Stalingrad, that the war would turn around. He believed. And I wanted to be sure. Wanted to know, but only 3 knew. Even the front commander only assumed. Like Surovtsev and Zerdin, Zhukov arrived. What is he, Stalin's deputy? Zhukov demanded the most severe defense. He unequivocally reminded that a person has one head. Zerdin rolled his jaws under his cheekbones. He said. In that case, I would like to know the immediate plans of the High Command. Zhukov looked sternly. He didn't like questions that he couldn't answer. He said. Don't hurry, Zerdin. As far as I can understand, it's time to hurry, Comrade General of the Army. Zhukov did not let him finish. I have always appreciated you, Zerdin. Most of all, for the fact that they understood a lot without unnecessary explanations. Didn't add a word. Flew away. It was 3 days ago. During these days, Zerdin changed 2 command posts. During these days, Paulus changed his mind as much as he did not change his mind, it seems, in his entire life. General von Morgenstern got a taste for drinking coffee with cognac, and Mishka Grekhov realized that sometimes one soldier is worth a whole company. The commander looked at the gray, gloomy Volga. With a hand under the visor, a major, the commander of a sapper battalion, came up. Colonel Surovtsev angrily waved his hand and ordered him to be silent. Zerdin slowly turned his head, saw a sapper. If his assumption didn't come true. I didn't want to think about what would happen if it didn't come true. He won't see it. He will stay with his soldiers until the end. Chili shrugged his shoulders and suddenly laughed. To his own thoughts. What is he, prepared to die? A good commander, you won't say anything. He turned abruptly. The sapper commander drew himself up. Comrade commander. Earth sighed. Lead. Mines were still bursting on the crest of the cliff, now one or the other fell into the water, raised by white sultans. Up the Volga one could see the factory chimneys, there was a buzzing, the stone bank stirred, as if it had started to move. Long drawn-out sirens burst out from there, cutting through the sky and the earth. Cannons fired from across the Volga. The shells passed heavily overhead, but about something, choked on the headwind. A new day has begun. In a rocky cliff, the soldiers hastily corrected the doorway with shovels, looked over their shoulders. The commander himself. Zerdin asked. How many meters will be above us? Major replied. 18, Comrade Commander. Zerdin extended his hand. Thanks. I don't even remember what house you are building for me. He paused, looked again at the Volga. You know what? Come in for tea. Just like that, at home. Come in and that's it. In the evening. The major did not rush, did not express readiness, did not clatter his heels. He was elderly, twitchy, tired. A fleeting shadow ran across his face, either sadness or guilt. He has gray temples, mournful wrinkles at the corners of his mouth and a rumpled ear flap. Come in, Zerdin repeated. The major answered quietly, as if he did not want anyone else to hear. Thank you. And, as if afraid that he would be misunderstood, he added guiltily, it's not at all easy, to tea with the commander. Zerdin realized that the major would not come. The dungeon smelled of shavings and boots. During the night, all the services were housed here. A typewriter was heard, the voice of a telephone operator, who angrily repeated his call signs, and even someone's laughter. Zerdin went into the working room, looked around, unplanned boards, an electric light, telephones. A machine gun on a nail. Zerdin, automatic. That's it, that means. He turned to the chief of staff and said. The last resort. Colonel Surovtsev stood upright with a grey head, unfriendly eyes, as if he had put his fist behind his back and now he would shy away in response. He said unexpectedly quietly, as if to himself. Last thing. Zerdin's brow twitched. It was like, did not want this word. This was exactly what happened, but he did not want the chief of staff to agree, as if he hoped to refute it. Himself. But Surovtsev confirmed. He straightened his shoulders and moved his thin lips. Let me tell you. Zerdin's eyes flickered and then went out. Probably didn't want any reports. Because he knew everything. If Surovtsev reported that a full-blooded rifle division had approached. And so, what? Report not report. Now everything depended on Captain Verigin, on the machine gunner Grekhov. Zerdin was surprised. Please tell me, I remembered, a bridgehead on the northern Donets and a strong guy behind a machine gun. I didn't see the faces then, it wasn't dawn yet, I saw broad shoulders, big hands. Sins. But why did he remember now? They must remember the rank and file when the great disaster comes. He made a nervous face, jerked his sinewy neck once and again. Machine gunner Sins in the battalion of Captain Verigin is alive. Colonel Surovtsev's eyebrows went up. He answered coldly, dryly. I don't know anything about machine gunner Grekhov, comrade commander. I haven't heard of him. Surovtsev did not get angry. He simply showed that, although the situation was extremely difficult, he was not going to go beyond the usual limits. Why do you need to know the machine gunner Grekhov now, if you didn't know him before? Earth sighed. Report. The voice is even, calm, as if not 40 meters to the water, not 300, to the front line. As if he had not just said about the last refuge. But then the eyelid twitched. Grigory Ilyich, are you unwell? Surovtsev looked straight ahead. What's the matter? Oh yes, there was a pause. This has never happened before. What the commander can afford, even the chief of staff cannot and should not allow. Everything is correct. And why do nauseous thoughts come into your head? He chuckled to himself, it's impossible to think. He unfolded and waved the plan of the city, dotted with conventional signs, red and blue arrows, on a large board table, pinned the corners. Zerdin looked at the broken line of the front, which went along the city. In the central part, it approached the Volga. To the very water. Quarters, separate houses, factories. The front line disappeared every now and then, blue, red squares, circles either scattered, then again fell into a heap, as if they were climbing on top of each other. Again a line was drawn and again everything broke. In 3 places, individual squares were circled in blue and red. Everything is mixed up, mixed up. There was nothing left of the usual, well-established concepts in Stalingrad. The headquarters of the 313th Regiment was 200 meters from the army headquarters. There were 15 to 20 people in the companies, both Russians and Germans were sitting in the houses. Colonel Surovtsev ran his hand over the sheet, all over the city from south to north, raised his weary eyes to Zerdin. What to report? He straightened his usual scarf around his neck, coughed angrily. In the southern part of the city we stand firmly. He covered Beketovka, Sarepta with his palm. The battles for the elevator continue. We recaptured the second floor from the Germans, we lost the first. The railway station changes hands. The southern and southwestern slopes of Mamiv Kurgan are in our hands. In the northern part, in the factory districts, the situation is extremely tense. In the area of Traktorny, the Germans occupied the Gorny settlement, thereby significantly improving their positions, creating a threat of access to the Volga through the upper and lower settlements. Colonel Surovtsev raised his head and listened. Here, in the dungeon, the sounds of battle did not reach, but then the walls and the earthen floor moved, trembled, a dull blow, like a distant peal of thunder, reached, swam to the table and disappeared, died out in the hard stone earth. Zerdin said. They put a ton. Surovtsev listened again, glanced at his watch. Just check it out. You know, Mikhail Grigorievich, sometimes I think that the Germans will be defeated because of their punctuality. Accurate and punctual to the point of idiocy. The Germans love order, said Zerdin. And it was not clear whether he approves of this order, or condemns. He looked at Surovtsev in bewilderment. Why these conversations? And the chief of staff, as if not seeing, not hearing the commander, as if deciding to express his thought to the end, hurried. I admit, the Germans are a talented people. But they have some sort of talent. It helps them in times of peace and has a detrimental effect in times of war. Because war breaks plans, schemes, doctrines and concepts. Only in war do the talent and courage of the people truly manifest themselves. When everything is for everything. Follow the history of European wars. Grigory Ilyich, Zerdin played with tight jaws, an annoying wrinkle appeared near his mouth. I do not grasp the connection between the mediocrity of the Germans and Stalingrad. You call them talented. But if the talent is not enough to the end, it is nothing but mediocrity. So I don't see the connection. I'm sorry, but the connection is the most direct. The Germans had the strength and courage to reach Stalingrad. Surovtsev cautiously, as if afraid of getting burned, touched the map of the city with his finger. Let's say they had enough talent. Now let's see, do you see this giant hernia? They must have the courage to leave here. The left flank of the Sixth Army is held by the Italians, the right by the Romanians. There is no solid front across the Kalmyk steppes. According to our information, the Germans have only one division in the 500-kilometer sector. 16th Motorized. So to speak, the fire department. Because they don't have a lot of power. To our happiness. I won't say that the Germans ran out of steam, but there are clearly not enough funds to achieve the goal. The flanks are not secured, there is a threat of envelopment from two directions. In this situation, it is necessary to withdraw the army back. But they won't take. Zerdin shook his head. If the Germans begin to argue in this way, if they consider it is necessary to leave Stalingrad, leave the Volga, then it means that they must admit their defeat right now. Yes, Surovtsev nodded, exactly so. Zerdin was silent for a long time. Then he said. The Germans think differently. After all, not the Russians on the Oder, they are on the Volga. Here, Surovtsev hastily agreed, that's what I'm talking about, a German is enough just to start, and he repeated, trace the history of European wars. Zerdin looked around with his eyes. He pushed a stool forward with his foot and sat down. I agree with you and share the optimism. But still, the Germans on the Volga. We must proceed from this. We need to resist. He, Surovtsev, would also end up like this, but in order to justify the actions of the army, the decision to fight to the last soldier, in order to justify the words of Zerdin himself about the last refuge, he wanted to look at himself through the eyes of the enemy. I wanted to look aloud, so to speak. Stop, Zerdin repeated harshly. Judging by some signs, the main role will not be ours. But, no matter how the roles are distributed, we got the most difficult one. Although not very difficult in tactical terms, he clasped his thin fingers, crunched. On the last meters, but, hold on. Chapter 22. Captain Verigin stood at attention in front of Dobrynin. Fresh blood on the lips. He staggered. But he struggled to hold himself upright and so that the palm of his helmet did not tremble. The sweatshirt was unbuttoned, his boots were peeled, dusty. They didn't hold the station. Colonel Dobrynin knows that the Germans bombed before noon. But how they were filled up, how they were suffocating in the basement, he will never know. The soldiers searched, felt all the stones, but there was no way out. Some wounded man asked for a drink and kept repeating. Brothers, sip. One sip. But there was no water. And the wounded asked. Then he began to cry. It became terrifying, because for the first time I heard a soldier crying. Someone shouted. Shut up. The injured man is quiet. Just then, a rifle shot rang out. The soldiers silently broke stones. Someone called. Comrade Battalion Commander, Comrade Battalion Commander. Captain Verigin also broke. Then they dug, picked the ground, with bayonets, hands, bowlers. Cannon shots were barely audible, time was lost, no one knew, day or night. Another shot rang out. Verigin, blindly stretching out his hands, began to walk around the basement. He did not see anyone, but he repeated. I order. And he didn't say what he ordered. It was only necessary for the soldiers to know that the battalion commander was with them. Then everything was gone. He woke up, someone was shaking him by the shoulder, exhausted, exhalingly shouting. Comrade Battalion Commander, Comrade Battalion Commander. They broke through. Breathing became easier. He saw the starry sky, a red rocket. He was gently swaying, swaying. Where is he sailing? I finally understood, they carry it. Sewing machines hummed nearby. Dreamed, cars. The stretcher was put on the ground, he heard his machine guns. He turned, lay on his stomach, and began to shoot. In the direction from which the reddish fireflies of tracer bullets were flying. Then everything calmed down, it began to pump again. Next they said. Tarasov was killed. And Kravtsov shot himself. His stomach was slashed open like a knife. Stop doing that. I mean, I did the right thing, I shot myself. Do you have crackers? Passion how to eat hunting. Anisimov, give me a cracker. One asked. Battalion commander, is he wounded? Just like that, without breathing, just. And thank God. Good guy. Serious, but nothing. You can fight like this. It became clear in my head. And nothing seemed to hurt. He looked in one direction, in the other, and asked. Guys, where are we? Here, across the street. They fired lazily from behind, and now and then rockets took off. It was burning nearby, everything was red, shaky, the fragments of stone walls were stern and gloomy. Someone said. Everything burns, burns. And there's nothing to burn, but every day it burns. They shouted ahead. Stop. Who are they? The soldiers stopped. The 1st Battalion of the 313th Regiment. Lieutenant Agarkov answered. From the dark ruins they asked. Is the battalion commander Captain Verigin alive? Alive. Verigin knelt down, then got up. I got dizzy. But nothing. I thought, some kind of weak sucked has become. Everyone, stay where you are. Captain Verigin, here. Lieutenant Agarkov asked. Who are you, to order the battalion commander Verigin? The commander of the special detachment, Major Sorokin. And now Captain Verigin stands at attention. If only he didn't fall. He feels his knees tremble, his hands tremble. His fingers touch the helmet, he tries not to lower his elbow, straightens his chest. Comrade Division Commander. You violated the order, you left the station, Captain Verigin. On the charging box, in a German cardboard bowl, a small light staggers, on the basement stone wall, a large awkward shadow. Captain Verigin looks into the face of the division commander, sees his eyes. They look like holes in the wall, large, black. I will put you on trial, Verigin. The shadow from Colonel Dobryn's head staggered, as if it had fallen. On trial? Should he, Captain Verigin, be prosecuted? He stepped forward decisively. I am not afraid of death, Comrade Divisional Commander. But on trial. He pawed, unfastened his holster. If you do not allow me to die in battle. A man rose in a dark corner, took 2 steps forward, and stopped beside him. Breathed in tobacco fumes. Stop. Go away, Sorokin. The division commander leaned closer, and Captain Verigin remembered that Dobryn was a native Stalingrader, he had a family here. Without a visible connection, he remembered his mother and brothers. And his father, whom he had never seen, whom the whites hacked to death near Sadki, not far from here, in the 19th year. He remembered Colonel Sviridov, head of the infantry school, Horseman Zogolev. In an instant, half-starved fatherless childhood, a military school, the first battle flashed before him. Then they walked under the flat fire of German machine guns together with Dobrynin. And now, to judge. Did he get scared, deserted, didn't follow the order? I felt that I could not stand. The hand fell. Began to sit down. He became indifferent. They will condemn, they will not condemn. There was simply no strength. Major Sorokin slipped a stool in and glanced at the division commander. And back over the shoulder, Commissar Zabelin sat aside. He looked at Captain Verigin, guessed and did not guess, his face and hands were black, there was a dent on his helmet. And boots, not Simular, the most reliable battalion commander in the division. But the station still did not hold. Now Dobrynin said, in Verigin's eyes, perhaps unfair words. But injustice is also just. Here, on the banks of the Volga, only death is fair, and everyone is equal in front of it, that the soldier, that General Zerdin. And Captain Verigin did not comply with the order. Here he is, sitting. He has lifeless eyes and a black face. Blood on lips, Judge, Captain Verigin croaked indistinctly. Order some vodka. And while Major Sorokin was pouring from a flask, while Verigin was pulling, tapping his teeth on a mug, Zabelin decided that it was he who would take the house on the square. Verigin drank the vodka, held the empty mug, set it down. He glanced around at the walls. 3 walls were made of stone, one was covered with tarred sleepers. The basement reminded me of a checkpoint at the station. He held out a gun. I'm ready, Comrade Divisional Commander. Dobrynin's lips moved. But he did not say a word, turned to Major Sorokin. Captain Verigin handed it to him. But the major didn't take it either. Commissar Zabelin ordered strictly. Hide. Verigin understood. But he was not used to being forgiven, to making skewers. He uttered hoarsely. I'm not asking for mercy. Commissar Zabelin stammered more than usual. There will be no mercy. Dobrynin looked around. Waited. Zabelin shook his head and pointed out. The house on the square. T entrusted to him. Dobrynin also sat down. The flame in the bowl flickered, large shadows staggering back and forth. Here's what, Verigin. Colonel Dobrynin raised his head, listened, paused. He repeated, that's what. And again he began to look at Verigin. I remembered the morning, the railway station square. And the young lieutenant with desperate eyes. But when was it? It seems like 100 years ago. And there was a completely different person there, cheerful, bright-eyed. And now there is a face, cast iron black, eyes, dead. 6 months have passed. 6 months at war. Now the captain. Battalion commander. And the eyes are dead. Colonel Dobrynin saw his hands, large, hardened. And what was he like? How many deaths have you seen, how many times have you stood on the brink of death? By order, with a single word, he sent people to their death, and he himself walked through it, not thinking, not knowing whether he would live to see a new day. And everything is like this, from a soldier to a general. Zerdin, isn't it? Equally. The whole country is like this, live or die. And the closest to death is Captain Verigin. Why judge him? What is left alive? And for what? Is it just to intimidate others? But to scare whom? Here, on the banks of the Volga, who is afraid of death? Nobody. Well, Zabelin is right. He breathed hot, resolute, irrevocable. We will die with you here on this place. And he put his big hand on the edge. Verigin raised his head. Eyes locked. He straightened his helmet and, as if it had become unbearably heavy, bowed his head. On this, Dobrynin held out his hand. Major Sorokin handed over a flask. As if he knew. They took turns drinking from one mug. Do you want to eat? Dobrynin asked. Verigin did not remember when he ate. But I didn't want to eat. I listened to how warmth spreads through the veins, how the inside comes to life. Colonel Dobrynin poured the rest into a mug and asked. From your platoon, remember? Is there anyone left? And he pointed to the mug. Verygin finished his drink, answered. No one, he thought, correcting himself, only me, and, as if he felt ashamed, he hurried up, clarified, another one. Sergeant Seleznev. Tore off a leg. They said he's alive. A shell exploded upstairs, a machine gun uttered at length, as if confirming it. Then everything went quiet. Dobrynin remembered Rudikov, Urashad's, orderly Alyoshin. There is no one else. And many do not remember. He shook his head, drove away uninvited thoughts. No matter how sorry people are, there is no time to regret. Looked at the clock. And he got up, moved his broad shoulders. Sorokin, shine. Only now Captain Verygin saw a large sheet on the wall, a telephone operator in the corner, near the apparatus, and an overcoat on a nail. The operator was asleep with his head on his knees. Two more were sleeping next to him. They lay close to each other, right on the floor, hugging machine guns. Here, look, said Dobrynin, and looked back, calling Verygin. See. It seems that only now Andrei finally came to his senses, understood, realized that the battalion was lost, and the station, and he himself held on by a thread. What about myself? Do you see this house? 4 entrances, 4 floors, he stopped, said muffledly, in my house there are also 4 entrances, 4 floors. Tractor. Ivan Stepanovich looked in surprise. I know, Verygin nodded. And Dobrynin, succumbing to an unconscious desire to share, spoke. A week ago I succeeded, I went in. The door is not closed, everything in the apartment is as it was, but no one is there. Neighbors said, they come, they go, he hurried, and the wife is here. Understand? Came from Moscow. She is an artist, maybe talented. I don't know. I'm not well versed in this. Well. I dropped everything, I arrived. Now, at the factory. What plant? After all, the front. We'd try again, Verygin said. By the shore, probably, you can. Colonel Dobrynin said nothing to that, only shook his head. Verygin felt a groan in his chest. How hard it was for them, they lived from piece to piece. Mother always said, nothing, let's grow up, she nursed, taught her sons, hoped for them. Now Andrei is at war, and Nikita is with Vaska. For the first time, I thought with amazement that they, too, must be at the front already. No. Nikita now, how old? And mother? When did he receive the last letter? I remember in July. Yes. On the Zaydonsk bridgehead. Dobrynin nodded and invited Verygin closer to the wall. So, this house is the navel of the earth on our site. We are now sitting 100 meters away. Here is the headquarters of the 313th Regiment. Behind us is the headquarters of the army, the Volga and the Central Crossing. Whoever owns this house owns the shore. In the evening there was a fight in the house, then it calmed down. Either ours were killed, or the Germans. I'm afraid ours. Dobrynin fell silent, went to the charging box, to his place. So that by dawn you will be in this house. It's clear. There is. I'll call the commander of the regiment. Yes, that's what. Sin is alive. You see, the commander coped. About you and about him. Grekov is alive, said Verygin. I thought indifferently, what's the matter? What about Koblov? And Koblov? And Shorin with Anisimov, and even Ovcharenko. I don't know these. Left from Kharkov. Ah. Then you take it. Yes, here's the thing, pull the link right away. And remember, there will be no replenishment until nightfall, you will have to hold on your own. And, without asking anything more, without instructing, he called, Ivanikov, do you hear? Escort the captain to the 313th. The night was over. Black ruins emerged from the darkness and approached. The house on the square stood apart, quiet, it seemed, lifeless. He, like a bull, supported the square with its butt. Others rested on piles of stones, as in the foundation. Behind the house, over the cliff towards the shore, only one building remained. A huge stone chimney protruded. Factory, right? The Virginians crawled along the pits, stumbled behind the stones. Waiting for intelligence. Maybe there are no Germans in the house. They are calling from the regiment, hurrying. Are you asleep? Soon it will be light. Anisimov went to reconnaissance. Verigin appointed Shorin, but Anisimov asked. Comrade battalion commander, you, me. Shorin is not good for such a thing. No talent. By God. And I am in an instant. A lizard, a lizard. That's it, I look and, as expected, I will present. By God. You, please, me. Shorin just coughed. He really is smarter, Verigin said. Valley, Anisimov. Thank you, he said. I'm listening. And, as if he was not there, he was gone. 20 minutes passed, the house was quiet. Maybe there really is no one in it. From the Volga there was a breath of dampness, a chilly pre-morning chill, a sharper smell of burnt brick, iron, a cold conflagration. To the left, at the station, it was quiet, a little to the right, at Mamiv Kurgan, rockets took off, single and in whole series, illuminating the front line. Up the Volga, in the factory district, something was burning. In general, it is difficult to determine where the cutting edge is, Germans, Russians, mixed. Maybe there is no one in the house. Anisimov lost something. Agarkov crawled up. It is burned, smokes the china rick. Shall we send another? Nearby, the phone buzzes, Agarkov mutters curses. Commander of the regiment, look. And there is. Verigin, do you want me to take the house? Now Dad called. Do you understand? Get people up now. Verigin was furious, whom to raise and why. He knew that the regiment commander had uttered this word out of habit, it had to be understood correctly, but now Andrei did not want to understand. He suddenly remembered how long ago this night had begun, how long, terribly long it had been dragging on. As if there were no days, one continuous night, blackness and the booming fire, the dead under the wall of the station and the groaning voice of the wounded. Signal flares, a blizzard of tracer bullets, an unconscious blow with a rifle butt, and the roughness of someone else's uniform in their hands. Then he stood in front of the division commander. It was all the same to him, on trial, not on trial, now to lift people up. And the people, his Red Army soldiers, remained at the station. Comrade battalion commander, Anisimov, angered at the regiment commander, at himself, at the soldier, he rasped in a loud whisper. What, they tied you up there? What the heck? Anisimov was surprised. And how? It was ordered to reconnoiter. So here I am, so everything is for sure. Was it in the house? It is known, was. Everything is for sure, comrade battalion commander. He seized the documents of our dead. 6. And 4 are alive. Only injured. So, it means that ours are in the nearest entrance, and the Germans are in the far, on the ground floor. A lot of? No, not to say that much. 2 are heard, everything is, mug. What's this? They have such a reprimand, comrade battalion commander. There must be more of them. Only heard, 2. I think so, which have a machine gun. Sticks out in the second window from the corner. He looks in our direction. On the other hand, no. And in the basement, women, children. It can be seen that there are wounded al sick, you can hear them moaning, asking for a drink. Darkness thinned, black became blue. Agarkov is nearby, his face is drawn, frozen, waiting for an order. He knows he will lead. And Mishka Sins is waiting. Captain Verigin felt his cheekbones ache. And my back was seized with a hard cramp. Then it will pass, forget about everything. Sins. Machine guns on the flanks, so that the far end is under crossfire. So that not one. Is it clear? Captain Verigin did not see how Mishka Sins grinned, he had already said it, rest assured. Agarkov. Take 6 people. Himself is the 7th. Enough. Do not shoot. Look like Anisimov, okay? Does everyone have knives? Everyone, replied Agarkov. Let's. Agarkov asked. And if the prisoners? Verigin snorted. I thought, coughed. Let's. Agarkov ducked down, ran across. You could hear him swearing in an undertone. From the pits, because of the embankments crawled. 3 began to take away to the right, and 4, straight ahead. How long do they crawl? 3 minutes, 5. If earlier. In the inky blue, Captain Verigin sees Agarkov. He works with his right foot, and somehow strangely drags his left, as if he had it paralyzed. Maybe injured. Such a hefty, hell, the Germans will see. But now it's gone. And crawling again. He raised his head. But no, it doesn't seem to be Agarkov. And now there's no one to be seen. And not heard. Now the Germans will notice. Will they notice or not notice? Nearby, Semey Koblov says in a whisper. There is no worse. Captain Verigin understands, it's worse than watching and waiting. He hears the beats of his heart, booming, frequent, feels every vein, he is waiting. Here, now. The eyes are hot and painful from tension. I want to close my eyes, as if a German machine gun would certainly hit him, right in the eyes. Now. But there are no shots. What's the matter? Maybe they are lying. Shook head, dismissed the thought. But she returned, stuck, 7 people. Here, not counting the machine gunners, 2 remained with him. And the regimental commander is waiting. And the division commander. Waiting, hoping. It suddenly seemed to Verigin that all the minutes had expired. Called softly. Koblov, Likarev. It's so quiet around, as if there is no war. Even rockets on Mamiev Kurgan stopped being thrown. Likarev, do you hear? A shrill female scream pierced my ears. Dry cracked pistol shot. What's this? Another minute passed. And one more thing. Verigin made out a warped sheet of roofing iron, pierced by splinters, a children's bed and a pillow. A colorful bedclothes. Likarev said. Someone is crawling. And Verigin saw, crawling. It crawls well, like a lizard. I remembered, Anisimov spoke about a lizard. Isn't he? Comrade Battalion Commander. Anisimov, you. And then who, you know, me. Well, everything is for sure, Comrade Battalion Commander. So the Germans were demolished, put into one room. In fact, 11 people slept. Some were sleeping, some weren't. Indeed, they were yawning. Anisimov laughed softly, politely. He cut off his laughter and said, Shorin took 3 of them for a finka. Passion is not evil. Don't eat for 2 days, that's why you're angry. First of all, he needs to eat, and then, 2 days. Well, that means the man lost his temper. Sins, Verigin called softly. Do you hear? Take off the machine guns and, into the house. Look, crawl. Suddenly I noticed that the soldier was without boots. What are you? And I'm in socks, so as not to make a noise. Woolen socks, homemade. How my wife put it to me. Since the beginning of the war, I have never worn a dish. And it turned out such a thing. But what now to watch out, backed off. Well done. Verigin said. You and Shorin excelled today. And how? Anisimov was noticeably delighted. Read, from the first day of the war. We are trying, Comrade Battalion Commander. For certain. As for the awards, that's fine. To stay alive. Anisimov looked around frightened, moved his narrow shoulders chillily. Maybe I'm not right. People are not village people. That's right, Verigin said. It's not about the reward. But still, I will report to the regimental commander about the current one. That's good. So, they say, and so, Private Shorin took 3 for a fin. And there are witnesses. So, they say, and so. But it's like on Oskol, the authorities wrote down our names, they say, eagles. And then, you see, they forgot. Others, for sure, got medals, but Shorin and I did not succeed. Only we, comrade battalion commander, nothing, we are familiar people. Captain Verigin remembered the saline hillock, the soldier with grenades. And the German tanks, here they are. The 23rd of August. On that day, Shorin said, you, comrade battalion commander, do not hesitate, we are a familiar people. I remember asking. Nothing for the tanks that were burned in August? Anisimov jumped up in delight. 2. Others, for sure, were given, but Shorin and I, not a damn thing. As it is, as if afraid that he would be misunderstood, he waved his hand, yes, we, nothing. God be with them, with awards. They gave to others, and they will give to us. The main thing is that they don't push us into the very water. Chapter 23. The plane plummeted down. The roar of the engine covered, pressed down to pain in the bones, and the siren, long, sharp, like a sharpened knife, pierced the head and chest. 1, 2, 3. Waiting for a bomb is waiting for death. There is no Stalingrad, no battalion commander Verigin, no Lieutenant Agarkov. Nobody and nothing. Only the howl of a siren at the top and hot tremors in the stomach, in the very middle. And it seemed to be swept away, blown away everything. There was a thin whistle of a bomb. It rumbled, it rumbled. And before Mishka Sins had time to realize that he was alive, he howled again. Way down. All down. The second bomb fell. Running down the stairs, swallowing smoke and dust, Mishka Sins ran into someone and shouted. Way down. He rolled down the concrete steps to the landing, crawled on his knees. And he rolled again. Towards, the voice of the company commander. Sins, where is Ovcharenko? Mishka said. And who the hell knows where? Listen to the command. Everything is down. Mishka heard someone's groans in a dark corner, the clatter of forged boots on the stairs and children's hysterical crying. Nearby, a quiet, judicious voice argued. They shoot around the whole house. No ammo for you, no food. Mishka took a closer look, Shorin and Anisimov. They stand, twist cigarettes. Anisimov said. You, I know, suffer for grub. And how? Shorin was surprised. Grub is the first thing. Without food, how to fight? Grandfather Gavria lived on the alley, by the well, as he used to say. In the war, to be fed, and to fight with great pleasure. How, I remember, Anisimov confirmed and began to salivate a piece of paper, the old man was independent. Mishka Sins nodded, pointed at both at once. Fellow villagers. Anisimov smiled. And we live back to back. Short Shorin habitually adjusted his rifle on his shoulder, kicked a piece of plaster with his boot. And among these stones you can't make out where the back is, where the front. The right word. Nothing, Anisimov said conciliatorily, with God's help, we'll figure it out. The howl of the aircraft was heard again. Lower, closer. Anisimov pulled Shorin by the sleeve. Here, under the wall, he remembered, turned to Mishka, comrade junior lieutenant, under the wall. Through the basement window, through the thick dust, light made its way. Mishka saw the fighters, but did not guess anyone. I thought, put one machine gun right here, in the basement window. Lieutenant Agarkov sank down beside him. Ovcharenko, a parasite, sat down on the third floor. The bear looked up. Well, let him sit. What's good? They'll bomb before we get there. Ovcharenko is already there, he'll open fire. Then, I have this thought. All right, said Agarkov, we'll think later, they'll go now. Anisimov coughed. It is known, they will go. They have everything, as in Bulgacteria. Shorin, do you hear? Take the pouch. Another bomb. With a sledgehammer right on the head. Dust and fire. Throat, chest filled with cotton wool, dry and prickly overcoat cloth. Then everything was gone, no voices, no breath. Alive? Dozens of hammers struck randomly, the machine gun hammered non-stop, for a long time. To the place am. There are still no stone walls, no concrete stairs. But Mishka Sins jumped up and also commanded. In places. He runs, hears someone else's stomp, someone's abuse and a machine gun, somewhere very close. Ovcharenko. Lime dust has not yet settled, the whole floor is covered with plaster, sticking out, lying around, blocking the passage, a door torn off its hinges. Ovcharenko shoots in long bursts, whips with a pull, moves his big lips. He lies behind the machine gun, legs spread wide. The short overcoat turned up, showing the thighs tightly covered with new trousers. On the back, the overcoat stands in a box, the strap is torn off, the cap is put on a cross. And near Kharkov, I remember, the strap was torn off. As if Ovcharenko tears it off on purpose. Mishka saw a mound of spent cartridges and a bowler hat, covered from dust with a thick book. He lay down next to him, saw a cobbled square and the Germans in the breach. He saw funnels, scattered stones, a telegraph pole cut in half. He saw all this yesterday and the day before yesterday. 3 days have passed since they occupied the house and entrenched themselves. Mishka is already used to seeing tram tracks, a burned-out German tank, and a passenger car upside down. Now the square seemed smaller, tighter. The Germans were running densely, briskly, as if they had been assured that this time they would certainly run, they would be in time. 3 tanks walked ahead, clumsily turning, as if they were feeling, sniffing with cannons of yesterday's dead, as if they were trying not to run over. The Germans ran behind the tanks closer, tighter. Mishka saw blued machine guns, knife bayonets, helmet straps. He could even make out the bristles on his face. But he was not interested in looking at faces, because he had seen them many times, very close, so that he could reach out his hand. Ovcharenko! Mishka yelled, pushed the machine gunner in the shoulder. Ovcharenko, a crooked dog. He turned his face covered with lime. Mishka saw a black rag over his eye, a bared mouth. Look, Ovcharenko said calmly. It'll be clean. Helmets, machine guns, boots. The bear even distinguishes colored ribbons in buttonholes. Round tin gas masks, white belt badges. Mishka knows, in the middle of the badge there is an eagle, and around the circle there is an inscription, God Mituns, God is with us. Of course. The machine gun fired. As if they waved aside, dumped the front ones. And an officer in shiny puffy boots, in a fur sleeveless jacket, in a cap with a high crown, fell down. Mishka saw how he pulled his hands forward, grabbed, scratched the gray stones. The soldiers ran back, but the tank, as if the crew woke up, remembered, turned around sharply, went straight to the house. Mishka Sins did not hear other machine guns, did not hear machine guns. For a moment it seemed that, except for Ovcharenko, no one was shooting. I jumped up, rushed into the corridor, heard the second machine gun. Through the window opening I saw how mines were bursting, puffing white smoke. The projectile hit, turned the tram tracks. The Germans ran forward, backward. As if it did not matter to them where to run. Mishka wheezed, laughed. Fuck you, not such. Just above the ear, it chirped once, then twice. He fell, crawled up to the machine gun. He took a sip of powder smoke, raised his head. I saw a German tank painted with dirty paint, as if smeared with clay. I saw the tower turning, the long cannon rising. A whitish smoke escaped, it hit hard and painfully on the ears. Mishka poked the lime with his lips, his nose, spread his arms, as if he was afraid to slide down, roll down. He grabbed someone else's overcoat, pulled. On the infantry. Under the hand did not move. The bear did not have time to think or guess. And a sharp prick under the spoon. He raised his head, saw parted gray lips and a yellowish stripe of smoky teeth. The eyes looked with mute reproach. Mishka Sins was not surprised, he simply understood that Stepanov had been killed. The second number was not nearby. Perhaps wounded. The Germans were very close, 30 or 40 paces. Mishka growled, his eyes fixed on those in front. Ay. He pressed the trigger. His bullets slashed at the grey stones, drew a whitish line in a run. I saw how two shied away, in different directions. One jumped over, as if over a rope. The Germans fell, crawled, got up and fell again. Mishka saw shiny nail heads on his boots, shoulder straps and stripes, mouths torn by screaming. I knew, Ovcharenko won't give up either, and those in the basement. Just now, I did not have time to comprehend the fears. The shell hit, turned the wall. The mouse was in pain. But the pain flew away, disappeared. It became black before his eyes, and his hands stopped holding. There were no hands, and there were no legs. No machine gun, no stone walls. Only consciousness, like a fiery vein, pierced Mishka through and through. They killed me. The vein faded, turned cold. They let me in. How is it? They let him in. Where was Agarkov looking? Lieutenant Agarkov saw everything. Lying on the floor, yelling into the phone. Tanks. I say tanks. With a big fist he pushed the helmet back, looked into the breach. The Germans rarely ran away. One crawled on all fours, in a circle, not understanding where, in which direction it was necessary. And the German tank, alive and unharmed, walked slowly along the house, about 10 meters away, the gun at close range. The gun fires over and over again. Right now. Right here. He looked around dazedly, not a single grenade. And there are no bottles. There were bottles. The telephonist was on his knees firing his rifle. But then he threw himself on the floor, flattened himself, stuck. And Lieutenant Agarkov, as if deciding that there was no salvation, that it was all the same, leaned closer to the breach. He suddenly heard silence, as if not a single living person was left, only those killed on the cobblestone pavement. Only a German tank. Real, iron. The gun is pointed at him, Lieutenant Agarkov. I saw an oil drip on the armor, a fresh dent with paint flying off and a black cross. But now there is no cannon, only iron tracks. They cling to grey stones. The gun hit the bridge. Well, the muzzle is black, merciless. The blackness has exploded, there is no square, no tank. And again Agarkov sees, the tank is standing still. The caterpillar sagged, softened. He somehow strangely buzzes, inflates, as if he wants to burst. A blue fire seeps out of the cracks, as if a large blowtorch has been pumped inside. The telephone buzzed insistently, and the telephonist again fired from his knee. Rifle shots seemed booming, and the voices of the fighters were strong, fresh. Cartridges began to burst in the burning tank, as if nuts were cracking in a frying pan. Then it got quiet. Lieutenant Agarkov picked up the phone, listened to Captain Verigin swearing. They didn't manage to dig a trench to the battalion command post during the night, they didn't mind the approaches to the house, they didn't send a report yesterday. In general, it is necessary to accurately indicate the losses and incomes. To plan the defense of the house. The head of the operational department removes his head. And you sent him, said Agarkov. Teach the hostess how to cook cabbage soup. Verigin threatened. Michael responded quietly. Well, I'll teach. The telephone operator touched his shoulder. Comrade Lieutenant. Well, one bomb flew into the basement. Civilians there, it's scary to look. Captain Verigin asked. Who knocked out the second tank? How do I know? I'll ask now. We, so that picks and shovels. Do you hear me? Verigin hurried. I'm listening to. Well, that means. This major crawled up, explained everything. We, of course, with respect, the head of the engineering service of the army. Everyone understood, both the direct course of communication, and digging under the walls, so that fire weapons were outside the house. Well, everything else. And what to dig, horseradish. Captain Verigin laughed. Misha, don't express yourself. But I'll come in the evening. I'll look for it there. Reinforced company, they say. He looked out into the gap, stuck his lips into the telephone receiver. Behind the houses. Do you see from your MP? Tanks behind the houses, Captain Verigin said. Now, either he was going to see, to make sure, or he was in a hurry to do something. On the stairs, in the corridors and passages, the dust had not yet settled, and there was a stench of burnt gunpowder. It was crowded with piles of broken furniture, broken bricks, and plaster. Leaning against the lintel of the door, Anisimov was sitting, habitually, quickly stuffing his machine gun with cartridges. A stocky Shorin was kneeling beside him, spread out a clean rag, put bread on it, a lump of sugar, put a kettle on. Agarkov stopped and asked. In a pot, have you boiled it? Shorin stood up, but as if he had not become taller, he was so broad in the shoulders. He put his hands down at his sides and didn't say a word. Anisimov raised his head and, continuing to fill the disc, began to speak, and began to frequent in a good-natured patter. Voditsa in a bowler hat, Comrade Lieutenant. It's leaking from the faucet. On the second floor there is none, but on the first floor it is leaking. Have a drink. Voditsa, the first grade. Who broke the tank? Agarkov asked. Anisimov put down the full disc and looked at Shorin. Soldiers carried either a wounded or a dead man past. Agarkov asked. Who is it? One reluctantly replied. Junior Lieutenant Grekov. Alive? Be back soon. The soldiers carried it cautiously, frowningly. The one who carried at his feet said to the other. Keep your head up. Anisimov watched the soldiers with a sympathetic look, turned to the company commander. Tank, it means, the devil knows him. Koblov threw a grenade and Shorin, here. Likarev fired up to 2 times. Maybe Koblov. Because he was more dexterous. I think Likarev, Shorin said reluctantly. The tank caught fire from the inside. Koblov approached, and Lieutenant Agarkov seemed to see for the first time how big he was, how much matured strength must be in him. Koblov held out an untied knapsack and said. Open the stew. And a pack of biscuits. Take it out, what else is there? Anisimov accepted the bag, looked into it, clicked his tongue. Indeed, a fast day none. Squishy, Koblov coughed. The Fritz piled. Likarev said, 40 people. Agarkov asked. Where is he, Likarev? In the basement window, the pillbox suits itself. Will come now. No vodka. He glanced at Agarkov and sighed, excuse me, Comrade Lieutenant. There is no vodka, Anisimov sighed with regret. There is wine. Whole canister. Only bad wine, German. We have better kvass in the village. Come here, said Koblov sullenly. Trophies must be used, he paused, straightened a piece of bread on a rag, asked, is everything here? It flew in from the German side, a shell spluttered, exploded nearby. Everyone raised their heads, no one was hurt. Anisimov said. Early. They are supposed to be having dinner now. They have order. Again it thumped, again it grumbled from above. A shell exploded from the other side of the house, Shorin waved his hand, laughed. Someone is freaking out, and raised his eyes to Koblov. The loaves, for sure, all of them. Likarev will come, he has a polar cod. We live. Let's dig through the communication, everything will be fine, Agarkov promised. We're digging, we're digging. Anisimov sighed. He opened a tin can of canned meat, handed the knife to Shorin, hide. I say, we are digging everything. The circle of Stalingrad has been dug up. And he came and sat down in our pits. Now, rip it out. Nothing, we'll pick it out, Shorin promised quietly. It is known. Yes, it's just a shame. Take it and write to Paulus, they say, this way and that, it's not good, we dug, and you sat down. Agarkov did not want to talk, he only wanted to sleep. I knew that I could only sleep during the day. If the Germans don't attack yet. But they must attack. And at night, to dig. And mine. How to mine, Agarkov does not know, the area is lined with stone. And there is nothing to dig, to fall asleep. Just look what is there, in the basement. And then he falls asleep. Anisimov said. Where are you going? Let's refresh ourselves with what God sent. No, I'll go. Into the basement. Ah, Anisimov guessed. The civilians have already been taken away. Here is sin only. Anisimov waved his hand and turned away. I'll go, Agarkov said again for some reason. You look. Even though it's lunchtime, don't hesitate, Anisimov assured. Let's have a bite to eat. 5 minutes. Shorin pulled up the canister, poured it into the pot. The bread ones. Agarkov kissed. He sipped the sour wine, felt it knit in his mouth. Drank and said. Thanks. Anisimov grimaced in a smile. Cheers, comrade lieutenant. A machine gun rumbled from the German side. And just above the ear, zvik, zvik, Agarkov said again. Look. I thought, ordered, surround everyone, and went. From the basement, towards them, those two were rising. Lieutenant Agarkov asked. Well, one stood aside on the stairs, did not answer, the other waved his hand. Yes, what is there? In the corner a kerosene lamp was burning and fuming, without glass. Under it, on a striped mattress, lay Mishka Sin's chest, back wrapped in bandages. He didn't moan, he didn't seem to be breathing. Fighter Pronin, who was ordered by Lieutenant Agarkov to be part-time orderly, said. The ribs stick out. Maybe only the ribs were hurt. Then he will survive. Lieutenant Agarkov knelt down. Misha, how are you? Nothing, Mishka whispered. I want to drink all the time. Do you want some wine? That's just possible, isn't it? You know, the commander inquired about you. Like, how is he? Mishka sighed carefully, moved. Leave only an observer at the top. In front of the house, on the level ground, there are 2 manholes. Take out the machine guns there. From the basement, passages to them. Do you hear? All firing points must be taken out. The voice broke off, as if unconsciousness had covered her. Lieutenant Agarkov put his hand to Mishka's head. The bear said softly. I'm nothing. There is just no strength. He was driven into a chilly sleep. Agarkov's voice came from afar, was barely audible. Commander. And what about the commander? The rain has gone. Now, under the roof, and lay straws. A pot of hot cabbage soup. All around only rain. Impenetrable night. The horses pull the cart no faster and no quieter, snort, shake themselves. Hooves visibly champ, something taps in the front end, is about to break. But, go, but oh. The bear urges the horses, wants to shout loudly, wants to pull the reins, but there is no voice and no strength. Because the patient is lying. And Lyubka's mother and sister are sitting nearby. The mother is gray-haired, old, like the grandmother of Philomonica, on the edge of the village. Around her neck, on a twisted rope, hangs the German iron cross. No, it's an ordinary wooden cross. The nails are visible. And the neighbor, Uncle Nicanor, beats, knocks with a hammer, knocks together another one. Mishka does not see Nicanor, but he knows, he is. And that the cross is knocking together, he knows. And Lyubka is sitting smart and beautiful, she graduated from school, became a midwife. But why is it a midwife? Women know how to give birth themselves. The rain pours and pours, the water flows behind the collar, down the back. This is because the roof is very thin. Mishka's back is wet, the water washes his back, it hurt him. Thunder rolled over his head, over the roof, the rain began torrential. And Lyubka is sitting in a flowery dress with frills, her eyebrows are high, her lips are bright. Misha, she said, the Germans are attacking. Mishka saw the basement wall, the faint light of an oil lamp, I heard mine explosions, the howl of an airplane and the crackle of machine guns. I thought, it's bad when they see them dressed up in a dream. Not good. And crosses. Why would it be? Someone shouted in a fierce voice. Likarev, mother-to-be, where are you looking? And a cool merciless command, like a call for the last breath. Grenades to battle, Mishka guessed Lieutenant Agarkov. I thought. But no, Mishka did not have time to think, he burned, hit. A terrible force lifted him up and carried him away. The fire roared and raged before his eyes, there was no end to it, and Mishka kept flying through it, kept flying. It became easy and thoughtless for him, why and where to fly, it doesn't matter. Battalion Commander Verigin saw the square from his command post, a tram on its side, and a burned-out German tank. It continued to smoke, grey smoke covered the stone houses, obscured the funnels. He suddenly saw. It even seemed to him that the square moved and moved. Somehow narrowed down. Tanks. 1, 2, 3, 5. And the infantry, densely, in growth, as in a parade. Artillery. What is artillery? He grabbed the phone and yelled. Don't you see? I demand. The house on the square stood shot through, punched through, with a collapsed gut. He turned to the Germans with a stone forehead, shielded himself from the command post of the regiment, and the command post of the division, and the central crossing. He stood like a wrecked ship, pushed out of the water onto land, was visible from everywhere, seemed lonely and abandoned. The Germans licked all the approaches with machine gun fire, they probably thought it was the greatest absurdity that the Russians were still sitting in this house and shooting. The Germans were sure that the Russians had not eaten for a long time, they had no water, they would run out of ammunition any hour. Another effort. With the support of tanks, selected soldiers went on the attack. The officers are ahead. The lead pierced the walls, stuck into the ground, pulled, squealed over Captain Verigin's head. Agarkov. He shouted into the phone. Let me down to the tram line. Do you hear? To the tram line. Agarkov did not answer. He stepped towards the gap in the wall, pressed his cheek and chin into the crumbling bricks. Fire on command. It suddenly seemed to him that no one was alive in the basement. I smelled dampness, smoke and mold. I immediately heard the platoon guards. On command. 3 voices rumbled, ran through the dark basement and disappeared. And outside, from the square, it rolled heavily. It looked like the machines were about to tear down the stone walls. Lieutenant Agarkov, as if bewitched, kept looking at the front tank. As if seeing for the first time. I saw it an hour ago, and yesterday, the day before yesterday. Almost every day. Half year already. Likarev. He shouted. Next they said. Ready. Tanks were breaking into the area. Agarkov felt the ground shaking, the walls shaking. The anti-tank rifle clattered. The shot seemed weak, powerless and almost unnecessary. Then the guns began to beat often, it looked like they were racing. I saw Semyon Koblov, black eyes, like gaps. Large grenades in large hands. I saw only eyes and grenades. Someone screamed. Shorin, look, and a calm voice in response. I see, do not yell. Koblov with grenades in his hands, Shorin, Likarev, the tight clicks of anti-tank rifles. The front tank stepped on the tram rails and stopped. And, as if frightened by this stop, the gun boomed. The infantry marched light, thick, desperate. Mikhail thought, okay, bastards, they're coming. And raised his hand. On the infantry of the enemy. He choked with crazy, frantic delight, as if flashed, an unbearably hot violent flame flared in his chest. Fire. They broke, machine guns hit from a running start. But Lieutenant Agarkov heard only his machine gun. He leaned forward, stretched forward, stared into his eyes. A large strong body shook in a small tremor, he did not hear the whistle of bullets, he saw only a German, a single one. There were many of them, Germans. But Lieutenant Agarkov saw one, tall, frowning, in polished, as if varnished, boots, with a small, toy pistol in his hand. And the German's face was clean and shiny, on the boots and on the face the shine seemed the same. The officer ran at ease, easily, beautifully, as if he only wanted to be seen. He ran across, jumped over the tram track, looked back, waved his pistol, called, hurried. And this swing was beautiful, almost graceful, like on stage. He caught up with the tank when a barely noticeable blue fire licked the armor. The officer rushed to the side. And suddenly stopped. He reached up, as if he decided to show how tall, how stately he was. And Lieutenant Agarkov growled through his teeth, urged, hurried the automatic fire. I didn't see the officer fall, I just lost him. And only now did he cover the whole area with his eye, saw the flowing avalanche of the advancing, heard his own and other people's machine guns, the chilly burst of a machine gun. The Germans were falling, but there were still a lot of them, they were approaching incomprehensibly fast. For a moment, a hot thought flashed through that it was impossible to stop them. Black smoke poured from the tank. And the other went around him, began to take away. And one more. A dreary offensive came. What are they there? He did not mention either the battalion commander Verigin or Lieutenant Colonel Krutoy, no one. But in my mind I saw them, help me, and the Germans are here. Big, furious, strong. Widely torn mouths and black machine guns. Oh oh oh. Fire. Agarkov already sees the buttonholes on the collar of his uniform, the mustache under his nose, under Hitler. At that very moment the German fell. The second, the third. The tank, which bypassed, stopped. And as if a donkey, it became lower. Lieutenant Agarkov did not hear the explosion, he only saw how a cloud of smoke escaped, crawled down, leaned sticky against the ground. Lieutenant Agarkov ceased to distinguish between his own and other people's machine guns, the thought flew off, they will help or they will not help. Just a new disc. Machine gunners on the right. Lieutenant Agarkov moved his machine gun to the side and did not get it. I saw a living German, but did not get it. And one more. Look to the right. I heard a long, frightening whistle. In an instant, the sky turned upside down, began to fall on the square, on the ruins. The earth broke. Iron, stones, telegraph poles, living and inanimate gasped. In terrible hopelessness, inevitability, it rose, reared up. And collapsed. Again buzzed, tore. Everything is lost. Only pain in the ears. Only in the far corner of consciousness did a living thing move, ours are beating. Then it got quiet. But no one, not a single person has yet been able to understand. Dull scattering of spent shell casings, fresh blood on the plaster and a German near the breach. Quiet, killed. Lieutenant Agarkov did not remember when this German fell. I don't remember how long the fight lasted. The empty square quietly smokes. Mikhail looks. He fancies smoke is streaming from the dead. And to the right and to the left, short automatic lines are heard. Semyon Koblov approached, slowly, very slowly, raising his hand under his helmet. Mikhail remembered, he saw these hands. And I saw the face. Koblov was holding anti-tank grenades in his hands. But when was it? Today, yesterday. Comrade Lieutenant, German machine gunners leaked from right and left. When was it? Today, yesterday. I saw, from under the helmet, on the cheek, to the chin, Koblov's blood was slipping, pulling a sticky stitch. Injured? Koblov did not answer. Take Shorin and Anisimov. In the fourth entrance. Cover the house from the rear. Koblov's hand dropped. He stood motionless, silent. And, as if something had broken inside him, he slowly began to settle. The machine guns behind the house fell silent. Rifle shots thumped rarely, powerlessly. Someone nearby said. Evening, or something, you won't understand. Lieutenant Agarkov looked at his watch. Nir asked. How? Looked again. Then he listened. He looked into the twilight of the basement, he wanted to see who was asking. But I didn't see it. He said not in a voice, but in a cold empty gut. I do not know. Clock stopped. Chapter 24. The autumn steep sky fell on Mamiv Kurgan, on the coastal grey hillocks, on the broken stone walls. In the early twilight, monstrous iron skeletons showed through. It was blowing, pulling a riding wind over the Volga, stirring a crumpled sheet of roofing iron, running up to the floors, rustling something dry, inanimate. Lieutenant Agarkov walked around the fighters. There are 12 left. Mishka Sins died. He lay under his overcoat, covered with his head. Agarkov stood over him, was silent. He only asked. Did you take documents, orders? And how? They took it. Who is this, Milovanov? No, Milovanov was buried yesterday. Comrade Lieutenant, the woman in the second entrance. Agarkov did not understand. What is a woman? Wounded, Comrade Lieutenant. All general asks. Either delirious, or awake. In the face, intelligent. She would have some water, but no water. Must die. Lead. When they passed the basement window, I guessed the guide, Anisimov. You're talking about water. And there was wine, remember? And how? I remember. Yes, it just leaked out, wine. A splinter, which means that it pierced the canister, the wine, for sure, flowed out. It's a pity. I know, sorry. Whatever is. They climbed over the blockage, squeezed through a narrow hole and found themselves in another compartment. At the far end a smoke lamp burned, and there was a smell of dampness and burning kerosene. There was a groan, muttering, someone carefully, cautiously coughed, sobbed, a quiet female voice lulled. Bye, bye. A large disheveled shadow rose up on the shabby stone wall, but disappeared immediately. The light in the shell case staggered, ready to break off, go out. It let out black soot, remained in place. Bye, bye. Voice cracked, weeping. Lord, may you sleep, Mama. Piet. And again they muttered, wailed. And groaned, painfully. Lieutenant Agarkov took a closer look, distinguished the knots, a bed with nickel-plated balls, a galvanized bucket. Dressed, muffled people sat, lay closely, as if in this tightness, this unity was the most important thing for them. Someone shouted out in a sobbing voice. Comrades. Dear comrades. A weak childish voice asked. Mom, I want to go home. A woman was lying on the bed under a blanket. Lieutenant Agarkov saw sunken eyes and a hand over the blanket, dull white, thin, graceful. Lieutenant Agarkov felt frightened for some reason, he wanted and was afraid to look closely, to examine his face, as if after that longing and fear would take root in him forever. But most of all I was afraid to hear the voice. Behind the wall, behind the house, a single mind gap burst, and Mikhail Agarkov seemed to have found himself. He moved close, touched the iron bed with his knee, and said. Hello. The word was distant, long forgotten, sounded unnatural, absurd. He was frightened again, now of this word, of his own voice, as if he was becoming weaker from this word, as if he was refusing, renouncing his sacred duty. But he immediately realized that there was no other word and there would not be. That's why they fight, so that people live. He knelt down and repeated. Hello. I saw a woman up close. I knew she was going to die. I understood by the eyes. Call the general, she said in an unexpectedly clear voice. Please. I've been asking for a long time. Mikhail looked around for some reason. He saw gloomy faces, bandages, someone's eyes. They can only come to us at night, Agarkov hurried on. At night we will send you across the Volga. No, the woman said and moved her head from side to side, you don't need to send me. I don't have long left. To one side, out of the darkness, came a hunchbacked, triangular-looking old woman. She wore a checkered shawl, the ends hanging down to the floor. She stopped next to Agarkov and said. She treated us all. Kindness, my dear. Shoot me. With a withered hand she straightened the blanket, looked at Agarkov, then at Anisimov. She shook her head. Either she reproached, or she complained. She didn't say another word, she went to her corner. Lieutenant Agarkov asked. What is the general's name? I do not know. I saw him in August. And the third day. On the shore. I want to talk to him. Please. The fingers on the blanket moved slightly, and her face twisted. Either it hurt, or she tried to smile. It was this movement of her face that told her how little she had left. I'll report now, Lieutenant Agarkov said hastily. I will pass on your request. The woman closed her eyes. I heard it's the commander. In August, he seemed strong to me. I thought then that if we have such generals, what kind? Agarkov asked. I don't know, the woman answered very quietly. I decided that our troubles would soon be over. They'll run out, agreed Agarkov. Just not soon. I need to see him. You promise? Of course, Agarkov said. And then he caught himself. He could firmly promise victory, but he could not promise that General Zerdin would come. Thank you, the woman breathed. Thank you very much. She closed her eyes, wiggled her marble fingers weakly, as if letting go, as if letting him know she wasn't holding him back. Lieutenant Agarkov understood that. And he firmly decided that, soul out, they will dig the course of the message. The kids are waiting. When they left, he asked. Anisimov, do you have children? For the first time I thought that he had been fighting for 5 months, but he knew his soldiers poorly. So only, married, not married, from the city, from the village. And so that for sure, he does not know anyone. He mentally chuckled, absolutely. Children? Anisimov asked. There was fear in his voice. And how? 3. They climbed the stairs, stopped at the entrance to smoke. Anisimov bobbed his head, with 2 fingers, with a pinch, took out tobacco crumbs from his pocket, carefully powdered it into a newspaper groove, made his lips a tube. He tried not to oversleep. Trouble, he said, without smoking, trouble. Without bread, still back and forth, but if there is no tobacco, I can't. Give Shorin food, but I suffer without smoking. We lit a cigarette from 1 match, stood, listened. The autumn wind blew, hummed in the ruined floors, got stuck in the stone impassability, calmed down. Then it broke out, seized the ashes, dry burnt leaves, brick dust with a cold grey tongue, drove along the cobbled pavement, through potholes and trenches, through funnels and stone rubble. The Fritz got tired, said Anisimov and laughed softly. I got enough of it. Lieutenant Agarkov looked out the door. At the same moment, zvirk, zvirk. He twitched, staggered back. Bullets splintered, showered the plaster on the wall, one ricocheted into a steam heating battery. Here are the dogs, Agarkov said without malice. Directly guarding. For sure, Anisimov shook his head. They are guarding, we are guarding. Whoever, who lived stronger. We have, of course, said Agarkov. It is true, Anisimov agreed and sighed, because we are familiar people. Stop talking. He pulled, swallowed shag smoke, looked at his petrified boots, as if he remembered something sad, offensive, or suddenly felt ashamed. Where were you called up? From where? Agarkov asked. I something. Anisimov easily tossed his head, touched the greasy cap with his hand, checked exactly whether it was in place, said guiltily, Shorin and I were not called up. Indeed, they went. Such a misfortune has piled up. The village screamed and groaned, as if the end of the world. Young men of military age were called the next day. And Shorin and I, plus about 10 people from our end, got together like this, lit from the same pouch and said. It, of course, who wants to go to death? But we only figured it out, there is no way out. We came to the village council, so, they say, and so. From the German side, a 6-barreled mortar howled, grunted, explosions rose behind the house. For the night, so we don't forget, said Agarkov. And he asked, how do they write at home? And how, they write, Anisimov shook his head. And they write to Shorin. Our wives are sisters. They will come together, so they will write together. Very well, said Agarkov. I'm from Stalingrad, from here. I wanted to tell this middle-aged soldier, the father of 3 children, about my mother, about my brother Vaska, about Uncle Stepan, about my cousin Grigory, about everyone, about everything. I wanted to tell about my first teacher Taisia Dmitrievna Radina, about how they jumped from the upper deck the steamer on the turn, what kind of notes the neighbor girl Galia wrote to him. In 1 minute, everything that seemed to fly out of memory forever stood before Lieutenant Agarkov. A quiet tenderness filled his chest, as if he had become a fifth grader again, as if they were going to have dinner now. Mother would cut rye bread into thin slices, fan the plates with a towel. He, Mikhail, would put a new one, with a painted red tomato and green leaves. Vaska, an old one, with a shabby blue border, and for himself he will take a completely useless one, with a blackened crack, rubbed out with putty on the outside. Mikhail remembered this plate as long as he could remember himself. And he also remembered a tall, round candy tin, which for some reason was called a telegram. Mishka was so accustomed to this word that when they talked about the telegram, he saw that the neighbors had brought a tin can. I wanted to tell you about turpentine with bacon. His mother was sick. Vaska lost his bread cards. Mishka thrashed him for a long time, then they sat, pressed against each other, and wept softly. Mishka remembered that in the pharmacy for the mother they should give lard. They will sell the lard and buy bread with the proceeds. I found the recipe and reread it to be sure. Turpentine with lard. They sell salo. The pharmacy gave him a vial of oily liquid. The bear was polite. He stood and waited. That's it, boy, said the pharmacist and looked over his glasses. You can go. Mishka felt his feet go cold. And the fat? He asked quietly. The pharmacist took off and put on his glasses again. Turned away and said, everything is in this bottle. Go, boy. The bear stood. He couldn't believe it. After all, it is written. The pharmacist hurriedly approached the table, took out a paper bundle from the drawer, and handed it to Mishka. Take this bread. The real white bread. The bear realized that there was no mistake, there would be no fat. He felt ashamed. He wanted to look at a kind man in a white coat, but he did not have enough courage. He quietly left. Lieutenant Agarkov wanted to tell about the hungry year of 1933, and about how inexplicably delicious the rolls of warm wheat bread smelled after that, how they moved into a new apartment with a balcony, and on Sundays they began to cook meat. He could talk for a long time and a lot about the amazing, lucky time when everything began to come true, when every day the world recognized heroes, when people hurried to the factory whistle, like a battle, like a holiday, and there were no barriers that could stop. In the 40th year, it seemed to Mishka Agarkov that he could become Valery Chkalov, and Alexei Stakhanov, and Academician Petrovsky. You just have to want. Mishka was proud that he lives in Stalingrad. Condescending to other people's weaknesses, he could agree that in other cities, in other parts of the country, it is also not bad. But the most interesting and significant was, of course, in Stalingrad. And not in any area, but at the STZ. There is no better school director than Alexander Akimovich Makarov, there is no better football team than the Traktor team, the best cinema in the country is Drummer, the most famous yachtsman is Alexander Ivanov, and of course he is the most courageous, desperate guy, Mishka Agarkov. Lieutenant Agarkov wanted to tell about everything now. However, he did not speak. Anisimov knew a lot without him, and what was known only to him, Mikhail, he decided to keep for himself. As the most precious, the most cherished. Tell me, as if throwing away. Lieutenant Agarkov didn't talk about anything. Just sighed. When he returned to his place, to the break, from where he observed and commanded, it began to rain. Weighty drops rarely fell on dry ground, on grey cobblestones, on dead Germans. Mikhail heard how sonorously, raindrops loudly hit the crumpled tin sheet, saw wet pockmarks settle on his face, on dead cheeks. The rain water glistened with small flecks, and it seemed to Lieutenant Agarkov that the German's lips were moving, stretching into a quiet smile. Another drop fell right next to the eye, the eyelid twitched convulsively, the German winked at Mikhail and slowly began to draw his legs up to his stomach. Damn! It won't take long to go crazy, thought Lieutenant Agarkov and decided that he needed to get some sleep. And then it starts to creep. He saw this German an hour ago, but did not pay attention to how close he was. The helmet has fallen off, lying to the side, the hair looks like a woman's, wavy, blonde, long, straight thin nose. Death did not disfigure the face, it was calm, remained beautiful, rare drops wetted it, as if trying to revive it. Why? Thought Mikhail. I would walk around my Germany. I would live. Why did you come? The rain drummed more often, the dead man's face became wet. Mikhail again thought, I would walk. I heard the phone buzzing, I heard the angry laughter of the armor-piercer Likarev and the dull blows of iron on stone. They called him loudly. Semyon Koblov scolded someone with the last words, grumbled, cooed the quiet voice of Anisimov. I didn't want to leave the breach, the dead one seemed to bewitch him. I would walk around Germany. Comrade Lieutenant. Mikhail Agarkov once again looked into the gap. The square was covered with a grey haze, it rustled, it began to rain, the smell of conflagration was sharper, the first rocket took off on Mamiv Kurgan. Comrade Lieutenant, Battalion Commander Verigin requires you. He broke away from the wall, stumbled, stepped over someone. I picked up the phone and heard the voice of Captain Verigin. And again everything fell into place. Order of the regimental commander. Not an hour later, Lieutenant Agarkov sighed in annoyance. Yes, Verigin frowned for another minute, then said, there are civilians in the basement, Comrade Battalion Commander, I already reported. One woman was seriously wounded. They say doctor. He asks to call the general. I promised. You ate too much henbane. Captain Verigin was indignant. I'll show you the general. Comrade Battalion Commander, I'm afraid that the woman will die before morning. She asks, what general? I do not know. You know where you went, Verigin scolded. Are you drunk by any chance? Please report. He suddenly felt how big his arms and legs were, how heavy they were. And his head was made of lead. Throughout the body, a hot vein pulsates, beats, reverberates with ringing and pain. Lieutenant Agarkov wants to sit down, then it will become easier. He understands that it is impossible to sit down in any way, he will definitely fall asleep. And yet he sat down. He leaned his head against the wall. How long? 3 days. And before that, at the station, the Germans are crawling, getting close. Mines lay down thickly, bursting right in the defense. The Germans are already walking to their full height, machine guns to their stomachs, sleeves rolled up. In front is an officer in a fur sleeveless jacket, in polished boots with hard, puffy tops. The German came close, put his hand on his shoulder. Comrade Lieutenant. Michael tossed his head, it was dark and quiet. You can hear how it rustles, the rain is sown. What is it? Fell asleep. Agarkov struggles and cannot understand whether Koblov is talking or Shorin. Koblov, of course. Shorin doesn't talk much. I saw bandages on my head, Koblov. The breach in the wall became almost indistinguishable. The rain is still steady, quiet, a machine gun burst pierced the damp darkness and broke off, stumbled for sure. The light of a cigarette flashed, Lieutenant Agarkov saw an unshaven face, a visor of a helmet, saw a strong hand. Comrade Lieutenant, the soldiers ask for your permission to bury Junior Lieutenant Grekhoff on the spot. Where is it? Michael didn't understand. Right here in the basement. We will not go anywhere, let him stay with us. Lieutenant Agarkov was silent for a long time. Then he said. Well, like everyone else, so am I. Light the fuse. Someone reminded. Break the curtain. And embrasures. From the darkness they answered, done. To Lieutenant Agarkov the light seemed bright, almost blinding. I saw darkened faces, determined eyes, knives in their belts. And large black letters on the wall, though we're standing here to the end. I realize that there is no turning back from this basement. Hollowed out, dug a hole. They stood over her, were silent. They brought Grekhoff, put him next to the pit. Ovcharenko looked around at everyone and knelt down. Mishka Sins looked with cold, stern eyes. Ovcharenko said. From PID Kiev at once Ishli. Semyon Koblov bent down and straightened Mishka's hair. Farewell, comrade. And everyone who was still alive gathered closely around the dead man, as if for the last prayer. Goodbye. They lowered Mishka, fell asleep. A helmet was placed on the grave mound. Ovcharenko brought a piece of machine gun belt, said quietly. Maybe we'll see each other tomorrow. From the German side, multicolored rockets took off, and a maze purred above. The anti-aircraft searchlight flared up, lit up, sank quite low, snatched out a stone factory chimney and went out. Lieutenant Agarkov left 4 soldiers with 2 machine guns. He led the others to the rear end of the house. He led not through the basement, but through the first floor. He was afraid to hear the children's cry again. He walked without lighting the lantern, feeling, as a keepsake. Probably, the Germans hung up an illuminating rocket. I saw window openings, large bluish spots lay on the walls. And I saw a man, right in front of me. That old lady. I realized that most of all I did not want to see her here. Our beauty has died, the old woman said in a barely audible voice. Dead, dear. She did not anger Jesus Christ, the Son of God, neither with a tear, nor with a complaint. For the last time, she sighed like a Goliushka. Lieutenant Agarkov stepped aside, walked around and, feeling anger rise in his soul at the old woman, at himself, at Captain Verigin, who ordered to dig the message, turned back. Live. I heard Anisimov sigh. Oh my God. Either he answered the company commander, or he responded to the words of the old woman. In the basement, at the very end, from where it was necessary to dig, a Katyusha was burning. An old man in a torn sweatshirt, in felt boots, was chiseling a stone. He looked at the lieutenant, wiped his forehead with his sleeve. There, the fighter ordered. Wait, Mikhail said, we ourselves. But the old man either did not hear, or did not want to quit his job, continued to peck. The rain had stopped, and there was a smell of burnt iron and a furnace. From time to time a cloudy moon with a broken edge peeped through. The wind was cold, driving shaggy clouds across the black sky. The moon turned its sloping forehead, rested, but the clouds ran and ran. It was they who scolded, slandered the old moon. And in vain it rests. No, it has already broken, ran through the clouds, through the night. The clouds are standing, and the moon is running. But for some reason he can't escape from the factory chimney. Lieutenant Agarkov climbed out, lay down, leaned against a heap of rubble on the leeward side. He thrust his hands into the sleeves of his overcoat. I heard shovels scraping, someone with a breath planting a crowbar. Every now and then iron hits iron, the blow is loud, sonorous. Mikhail raises his head every time, angrily shouting. Hush you! The Germans are 100 steps away. Hush, he says again, and stares straight ahead, where the black strip of the trench has stretched. There, in front, is a broken truck. Sappers are digging from the truck towards them. He doesn't see them, but blows of crowbar keep coming to his ears. Comrade Lieutenant, Comrade Lieutenant. Anisimov creeps up, thrusts a rolled cigarette into his hands. Here, the guys collected, ordered you to give it back. Smoking is deadly. To smoke and fall asleep, nothing more is needed from life. Thank you, he says. You are careful there so that the Germans do not see the fire. Anisimov is silent, only sighs. And he doesn't leave. Mikhail guesses, asks, was the last wrapped up? Anisimov sighs again. Mikhail hastily rummages in his pockets, looking for matches. He hides the light in his large hands, lights up, greedily swallows the first puff, says. Don't leave, I'm here now. Anisimov is silent. He understands. You can live with such a commander. Agarkov puffs 3 times in a row, returns the cigarette. Get up. Smoke everything one by one. Anisimov leaves. For a minute no crowbar or shovels can be heard. Then Likarev's low voice. Stop smoking. The shovels scraped again, someone groaned, it seemed to Agarkov, he sobbed. Bandage. Tighten it tight. And the quiet voice of Shorin. Go get some rest. The night was breathing heavily, the cannons beat far and muffled. And here, in the heart of the city, it was quiet. Lieutenant Agarkov heard the exhausted breathing of his soldiers, indistinct muttering and dull blows of a crowbar. Exalting himself, he got up and climbed into the trench. "Let me." He took someone's crowbar, threw off his overcoat. "Spat on hands," someone said. "Better at the top." Mikhail got out of the trench, began to roll off the earth, with an exhalation, with a lingering wheeze, as if pushing himself, in a hurry to give up his last strength. Private Shorin was chiseling nearby. He worked non-stop, like clockwork. Lieutenant Agarkov heard his mighty breath, saw broad shoulders, firmly set legs. Mikhail was surprised to think that he did not know this fighter at all, he did not even remember his voice. Shorin never asks for anything, hardly talks, doesn't swear, doesn't complain. Anisimov is always nearby. He asks and answers for Shorin, and sometimes swears. 3 days ago, when they took this house and he, Lieutenant Agarkov, began to write about those who had distinguished themselves to the battalion commander, Shorin frowned for a long time, sniffled. Then he said, "All this for nothing. One will be given a 4, the other a 5. Why? What if we are schoolchildren?" Anisimov waved his hands at him. Waking up, waking up. You, Shorin, always, you are silent, silent, and then you thump, as if into ashes. The right word. The authorities take care of us, and you, that's it. Now Lieutenant Agarkov was looking at Shorin and, although they were nearby, he could not see his face, he saw only shoulders, a bent head, and hands that looked like iron levers. Stopped. Lieutenant Agarkov, more comfortable, more confident, stood on the rain-slick ground, looked in the direction of the Germans. "I thought, they are cut right now," he gently pushed Shorin in the shoulder, asked. "Well, how?" Shorin accommodatingly stepped aside. Said. "And what?" "Nothing. I just found out today. Is Anisimov related to you?" "Brothers-in-law," Shorin shook his head, "but what about? He's a good guy, you see. Soulful, unsophisticated." Shorin sighed. "Smart, and, as if deciding that one word is not enough, he explained, I am healthy, Anisimov is smart. He should be the chairman of the collective farm. But he can't." "Why?" Shorin was silent for a minute, then spoke. "Not that person. Do you understand? Not the one. He is a carpenter, and a stove maker, and a saddler. Solder a pan, let's say, fix a Primus stove. Adjust the clock, please. Sew a jacket, grind boots, everything can. I remember I fell ill somehow, fell ill. The doctors put him to bed. And the whole village seemed to have healed, became like a cart without a wheel. Right word. It is, of course, and the cart rides 3. But what's the point? When he felt better, he went out to the courtyard, people began to run. The women put on new scarves, as if for a holiday, he paused, spat on his palms. Here he is, Anisimov. He should be the chairman, Mikhail said. I heard Shorin chuckle. Looks like he chuckled. It is good too. Yes, it's just too soft. They don't hold positions like this. There was a gasp behind the square. And, as if the tail stretched, grew, the howl of the projectile approached. Lie down. Falling into a trench, Lieutenant Agarkov saw a bunch of people with an instant flash. Lie down. Mikhail did not hear the German machine gun, but with the back of his head, with his skin, he felt a pull of lead. An annoying thing popped into my head, what is there for sins? He immediately remembered that Grekhoff was no longer there. Grekhoff was buried. I thought that while the Germans did not shoot, it was possible to see the civilians off, bring water. This trench was given to the authorities. It flew in, another shell exploded, earth fell on Mikhail, and people fell into the trench with it. They breathed strained, driven away. Someone said. Comrade Commander. Lieutenant Agarkov was frightened, really? And again. Comrade Commander. The voice of the regimental commander. More people jumped down, heated, it seemed to Mikhail, large, the entire width of the trench. And, in the very ear. Agarkov, may you die. Combat Veregin. Well, Michael said. Who was ordered to hurry. So after all, they themselves ordered, by midnight. Ordered. There, commander. At the same moment Veregin jumped up and took off running. And others ran. Lieutenant Agarkov also jumped up and pushed someone out of the way. Heard Anisimov say. You got mad, didn't you? In the darkness, in the basement passages, pocket lamps flared up and went out, voices were heard, it became crowded. There was a watchful readiness in every voice, as if people had come running in order to accomplish a feat. Lieutenant Agarkov. Mikhail stepped forward, took under his visor. Comrade Battalion Commander. Here, the commander of the army. Alive. Lieutenant Agarkov did not know where, in which direction to step, should or should not turn. And in general, how should it be? He saw, they shouted, lit a match, 2 cigarettes reached for the light. They brought it, lit the lamp. Mikhail stepped in that direction, felt a chill in his stomach. Comrade Lieutenant General. The garrison of the house on the square. Jordan said. I know, Lieutenant, I know. Are you talking about a woman? That's right, Comrade Lieutenant General. The ground rumbled. Well, the voice, he paused, asked, how long have you been fighting? Since May 10th, Comrade Lieutenant General. Captain Veregin hissed. Don't yell, you fool. It seems that Lieutenant Agarkov came to his senses, he saw Lieutenant Colonel Krutoy, Colonel Dobrynin and others, strangers. The commander, tall, thin, stood right in front of him. Here he moved his strong jaw, and again Lieutenant Agarkov felt uneasy. I decided that now Zerdin would see, learn everything, and how terrible it was near Kharkov, when German tanks climbed through the trenches, how he cried from resentment and annoyance, when he survived, he swam across the Don. Now, another minute, and the commander will know how he, Lieutenant Agarkov, without any order, led the hunters into the German trenches to get a bite to eat. And let him know, Agarkov suddenly decided. Zerdin turned around and began to say something to Colonel Dobrynin. Mikhail suddenly saw his dirty boots, I saw that he was standing without an overcoat, in one tunic. Habitually he put his fingers in his belt, pulled the wrinkles away with a jerk. Zerdin turned back to Mikhail. He raised his hand. Comrade Commander. Order of the Red Banner for what? For crossing the northern Donets, Comrade Commander. General Zerdin's face seemed to be convulsing. He asked calmly. For crossing. There or back? Lieutenant Agarkov thought that, it seems, nothing would cost. The commander is joking. He glanced over his shoulder at Captain Veregin and said. I think it's for staying alive. Zerdin stepped closer to the lieutenant, as if he decided to take a closer look. Go ahead, Lieutenant. And everyone moved, cramped. Lieutenant Agarkov heard how General Zerdin was told, explained in 2 voices. Michael just walked ahead, showed the way. Then they stood around the deceased. They were silent. It seemed to Mikhail that no one was breathing. And the kids didn't cry. They knew for sure that the most important one had come. Lieutenant Agarkov tried to see the commander's face, but Colonel Dobrynin blocked him. General Zerdin looked at the dead woman intently, for a long time, believing and not believing. It seemed that dark eyelashes trembled, and her lips moved, so the war approached Stalingrad. Bent down. Yes, of course. That same woman. Together they got off the tram, near this house. When it was? 6th. Well, yes, the 6th of August. And the smile, and the voice, and the words, everything, like Paulina's. I remember that he was even frightened. The woman said, let's hope. She hoped, she wanted to live. And he corrected then, we will fight. The woman held out her hand to him and smiled, yes, yes. I wish you strength and good luck. Paulina's words. As if overheard once to say on a hard day, maybe she's not after all. No, why? Of course. Guessed when they called him. He went, he wanted to catch alive. Did not have time. Without raising his head, he asked. What's your last name? I heard a fearful, hasty voice. Paulina Pavlovna Samsonova. General Zerdin slowly raised his head. Can't be. The same voice confirmed. She is. Dr. Samsonova. Wife's last name. Bent over again. As if he wanted to consider, to make sure. He said quietly. Sorry. Straightened up, closed his eyes. Like he was to blame. A weak childish voice asked. Mom, Piet. And a woman's frightened whisper. Shut up, shut up. Everyone was moving and talking at the same time. Mother. Zerdin said loudly. We'll send all civilians across the Volga before morning. An old man, round-shouldered, hefty, with an uncombed, piebald beard, came up and squeezed in. He cleared his throat and said. And if I don't express my desire, Comrade General, why? Zerdin asked sharply. Because he built this house. He laid bricks with his own hands. And he hollowed out the loopholes. This is my house, Comrade General. I want to stay with the fighters. And my old woman. Come what may. Zerdin did not answer. Went. Lieutenant Agarkov again walked ahead, and behind someone was explaining, in a hurry. When a breach became envious, Lieutenant Agarkov stopped and warned. Be careful, Comrade Commander. Raised the fire higher. General Zerdin saw a mound of fresh earth. What's this? The grave of Junior Lieutenant Grekhov, Comrade Commander. Sins. Yes, Comrade Commander. Slowly, as if afraid to believe, as if afraid to disturb the silence, General Zerdin took off his cap. Thick shadows hung on the stone walls of the basement. The wick in the shell glass crackled and smoked. I could hear the breathing of people and the alarming whistle of a steamboat on the Volga. Elongated mound. A crumpled helmet and a piece of machine gun belt. I looked up and saw the letters on the wall. Nearby quietly reminded. Comrade Commander. General Zerdin saw the northern Donets, a crossing and a raging guy behind a machine gun. A rearguard battled near the Klebny farm, a battle near Kotlebin. How many times they reported to him. And now, here, Lieutenant Agarkov said. Will stay with us until the end. General Zerdin looked at each soldier, black faces, bandages, machine guns. He said quietly, as they say to those closest to them. Thank you. Thank you for your loyalty and service. And lowered his head. Maybe he bowed. Once again he looked at the grave of Grekhov Mishka. Chapter 25. The spearhead of the German army got stuck in the ruins of Stalingrad. The exit was seen in overcoming the last meters. And what will happen next? The calculation of the German High Command was based on the fact that the Russians give the rest of their forces to the defense of the city. It was not even a calculation, but a cleverly arranged self-deception, with which in Berlin they have recently tried to feed their failure. General Paulus did not believe that the Russians had no reserves, that they were defeated. However, he hoped that the High Command had sufficient capabilities. He also deceived himself. With ever-increasing anxiety, he looked at his poorly covered flanks, anxiously perplexed. Really they don't see in the general staff. It became terrifying. Everyone understands, but no one can. Only Hitler. General Paulus understood that Germany measured its success by the success of the Sixth Army. Millions of Germans look at him. And he, doubting, tormented and hoping, prays for the main command. Realizing the falsity of orders and plans, feeling the falsity of his own position, painfully looking for a way out, he appointed a new date for the capture of Stalingrad. The shock units were replenished, several sapper battalions were airlifted from Germany. The senior adjutant of the army hurriedly looked through the characteristics of senior officers, prepared recommendations for filling vacant positions. In the army, as never before, they generously wrote awards, hastily promoted them. The soldiers' newspaper choked with enthusiastic screams. The Sixth Army was given healing injections. They were preparing for a decisive assault. Infusions were made by the commander himself. High-ranking guests from Berlin confidentially reported that the Führer hoped for him. He was mentioned in lengthy newspaper articles, placed next to Alfred Schlieffen, 4. Left alone, Paulus smiled sadly. A colonel, appointed commandant of Stalingrad, arrived in the army. Paulus was introduced to an artist who had flown in from Leipzig to paint sketches on the site of a victorious battle, who was planning to create a grandiose canvas. In Berlin, the artist was assured that Stalingrad had already fallen. The commander began to get angry, recalled von Wittersheim. But he immediately drove away thoughts about him, anything but that. General Paulus appointed the day of the decisive assault. At the headquarters meeting he said, "Gentlemen, we have only one way out, to take the city." I saw it in my eyes. The commanders of the corps and divisions had doubts. However, no one objected. Because they didn't see any other way. Maybe that's why they didn't see that there was no way out at all. In his mental search for the right solution, General Paulus invariably returned to Hitler, reread the July directive to continue the Braunschweig operation, painfully sought out contradictions in the position of the high command, and tried to find a foothold for himself. Everything was unstable, shaky. A long-standing desire came to look at General Zerdin. To understand. But Paulus was mistaken even here. It was necessary to know not only Zerdin, but all of Russia. You should have known Likharev and Koblov, Shorin and Anisimov. Paulus always believed that only the one who holds a rifle in his hands fights. He never took non-military people into account. Everyone who was not in the army was united by one word, rear. He understood the importance of the rear, but he never imagined, it never occurred to him that unarmed people could fight. To understand, he should have known not only Zerdin, but also the janitor Prokhor, and Mitya Savushkin, and Maria Sevastianovna. She stopped seeing, noticing days and nights, Moscow, an apartment on the Arbat, paintings, exhibitions, friends, everything has gone far away. At times it seemed that none of this happened, just a ridiculous dream comes to mind. And what really happened was the cold twilight on Smolensky Boulevard, the downed columns of the marching battalions and the black gaps in the windows in the broken houses. What happened was a chilly November evening, the Mayakovskaya metro station and Stalin on the podium, barricades in the streets and motionless sentries at the mausoleum. The rest was not. The rest was forgotten. Now, a workshop with a collapsed roof, booming hammer blows, and in a short break, a ladle of oatmeal soup and a cigarette. Minutes passed, the workers gathered in a tight circle. Are we holding on? They say the front line goes along the ravine behind the stadium. Who said? Agarkov. Well, yes. He was killed on the 24th of August. His son said, Gregory. The stadium is a 15-minute walk. The Germans are sitting on a hillock, from there everything is in full view. They constantly throw mines, conduct aimed fire. Every day there are fires in the workshop, the dead lie on the streets. Yesterday Maria Sevastianovna walked around her apartment, abandoned, dusted with lime, stood for a long time at the broken window, looked at the deserted grey Volga. The left bank was drowning in an autumn haze, it seemed alien, unnecessary, forbidden, as if another power was beginning there. There are Germans in the Gorny settlement, it's impossible beyond the Volga. 1 kilometer left to live. In my mind I heard how the wagon wheels were knocking, catching up with each other, how iron rails were running away, telegraph poles and semaphores were flashing by. 2,000 kilometers. 2 days by express from the western border. The Germans reached the Gorny settlement, 15 minutes left to walk to the Volga. 2,000 kilometers. And now, the highway, past the circus, along the factory wall. 15 minutes. With every vein, with every nerve, naked, sharp, painful, I felt the last meters of Stalingrad land. I understood, everything will end and everything will begin here. She did not think about her victory, about someone's defeat, she simply decided that right here, on the banks of the Volga, the war would rear up. And collapse. Here someone will finish, someone will start. And if she herself is destined to die, she will die. She's going to sleep now. Because she didn't sleep for 2 days. In the morning he will put his last rivet, tighten the last nut. With a smoky dawn she returned to the factory, to her workshop. I didn't know this day would be the worst. He will stay with her until her death, she will feel him with her hands, heart, incessantly bleeding soul. Many did not know what that day would be like. She was given a loaf of bread, a mug of tea, and a piece of sugar. She sat down near the potbelly stove, began to chew. She drank, sipped tea and waited for something. Then she carried oxygen cylinders, manually drilled armor plates, and she herself waited. And when she saw Kostya, she realized that she was waiting for her son. He approached with an old man's tired gait, he was wearing leather shoe covers, behind his back, muzzle down, was a carbine. I saw the janitor Prokhor and the hunchbacked boy. I got it, Kostya said. Died. At 2 o'clock. Prokhor pulled off his wrinkled cap from his head, fanned himself with a cross. Stepan Mikhailovich has passed away, God rest his soul. Kostya took off his carbine. Said in an unfamiliar voice. We brought. He ordered to be buried on this shore. And where else, Prokhor confirmed gloomily. It is known, on this. Mitya Savushkin came up. The workers arrived. Mitya wanted to say a word of consolation, but did not say, is it possible to console if a person has died? Maria Sevastianovna hurriedly combed her hair and tightened her wide belt. I didn't know what to do next. Someone promised. We'll help. Prokhor pulled his hat back on, Claude, clumsily walked towards the wide doors. Then they stood over a rocky cliff, near a freshly dug grave. There was a smell of pine shavings, damp earth, and conflagration. The Volga below flowed slowly, cold and impregnable. The forest on the island turned black, turned gloomy, stood naked, ready for anything. And people stood over the coffin with rifles, silent, strict. Also ready for anything. He hit, a farewell salvo swept. A mound of earth has grown. At the head of Prokhor laid a large steamship anchor. Mitya said softly. I'll go. I'll pour water out of the boat. And I'll patch up the hole. Now he was helping Kostya, he was wind-worn, he seemed to have become taller. Go on, Kostya nodded, I'll be back in half an hour. But Kostya won't come in half an hour. And he won't come in an hour. And when he returns to the shore, Mitya will no longer be alive. Kostya went with his mother to the factory gates. Praskovia Kuzminikna and the janitor Prokhor remained at the grave. The old woman did not cry, she only moved her lips. Prokhor said. You cry. Praskovia Kuzminikna raised her dry eyes. Go, Prokhor, I'll be alone. He stood for a moment, paused, shook his head. Well, I'll go. And you talk. In the evening I will come to him. We always talked with him in the evening. But Prokhor will not come. Because at noon he will be killed. We saw German planes, but did not speed up. We heard how anti-aircraft guns swelled, how sirens howled, fell, bombs exploded. But it was like that almost every day. In the gloomy and cold workshop, the fire of electric welding blinded. 3 beat with sledgehammers, someone shouted in a broken voice. Nikolaev. To the anti-aircraft machine gun. Alive to the machine gun. There was a buzzing upstairs, the concrete floor shaking underfoot. And iron structures staggered, and machine tools, and workbenches. And sledgehammers thumped and thumped, ran, transmissions caught up with each other. To the machine gun. The roar of the German bombers closed overhead. For a moment, as if his ears were blocked, everything was gone. Only the blue fire of electric welding and someone's crazy eyes. People with rifles were running past Kostya, someone was waving his hand, probably calling. And Kostya saw the face of his grandfather, the white coffin boards and the grave mound. I saw my mother, she was rolling a cigarette. The unshaven man with glasses recalled. Go to the hideout. The plane fell overhead in a dive, a siren howled, then a blow. Unbearably hot fire threw to the ground. Strangers were scurrying around, but the mother was not there. People ran to the end of the shop, there was a fierce fire blazing there, they were screaming and rushing about. Kostya jumped up and also ran. They put a bucket in his hands, he scooped water from a large vat, splashed it into the fire. People climbed into the frying pan with hooks, threw sand with shovels. The fire began to sink, wither away, and a tank crawled through the wide-open workshop gates, slowly and helplessly. Kostya saw a caterpillar sagging like a rag. He understood. A tanker was standing in the tower hatch, waving his hand, shouting. "Hurry! Who is here? Hurry!" The bone was pushed. "Pull the skating rink, don't you see?" the tanker shouted. "The Germans near the circus." Faster! Kostya saw his mother. And another woman. Together they were dragging a tank rink, getting their feet mixed up. Kostya picked it up, immediately realizing that one of them wouldn't carry it. "Towel! Bring the towel," the bespectacled worker angrily regretted. Until yesterday, the beam crane worked, a nice thing. Kostya pulled a heavy chain under the car. They shouted to him. "Hurry!" And the tanker repeated. Guys, finally discarded the old skating rink. A shell exploded behind the wall, the fire broke out again at the far end, and the bespectacled worker fell, banging his head against the dirty concrete floor. Kostya lost track of time, did not know whether the hour had passed or evening was coming. He tightened it and could not tighten the nut, saw his mother run by with a box in her hands, saw the janitor Proker with a rifle. From the doors wide open they shouted. Germans! The tank engine worked deafeningly. Twitched, clicked tracks. The shells no longer exploded. And the machine gun on the roof fell silent. Nearby, to the right and to the left, submachine guns rained down in various ways. A man in a crumpled felt hat was backing away from the door, wiping blood from his face with his sleeve, and for some reason shooting at the ceiling. Then he fell. It got quiet. Kostya rushed to the window, saw how the Red Army soldiers and workers were running, retreating towards the workshop, shooting, running, falling. Kostya twitched the bolt of the carbine. He caught foreign uniforms at gunpoint, aimed, fired. I didn't hear it anymore. I didn't make out either exclamations or commands. I didn't hear groans. Only when they pulled on the sleeve, they shouted loudly in the face, ordered. I came to my senses. To the factory wall. Kostya suddenly decided that there was no need to retreat to the factory wall. It is impossible. Behind the wall, across the street, his, Kostin, house. And behind the house, over the cliff to the Volga, is a fresh grave. Grandpa didn't want to leave. Kostya jerked his hand. Get out. On the shore, Mitya heard the bombardment begin. He lifted his head, looked at the crest of the steep mountains, and although he already knew that Kostya Dobrynin would not come, he was still waiting for him. In recent weeks, Mitya has not missed a single flight. He suddenly felt needed by someone, fit for something. He splashed water from the boat, boiled tea, boiled fish soup, poured gasoline. Sometimes Kostya shouted at him, as he shouted at the soldiers, and sometimes, at the commanders who were being transported, and Mitya was unspeakably grateful to him for this, because he became equal with everyone. Now again I felt loneliness, insulting impotence. A landing barge approached from behind the island cape, fighters began to jump from it directly into the water. We got out on dry land, clambered on the steep ridge. And towards them, to the water, they dragged the wounded, many crawled on their own, bloody, unbandaged. Mitya looked back at the boat, climbed up the barely visible path. Near the grave of grandfather Stepan he stopped. Praskovia Kuzminikna, as in the morning, was sitting near the mound, lowering her head. She seemed to see nothing, heard nothing. Militias and Red Army soldiers ran from the factory to the houses, scattering people. German shells burst, and a two-tailed aircraft hung in the smoky sky. Running steam escaped from the black roof of the heating plant. He jumped up, roared the factory whistle, began to frequent, beat in combat alarm. Called to stand. Or die. Mitya understood that. I wanted to call the old woman and tell her to leave. But he didn't say a word. He passed by. He went to the shots, to the mortar explosions, slowly, quietly. He knew it was his last day. And on the last day, there is no need to rush. Two of them were dragging the wounded on a cape. They stopped to rest, take a breath of air, and again they resisted, dragged. One asked. No water. Mitya had no water. But he came. He looked, he staggered, he saw a white, bloodless face, dark lips, closed eyes. Maria Sevastianovna. Mitya covered his face with his hands. He walked and did not know where he was going. When I saw a concrete factory wall, running mine explosions along the road and those killed on the pavement, I decided that I would stay here, on my street. They shouted to him. Lie down. Mitya continued to stand. I saw foreign soldiers in the breach of the factory wall. It was they who killed grandfather Stepan and those who are lying there. And Maria Sevastianovna, they too. Lie down. I saw how the fighters, and with them Kostya Dobrynin, rolled out the cannon at a run, stuck it to the old maple tree, under which the children always played, rushed back, around the corner of the house, but immediately returned, and the cannon hit, twitched. More and more. There were no more Germans in the gap in the factory wall. At that very moment, as if they had crawled out of the ground, they poured onto the pavement. Mitya saw the janitor Prokhor. He was running like an old man's jog, waving his big arm. Suddenly he stopped, squatted down, as if he wanted to examine something on the ground, then fell. Uncle Prokhor! Mitya shouted. He ran up, knelt down, slowed down, shook. Uncle Prokhor. He moved his head, his face was covered in blood, you won't recognize it. He looked at Mitya with someone else's eyes. Why are you live? And calm down, limp. Mitya got up. He pressed his fists to his dry chest. There they are. They kill everyone. They killed grandfather Prokhor. Yes. He shouted angry, fierce words, but he himself did not hear them, went forward, to the factory wall, to the Germans. Let them kill him too. Are they not ashamed? Let them kill. Mitya did not see how another cannon was rolled out from around the corner of the house, how soldiers and sailors ran from the shore. The German raised his rifle. Let. If you are not ashamed. The black rifle pupil looked into Mitya's eyes. Let. The black pupil exploded, obscured both the sky and the earth. It got dark. Quiet and dark. No one noticed that day when night fell. Nothing just happened, no factory pipes, no gunshots, no dead. Kostya Dobrynin did not know what had happened to his mother, whether his grandmother was still alive, did not know the name of the artilleryman with whom he lay in a shallow crater, who had just let him finish his smoke. I only knew that it was only 200 meters to the shore. Until morning, before death, the path was even shorter. Chapter 26. The pages of the album were stuck together with blood. General Zerdin held him cautiously, as if he were afraid of insulting or disturbing his master. Mikhail Nikolaevich Klebnikov. Apparently, a Muscovite. There, corner of the old Arbat, old-timers of Klebny Lane. Exactly, there is Klebny Lane on the Arbat. Yes, after all, the Dobrynins' apartment. In this very lane, Colonel Surovtsev looked over his shoulder. He suffocated with shag. In my opinion, this Klebnikov is damn talented. And he asked, alive? Zerdin did not answer. This evening the album was handed over from the 138th Division. And what a talented one, no doubt. Every detail, every stroke is full of dynamism, expression, deepest inner meaning. Whatever the figure, or the portrait, then the character. Here is a soldier slurping from a bowler hat. The face is tired, rustic, kind. He put the bowler hat on his knee and put a handkerchief on it. The hat is next to it. And how he holds a wooden spoon, and how he puts a rifle, it is clear that he is a prudent, sedate person. Before the war, he was a kind collective farmer, a homely owner. Great need raised him to the war, but even now he remains the same collective farmer, but he will do his job, he will not yield and will not give up. And here's another, the soldier lies face down. Killed. The fingers of his left hand dug into the ground. The right one is pushed to the side. In the right hand is a grenade. Death overtook, did not have time to throw. But they will have time, others will throw. They will fight to the death. And here is an elderly foreman stroking a cat on his knees. She closed her eyes, purred, and the foreman looked thoughtfully, sadly. Lord, how he yearned for home, for family, for work. But in order for everything to return, one must go through the war. We must win. This person knows, it is necessary. Damn it! Repeated Surovtsev. Did he die? Zerdin carefully groped for a corner of the sheet, trying to turn it over. But the paper stuck together. As if making excuses that he was flipping through, looking into someone else's soul, he said quietly. Before the blood has time to dry, we are already right there, talented, not talented. Colonel Surovtsev said angrily. Talented. Without any doubt. I'm not talking about this, a person will not have time to leave, the living, to evaluate the heritage, so to speak. Well then, said Surovtsev, it should be so. Zerdin turned the page. And he even pulled back in amazement, Maria. Dobranina Maria Sevastianovna, sad beautiful face. I saw it a long time ago, but in the drawing it is still the same, even though it is marked 41st. On the other page, Kostya. Zerdin hardly knows him, but even if there were no signature, he would still have guessed, the spitting image of Dad. His face is hard, his eyebrows have grown together at the bridge of his nose. Fluff on the lip gives maturity and meekness at the same time. Kind of weird. I thought, Koka and Venyushka are also now. Maybe tomorrow they will go to war. And how old is Dobrynin Kostya? Without raising his head, he asked. Grigory Ilyich, please call Dobrynin. Ask me. 12 at night, Surovtsev reminded cautiously. Zerdin shook his head. Nothing. Call. I turned another page, another. The drawings were over. Went uneven, like student, pencil lines. October 15th, yesterday was terrible. 16 left of the battalion. They took up all-round defense in the foundry. The ammo is still there. I saw Dobrynin Kostya. In civil. In artillery positions. Maybe I was mistaken. It seemed, he is. Colonel Dobrynin came. Slightly, as though afraid of disturbing someone, he tapped his heels. Comrade Commander. Zerdin thought, maybe you shouldn't have called. Without raising his head, he asked. Ivan, wife and son, where? Dobrynin lowered his hand and stepped towards the table. I saw the album, guessed it. He spoke softly. My God, Zerdin asked again. Where are yours? Ivan Stepanovich, as if he had guessed at last, looked closely at Zerdin. Tractor. In the lower village. Zerdin got up. Both are high, not reachable by hand. The chief of staff looked before him like an old clerk. Zerdin habitually moved his jaw. But now in this movement there was no desire to step over and suppress. Now I wanted to be careful not to hurt, not to hurt. Moved, tried. Ivan, he said quietly, I have always considered you a friend. Dobrynin replied almost inaudibly. Thanks. Well. What is this, thank you, for? Dobrynin spoke to the side. Well, I would say. They did not come to Stalingrad in order to evacuate in time. Eyes searched. Stretched past Zerdin to the table. Has Klebnikov been killed? Read. October 16, Dobrynin looked over the lines. And he hurried, German tanks came to our artillery positions. There were no survivors. October 17th. Ammo ran out, nothing to eat. Worst of all, no water. October 18th. There are 6 of us. The dead lie nearby. Nowhere and no time to bury. Last night, the 25th of October. Miracles still happen, the 5 of us left the workshop through the steam heating tunnel. Factory, barricades. It turns out that by order of the commander, our regiment was transferred to the 138th Red Banner Rifle Division. Commander of the Guards Regiment Lieutenant Colonel Kolobovnikov. We are just like we were here. 29th of October. Yesterday we beat off 10 attacks. There are 12 people in our company. October 30th. I am still alive. The 3rd of November. Alive. Today the commissar of the division Titov came to us. He asked why I am non-partisan. And really, why? Here I wrote a statement. It is stupid and even dishonest to remain non-party if I am ready to defend our party and Soviet power to the end, if I am ready to die. November 5th. We are surrounded. 5 people. We still have ammo and grenades. November 6th. There are only 3 of us. I want to live until tomorrow, until the great anniversary. The last, for 3 cigarettes, tobacco was left until the morning. 7:1. Long live our great revolution. Nearly the entire opening is covered in blood. They sat in silence for a minute, not moving. I could hear the commander's pocket watch ticking on the table. Dobrynin said quietly, as if to himself. Who would have thought? Zerdin asked just as quietly. Klebnikov, who is he? Colonel Dobrynin looked at the commander, as if he did not understand the question. Eli was surprised. He was so far from the war, and trailed off. He shook his head, driving away the lingering pain. I never thought I was capable of being a soldier. And yet so. They got up and stood up at the same time. Ivan, said Zerdin, tomorrow I'll try to find out. Ivan Stepanovich looked at him. It looked like he didn't understand. Then he nodded. Yes, yes, the face grew rougher, a stone firmament was added to it. It won't be easy, comrade commander. Zerdin went to the exit. Turned around and asked. What time is it now? 1:15, answered Surovtsev. As he walked, he took off his cap from the nail and looked at Dobrynin. He returned to the table, covered the album with a newspaper. It was quiet on the beach. It was snowing heavily, everything turned white. And the Volga flowed black. The water carefully, as if afraid to freeze the tongue, licked the icy shore. She gurgled on the stones, screamed softly, retreated, ran away and rolled again, as if trying to confidentially tell the good news. In the factory district, cannons rarely, tiredly burped, on Mamiv Kurgan every now and then they began to grope for a machine gun, and on the Volga they shouted, talked to each other, they were not afraid, 2 steamboats. Surovtsev said. Neither yesterday nor today the Germans bombed. Marvelous wonder. Are you surprised? Zerdin responded immediately. Believe it or not. Today, just now, a meeting began at headquarters. I think the Supreme Commander will put an end to it, said Zerdin. After a pause, he added, I never felt the desire to be present, but today I would like to. He looked at the flying snow, at the black water, but he saw green cloth, oak paneling and Stalin, low, slow, concentrated. Zerdin suddenly thought, everything will depend on what the Supreme Commander says right now. Klebnikov, Grekov, Ivashchenko and thousands of others did their job. New thousands will complete. But still, what will he say today? The snow-covered, frozen shore leaned, crawled to the side, what would be the first word? And again, the earth, stable, solid, cool and clear in the head. Snow is falling, rockets are taking off. I remembered, I decided, Klebnikov's album should be handed over to Professor Mezarov. A man flew in from Moscow to lecture on the history of Russian art. But the whole point is what Stalin will say today. Nothing has happened yet. It was just the middle of the night. It was just snowing outside. Everything was cloudy, unclear, the thin, weak shoulders of General Paulus were pressed harder and harder by the unknown, the feeling of impending disaster became more and more acute. The commander raised his head, listened to the silence of the night. He leaned over the table again. He glanced at the papers. He stopped at one, moved closer. Department of Foreign Armies of the East. 1. Brief assessment of the position of the enemy on 12.2.1942. 2. Army Group B. In front of the Army Group, the enemy's intention to launch an offensive on the sector of the Allied armies, which was already assumed earlier, is becoming more and more distinct. Document signed by Gellin, 5, Paulus knew almost by heart. But like a magnet, I read the general picture of the grouping of forces in terms of place, time and their number is not yet clear. There are no signs of the possibility of an offensive. Paulus shook his head. He smiled sadly. And he continued to read. It is not yet clear whether a major offensive can be expected across the Don against the 8th Italian and 2nd Hungarian armies. Is Rostov the goal? Which in time will follow after the operation against the 3rd Romanian army, or the enemy, along with the offensive against the 3rd Romanian army, will launch offensive operations with a limited goal against the 8th Italian and 2nd Hungarian armies. The situation is unclear. Besides, they don't want to open their eyes. If you open it, you must leave Stalingrad. Leave immediately. In a hurry, as if he decided to finish himself off, he ran his eyes over the lines of the order. I am aware of the difficulties of the struggle for Stalingrad and the fallen combat strength of troops. But the difficulties for the Russians now, with the freeze-up on the Volga, are even greater. If we use this period of time, we will save a lot of our own blood in the future. Therefore, I expect the leadership once again, with all the energy that it has repeatedly shown, and the troops with the skill that they have often shown, will do everything to break through to the Volga, at least at the artillery plant and metallurgical enterprise, and capture this part of the city. Aviation and artillery must do everything in their power to continue the path of this offensive and support it. Hitler. A thin, painful sound pierced his head. The commander felt that a sleepless night awaited him again. He sat up straight, with a motionless, stony face, looking ahead of him. And I didn't see anything. Behind the wall it was night, the wind pulled, rustled, uttered terrible words. But you can't understand. In Russia, nothing can be understood. He took a pencil and wrote hastily. I am convinced that this order will cause new enthusiasm in our brave troops. Paulus. Reread. And he blinked. He spoke a little audibly. God, don't judge me. The shell hit, broke through the wall. Lieutenant Agarkov crouched on the earthen floor, grabbed stone dust with his lips. There was a crunch on his teeth. Raised his head. I saw a hole in the ceiling, and through it, a cloudy sky. I heard the frightened voice of Ovcharenko, commander of the regiment of priests, and Lieutenant Agarkov suddenly thought that for some reason the soldiers were more afraid of their superiors than of the enemy. Yes, and the shells began to burst all around. Lieutenant Agarkov was pushed first in one direction, then in the other, as if someone big and strong wanted to move him. He jumped up, fanned himself, wiped his face with his palm. In the basement half-light he saw the broad figure of the regiment commander, and next to him, the battalion commander. Captain Verigin stands tucked up, well, helmet on one side. Mikhail remembered the trenches near Kharkov. The tight knitting of the bloody days seemed to have no beginning and no end in sight. And Lieutenant Colonel Krutoy remained the same. And Captain Verigin. But the thought of what was and how it is, only flashed, briefly, subtly. And broke off. Comrade Lieutenant Colonel, Captain Verigin said cheerfully. Colonel. Open your eyes. Lieutenant Agarkov did not immediately understand what he had missed, why he should open his eyes. He was surprised and puzzled by the tone of the battalion commander. Why is he happy? Look how fun it is to sit under artillery fire. And a premonition pricked in the stomach. He himself suddenly felt good, as if the artillery preparation, and the attack that would probably follow this, and even death itself, if it caught, would crush him. Mikhail, weren't scary. I saw 4 sleepers on Krutoy's buttonholes, a machine gun on his chest, and decided irrevocably, it's over. He could not immediately answer what exactly ended and what would begin after this, but he smelled of joyful novelty, which he had never experienced before. It only seemed to Lieutenant Agarkov that everything had come right now. Of course, it started earlier. I was just afraid to admit it to myself. However, they had been sitting in the house on the square for 2 months now, and the Germans could not do anything. The last 2 days the Fritz did not bomb and did not attack. They quieted down, calmed down. And the company was filled up. Yesterday a non-commissioned officer crawled in, timidly, hastily turned his pockets inside out and said that Hitler was Shays, shit. In a cheerful voice, Captain Verigin just confirmed. German shells fell thickly, and to Lieutenant Agarkov they suddenly seemed not at all scary. He knew how little it takes to kill a man, that many would not live to see tomorrow. Maybe he himself. But it was not scary. Because Judgment Day is coming. And he, Mikhail Agarkov, is pure and sinless. Stepped forward. Comrade Colonel. The 1st Company of the 1st Battalion. Colonel Krutoy coughed thickly. Well, Lieutenant. When you listen to your report, you start to think, the only thing you do is develop a commanding voice. Captain Verigin laughed again. And Michael was taken aback. He suddenly thought that everything would start today. I saw 2 or 3 more behind the regiment commander, I saw readiness on their faces, I decided, today. Afraid of making a mistake, he glanced at Verigin. The eyes of the battalion commander laughed and demanded, he was all cocked, like a cheerful thunderstorm. Get your men ready, Lieutenant, Steep ordered. Repulse the attack and counterattack. So that on the shoulders across the square. Houses on the other side, take it. Lieutenant Agarkov's chest skipped a beat and stopped. And in the hands moved violent power. He suddenly felt his large body, felt how cramped he was in the sooty basement, and instantly decided that he would not stay here for a single day. Understood? Cool asked. Agarkov drew himself up, clicked his heels. Yes sir. Cook, said Verigin. I'll drive myself. Colonel Krutoy tossed his head. I myself, Verigin repeated furiously, quietly, as if he had won a victory over himself. He did not shout. The regiment commander mentally noted, well done. He well remembered the March battle for the bridgehead, when the division commander came to the regiment, and with him Verigin, a dapper lieutenant, commander of a platoon of submachine gunners. He remembered the Battle of Kharkov, the battles on the Zadansk bridgehead, on the city defensive bypass. Now they stand on the last meters. Cool understood him. He himself, with great joy, would now lead the battalion. On the counterattack, on the offensive. The division commander also understood. An hour ago he said. Look, Fyodor Fedorovich, so that there is not a step further than the Veriginsky command post. Do not break into the first trench for joy. Indeed, in the last week, so many joyful things fell on Krutoy that it seemed that if you collect the good things in your whole life, there will be less. It all started with the fact that he was summoned by the commander and presented with the Order of the Red Banner for the August battles on the Don. He looked around with displeased eyes, a sweatshirt, tarpaulin boots, a soldier's hat, he asked. What is it? They started the war as a lieutenant colonel, they still remain a lieutenant colonel. They reported to me, the best regiment. Cool would not admit to himself, would not admit to the Lord God that this was the most painful place. Zerdin ruthlessly jabbed at the very center. He could not stand it, he said sharply. Ready to fight as a private, comrade commander. Zerdin came close, stared intently for a minute, silently, as if he was remembering something or figuring it out, deciding. Then he touched his shoulder, it turned out somehow very kindly, in a homely way. It seems that he tried to smile, his lips curled up. But the smile did not work out, General Zerdin did not know how to smile. Said. This is my fault. After all, I know you and appreciate you, but you yourself see. The cool one was never spoiled. He is not accustomed to praise and reports. The commander's words were the best reward. And there is no need to raise him in the rank, Zerdin said. But how lucky. Indeed, Duzia arrived yesterday. Wife, Duzia. It was so unbelievable, as happens only in a dream. An orderly entered the dugout and said that a woman was asking him, Colonel Krutoy. Without turning his head, Krutoy waved his hand. I don't know any women. Go. The attendant immediately returned. On the face of a smirk. Comrade Colonel, she says that she is your wife. Duzia flew into the dugout, stopped, slapped herself with her palms. Ouch! She hugged her, began to kiss. Then she looked around and again said, "Oh." She was wearing a katsaveka lined with rabbit fur, a soldier's earflap, and a skirt made from a German cape. The boots were hefty, tarpaulin. His face, ruddy from frost, looked young, his eyes shone with joy. She looked around, began to frequent, sprinkled with the Odessa patter. "I was in such a hurry, I was in such a hurry, it's just terrible. You have to stay in place. Because, as they say, the Germans will soon be chased. And then, understand, will be impossible." "Who is speaking?" asked Fyodor Fyodorovich, still not believing that it was Duzia, his Duzia. "In Stalingrad, in his dugout." "How is, who?" "Everyone is talking, all the people. And I myself know, you can't drive anywhere beyond the Volga at night, the roads are clogged with Red Army soldiers and cannons. During the day it is spacious, and at night it is downright terrible. And everyone says that the offensive is coming soon." "But how?" "Of course, the offensive. Because it's about time." Fyodor Fyodorovich looked at his wife, believed and did not believe. "Both Tanya and grandparents are in Chelyabinsk. Do you understand? From Odessa, by the last steamer." And Fyodor Fyodorovich suddenly felt that this was how it should be. He was waiting for his wife all the time, she was about to arrive, she would come in. Duzia took off her hat, threw it down, looked around, slapped herself again with her hands. "And how lovely you live! And the floor is wooden, and stew, right? You know, I don't remember when I ate meat." She fell silent, looked at her husband with frightened eyes for a minute, then said softly, "Fedya," and suddenly she burst into tears. Grabbed him by the shoulders, nuzzled him in the chest. "I was so scared." She could tell how Odessa was bombed, how their house was on fire. She dug a grave for a murdered neighbor, bandaged the wounded, cursed obscenely, making her way to the steamer ladders, and in Chelyabinsk she unloaded railway cars and chopped firewood at a lumberyard. Fyodor Fyodorovich never saw Duzia cry. He was frightened, but he did not know what to do, how to console. He just hugged her, so dear, so sweet. He asked, "How are you?" "Through the Volga." Duzia stopped crying. "Very simple." Gave the boatman a ring. "Remember the same. Otherwise, in any." Fyodor Fyodorovich suddenly saw that his wife had lost weight, grown old, the skirt from the German cape was burnt. "You know," she said, "I don't want to leave you. Attach me somewhere, as a typist or wash clothes. I can do everything, you know. Ask whoever you need." Then they dined, Duzia admired the Volga, and thin stew, and even soldier jokes. To everyone who went into the dugout, she cordially offered. "Do you need to wash anything? You collect." In the evening, when there was a free hour, Fyodor Fedorovich suggested, "Shall we play a game?" Duzia looked frightened. "Lord. After all, when it was, even before the war." It is not known why, but at that moment Krutoy realized that they were standing at the edge. He, Duzia, everyone, stand at the edge. Gotta get over it. Dashing trouble is the beginning, to take this long-awaited step. Now, forgetting the order of the division commander, feeling that he would not be able to restrain himself, he said, "Look, Verigin. I will follow you." The Germans poured through the white square like a dirty surf shaft. The mines exploded in the very thick, puffed with smoke, smashed, scattered. Captain Verigin heard Agarkov's command, short, familiar, merciless. "I heard my machine guns, I saw someone's distorted face." The avalanche, thinned and torn in 1 minute, rolled back, but then, as if it had been hit by a hurricane, splashed out again onto the square. Long-brimmed overcoats, knife bayonets, machine guns. For some reason, Captain Verigin could not distinguish faces. They all looked amazingly similar to each other. Maybe because I saw the German attack for the 100th, or even the 1000th time. Today was like always. And yet it's different, it didn't ache in the stomach, it didn't crush the boot. Agarkov will remain to cover. Just a moment. Don't miss the moment. And the regiment commander was waiting for this moment, and the division commander. But the one who needs to rise first feels it better than others. The Germans ran and fell. But there were still a lot of them. It seemed that the German commander, who directs the attack, decided to exterminate his own soldiers. Machine guns felled the Germans like hail on wheat. But getting closer, closer. And at the moment when the front ones seemed to come across an invisible barrier, huddled together, backed away, Verigin grabbed the stones. He has long been fond of these stones. And put the foot comfortably. Forward Ed. There was a moment, I felt a tightly tightened belt and pain in my knee. But everything was gone. Only other people's overcoats and helmets 10 paces away, only someone's wide-open mouth and a soundless cry. The shots rained down thickly and heapedly, the hoarse breathing of the stray crowd was heard, crunchy and blunt blows. Go ahead. Stone houses, here they are. Captain Verigin is looking for a German. But for some reason it can't find it. Flashed a hefty fighter. And one more. And the Germans? Where are the Germans? A stone wall, soot on the snow. Trenches, a tin gas mask, a crushed gramophone record. What is it? Have you taken it? Someone puts a pot of water in their hands. Drink, battalion. Agarkov? Already? He's covering. Lieutenant Agarkov laughs, points back, look, really? The house is sooty, all in holes and breaches. This is their house, 4 entrances, 4 floors. The uncaptured bastion. And behind it is another house, the last one on the way to the Volga. And a stone factory chimney. Cut in half. How far to water? 200, 300. Shot in the shoulder. Well done, Verigin, regiment commander. Well, yes. Well done, Cool repeated. They scrambled. Thank you, Lord. He frowned, moved his eyebrows. Look, the battalion commander, otherwise they will move in the heat of the moment. And Captain Verigin, filled with crazy delight, laughed. No shit, take the nearest house, and Krutoy waved his hand forward. They will accumulate there. Look around and go. 5 minutes for you. Until they woke up. The shots thinned out, someone laughed. Look into their dugout, the whole wall is covered with naked women. Another said compassionately. Patients probably lived. Analysis, is called. Armor-piercer Likarev chuckled. We will heal them. The signalmen ran across the square, pulling a wire, from behind the Volga Corps artillery began to strike, and in the muddy, snow-covered sky, the Petliakovs sailed heavily, fell in a dive behind the railway track. Shells were bursting in the German defense, behind the nearest houses, frozen earth flowed from the walls of the trench. Captain Verigin laughed at something. Quiet and hard. It was like he was clattering his teeth. He didn't know anything yet. He only smelled with a familiar soldier's scent. He shook his head and shouted. Agarkov, go ahead. 2-story house, see. Forward. There, in front, poured machine guns. It quieted down for a minute, and the furious shooting rose again. Then grenades began to burst. Lieutenant Agarkov saw black haze. The absurd thought came that the Germans were killing each other. They kicked in the side, Shorin stuck cheek to cheek. Comrade Lieutenant, well. Agarkov snapped impatiently. There are ours. Koblov and Anisimov. Comrade Lieutenant. Agarkov waved his hand broadly. And waved. Forward. The soldiers crawled. We jumped up, made a short dash. Signalers held out the wire, rolled into the trench. Colonel Dobrynin spoke abruptly and clearly into the receiver. The whole regiment, forward. Yes, yes. The whole regiment. Cool replied shortly. I'm listening. And one more thing. Do you hear me? There will be a celebratory dinner. The commander presented a bottle of cognac. Georgian, vintage. What is this, a new appointment? Cool thought. But he quickly dismissed that thought. No. The soldiers are overjoyed. Nobody knew anything yet. But everyone guessed. And General Paulus did not know. The long November night was drawing to a close. As in the evening, a piercing wind was blowing, snow was flying outside the window. Stanitsa Golyabinskaya was asleep. Only the commander did not sleep. As if he had a presentiment, he was waiting. He listened to the whistle of the wind, someone's indistinct voice in the chimney. The stove was Russian and the voice was Russian. Everything around is Russian. Incomprehensible, terrible. The muttering, the hooting in the chimney grew louder, there was a creak in the attic, the general imagined, under a heavy step. The terrible was coming. And when the phone rang, when I heard the voice of General Strecker, the commander of the 11th Army Corps, I understood, it had begun. After a long artillery preparation, the Russians went on the offensive. The right flank of the 3rd Romanian Army southwest of Kletskaya is broken through. Russian tanks are moving toward Seleznev. The 4th Romanian Corps is defeated. General Strecker was in a hurry. He swallowed the words. Army Chief of Staff General Schmidt reported on possible countermeasures. He hurried, didn't speak. He jerked his chin and pulled his neck out of the tight collar. It was like he was being choked. The commander understood that it was useless to hurry. Outside the window, the wind howled piercingly, viscously, hit the fluffy windows, then flew in from the other side. Accompanied by the adjutant, Paulus left. The icy wind burned his hands and face, waved the floor hissing. The night had not yet melted, had not gone away, car engines were humming nearby, someone was shouting, calling Sergeant Schultz. The stormy pillowcase was torn apart, the stars peeped out, faded, cold. General Paulus stood motionless, either listening to a blizzard, or looking for something in the rainy sky. He said softly, "The Southern Cross. Here it is." The adjutant looked around fearfully. "Mr. General, what are you talking about? The constellation Southern Cross is not visible from here." Paulus stepped over, turned his back to the wind. "I just remembered General von Wittersheim." The wind shouted a piercing, terrible, Die Niederlage. Defeat. The general caught his breath. "Wollen Sie nichts?" "You don't want to." And again. "Nights." General Paulus did not want to. But there was nothing I could do. Book 2. Chapter 1. Russian shells broke the German front line. The earth was thrown up, as if rearing up, and did not have time to fall. Iron beams and logs, fragments of cars, boots and helmets flew up. Living soldiers got out, crawled out from under the rubble, stunned and half-mad from under the rubble, crawled to no one knows where, if only further. From the bridgehead on the western bank of the Don near Serafimovich and the village of Kletskaya, the Soviet armies of the southwestern and Don fronts launched a counteroffensive. The telephone reports were panicked, the commanders pleaded and demanded. Communication was constantly torn, the air was filled with the voices of Germans and Romanians. But the staff vehicle worked smoothly, regularly, decisive countermeasures were taken. The 48th Tank Corps under the command of Lieutenant General Geim was moving out of the reserve, and the 14th Tank Corps was preparing to leave the city in order to hit the flank of the Russian breakthrough. The fighting of the assault groups in the city ceased, an army reserve was urgently created. The Army Chief of Staff, General Schmidt, read his proposal standing up, in a clear, stern voice, while Paulus sat at the table with his head bowed low. He knew in advance that everything with Schmidt would be very correct and logical, not a single amendment would be required, and now he, the commander, would sign everything. As always signed. Because Schmidt is an excellent cameraman, his proposals, projects, conclusions and decisions amaze with iron logic and impeccable clarity. You may not even listen. We will begin the transfer of the army command post immediately. Paulus raised his head, looked inquiringly. Isn't it too early? Immediately. Schmidt repeated. He was not going to spare not only the enemy, but even his commander. Paulus closed his eyes, restrained himself. He understood that now there was no time for emotions, and the main thing was not how Schmidt behaved, whether he was right or wrong about something. The main thing is in the actions of the enemy. The army command post is moving to the village of Nizhny Cherskaya, the 14th Tank Corps, consisting of the 24th and 16th Tank Divisions, is crossing the Don in a forced march and, from the heights west of the village of Golubinskaya, delivers a flank attack. It's like that. Paulus believed that the most correct thing was to start an immediate retreat beyond the Don, to prevent the threat of encirclement. Berlin approved the countermeasures of the Sixth Army, but left the request to move away from Stalingrad and withdraw the army in a southwestern direction without an answer. What will happen tomorrow? What if the Russians strike from the south? It was late at night. Paulus sat alone in his apartment, intently, as if under hypnosis, looked at the map. He placed one hand on the north flank, the other on the south. Slowly, as if afraid of himself, he moved and clasped his hands together. All that was inside was the Sixth Army. He had the main responsibility. But is it only on him? He is bound by Hitler's order not to leave the Volga under any circumstances, deprived of freedom of action. He only has the right to obey. Act at your own discretion, resist. But if you start preparing to leave the city in the expectation that the order will still be received, you can bring disorganization and panic into the troops. Just waiting is pointless and stupid. So what to do? Either he slept that night, or he didn't sleep. Probably slept. Because I saw Hitler, heard his voice. But no matter how hard he tried, he could not remember a single word. He stood, looked out the blue dawn window, was afraid of a phone call. What would the first reports bring? And when it was reported that in the south, in the zone of the 4th Tank and 4th Romanian armies, the Russians began powerful artillery preparation, Paulus decided, they would not resist. In the operational department, a new situation was hastily mapped. The Russians were advancing from the bridgehead at the Sarpinsky Lakes in a general direction to the north. A direct threat was created for the railway line Morozovskaya, Chur station. Summing up, the Chief of Staff said, "The Soviet command intends to close the pincers. If the 48th and 14th Panzer Corps did not fulfill their mission, the army would be surrounded." At the army command post, everything was strict and clear, like a month ago, the running clatter of typewriters, and voices, and the rustle of paper, and the buzzer of field telephones. But no. If you look closely, listen carefully, you could catch that anxiety penetrated the business rhythm, voices became harsher, forged heels called louder than usual, the duty officers of the operations department became noticeably fussy, and tobacco smoke did not have time to dissipate. There was a tense expectation in every look, in every gesture, nervousness concealed in the restrained voices. From the way they met the officers, how they sent them off, looked at the clock, at the barometer, with what attention they looked at the Russian radio code, it was felt, the army headquarters was seized with alarm. A huge gap gaped in the north, the troops fled. In the south, Russian tanks approached the command post of the 4th Panzer Army, reached the Don. Right or wrong, nobody really knew anything. And because they did not know, they caught every rumor, each interpreted it in its own way, depending on the character, on the mood, and even on ill health. But still, events unfolded so rapidly that even people with enviable optimism began to figure out the worst in their minds. Schmidt gave orders loudly and viciously. Paulus drank black coffee and smoked incessantly. A glimpse, not seeing anything, ran through the documents, hurriedly signed. The army was in mortal danger. To save her, we must begin an immediate withdrawal. But Paulus also understood that, having left the Volga, he would forever lose his huge success. This will mean the defeat of the entire southern front. If he gives the order to retreat, he will be called the culprit of the defeat. He, Paulus, does not want to be a famous goat. Hope flared up and lit up. Maybe the Russian counteroffensive would be localized. Or they will be allowed to move away from Stalingrad. But to retreat meant to endanger the German armies in the Caucasus. And if they lose the Sixth Army, defeat was coming from everywhere. He leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. I saw my Berlin apartment, a well-established life for decades. I saw my wife and daughter. I tried to imagine grandchildren. The son-in-law must be seconded. Baron von Kuchenbach. A magnificent party has developed. It seems that the daughter sincerely loves him. Talented, well-educated, knows Russian. We'll teach at the university. We need to find a reason and send out. It is in his power, he will do it. But what will happen next? On the 21st of November, General Paulus left the village of Golubinskaya. 2. Fizzler Storch took off from the headquarters airfield, crossed the Don, headed south, to Nizhny-Cherskaya. They flew low. Paulus looked at the dense scattering of stanitsa houses, at the Zaydansk hillocks. For some reason he was afraid to lose the church bell tower from his field of vision. As if he still hoped to understand, to define. Even from the plain she was seen tall, huge, unbearably Russian. All the days, all the weeks, while the army command post was in Golubinskaya, he was drawn to this Russian church. Walking, I suddenly found myself beside. I looked at the church from the window of the apartment. And he was attracted not by the old masonry, not by the elegance of strict lines, and, of course, not by religious motives. Only now, on the plain, did he realize what was pulling him with a sense of fear. From the Russian church emanated something age-old, something inexplicably huge. The terrible thing was this inexplicability. It cannot be overcome. The feeling of Russian inviolability emanated from the gray-hewn stones of the basement, from the dark, gloomy burnt bricks, and even, as if beaten off by a ruler, seams. Every time General Paulus was drawn to look up, to see the spire and the copper bell. The belfry is high, straight, and the bell hung heavy, silent, formidable. Most of all, Paulus was afraid to look up. It seemed to him that the bell was about to thump, strike, buzz like cast copper. When will the bell strike? Now General Paulus was looking from the cabin of the Fizzler Storch at the village of Golubinskaya, saw the church bell tower, with a chill in his chest he was waiting for a copper blow. And suddenly he remembered, it had already happened. Well, yes, it was. On the morning of the 19th. The day before yesterday. No, the bell was silent. Because the days of bells are over. Russian artillery preparation began on the left flank of the army. Artillery preparation, breakthrough. Called, buzzed field telephone. But it was no better, as if the alarm had sounded. The church bell tower floated by, got lost, the stanitsa houses sank in the snowy whiteness, and Paulus suddenly realized that he had departed forever, the brightest and proudest thing in life had flown away. Here, at the command post in the village of Golubinskaya, he fully felt his power, it was here that he regained his former faith. On fine September days, when everything around exuded an unusual, marvelous aroma of withering herbs, when you drink and do not get drunk of blue cool air, he drove out of the village, on a high hillock, looked at the calm, cold dawn, at the yellowing floodplain forest, at the village of Ryumino, what lay opposite Golubinskaya. I saw how the roads were dusty, combat and transport aircraft flew by. I saw soldiers loaded with ammunition, brave officers pulled up, and thought, how wonderful it is to be in command, how pleasant it is to command with one stroke of the pen, break, destroy. Or put on your knees. Perhaps God himself gave him this power. Those were the days of great success. At times it seemed, to win only to lend a hand. There were few of them, these sweet, as if drunk, days. But still they were. Right here, in Golubinskaya. And now the station is behind. Paulus felt, understood, he would never return, most likely he would not even see Golubinskaya. No, he did not regret it, a terrible thing approached, when one had to not regret, not grieve, but be afraid. But come what may. Paulus caught himself in the fact that he no longer believed and did not even hope, he was ready to entrust himself to another. To not be tormented and not to answer. Of course, we must immediately move away from Stalingrad. It is necessary to withdraw the army in a southwestern direction, put it on a tough defense on the newly created line, and thereby enable the 17th and 1st Tank Armies to retreat from the North Caucasus. Get away from the Volga, from the North Caucasus. Is it to start curtailing the campaign? He remembered Hitler, if we do not take Caucasian oil, I will be forced to stop the war. How is that, stop? Stop, be satisfied with what you have achieved. But who will allow? So the war will roll back. But the headquarters still cherished hope. Everyone's eyes were turned to the commander. And he, suffering from forebodings and doubts, could not do anything, did not dare to decide. The conclusion, move away from Stalingrad, was arithmetically correct. But only in the interests of the army. If these interests do not coincide with the war plan, the proposal to leave the city will be rejected again. The Fizzler Storch flew low, the side wind knocked it on its wing. For some minutes the earth was seen terrifyingly close, and the heavy sky fell from above, ready to squeeze and crush. Under the wing of the plane, the village of Nizhny Cherskaya seemed huge. The streets, the alleys, the outskirts were black, as if the whole district had been flooded with liquid mud. And already when they went to land, Paulus, growing cold inside, guessed that these were troops. They stretched towards Nizhny Cherskaya from the south and east, crowded, accumulated at bridges and crossings, spread out and again turned towards the village, as if all roads led only here. There must have been a rumor that the headquarters of the army was located here. Thousands, tens of thousands of people rely on him, Paulus. A person always hopes, even if the last chance perishes. God, how terrible. But no, no. They have the right to hope. The Sixth Army is strong, the commanders are determined. All necessary measures have already been taken. Everything will be fine. The streets of Nizhny Cherskaya are packed with trucks, wagons, horses, soldiers. There was no room left to turn around. And where to turn around? In every nook and cranny, in every courtyard there is a lot. In the huts, the soldiers stood shoulder to shoulder, they could not even sit down. Clogged closets, summer kitchens, barns. In twos, threes stood in the closets, just to hide from the icy wind. Soldiers, wagons, trucks, gloomy, unfed horses, everything was covered with snow, it seemed to calm down, cradle, lay on the ground. The burning north wind laughed with devilish laughter, Gotchali. Where to go? In which direction? The wind chilled, freezing hands and face, dull pain penetrated to the very depths. What is this, the end? Just yesterday they were brave and strong, they wanted and they could. But now there is no front, no commanders, no rifles. There is no bread, no roof over your head. Now, the Cossack village, which does not want to shelter, the icy northeast and Russian tanks. Maybe the Russians are already approaching here, to Nizhny Cherskaya, and something needs to be done. Everyone wanted to go somewhere, to break through. But everyone got in the way. Pushed, covered each other with the last words. A lousy pig. It is for you. I was also awarded the Iron Cross for the French campaign. You do not know. Du bist Arsch mit Ohren. You ass with ears. Here you go, get it. Noise, hubbub and fight reared up, in 1 minute spilled over the entire width of the street, a dense crowd shied away from one end, then the other. Rifle shots boomed, burst dryly. Frightened horses neighed, rushed out of the traces, the riders turned them aside, strove to straighten them out into the open. Horses climbed onto other people's carts, onto people, someone was knocked down, pounded with their feet. Help! I have children. But no one cared about other people's children. They climbed forward, pushed aside, made their way, into the room, under the roof. They dumped the wattle fence, poured into someone's farmstead, into an adobe reel. Nazahel. Here is the headquarters of the regiment. To hell with the regimental headquarters. We don't want to die. Nazahel. Crowds were breaking in the doors, and the fence was broken near the commandant's office. Feldgendarmes came from somewhere, as expected, with large, full-chest, metal plaques, in helmets, in full uniform. They moved in a tight line, firing into the air in hasty bursts. Back. But where it is, back, no one knew. And the gendarmes did not know. And over the roofs, over the entire village, a stormy wind hummed, flying snow obscured the sky, obscured the eyes. Sometimes the sun could be seen through the whitish mist, like a large cloudy spot. It looked like the sun was trying to see what was happening below. But it was frightened and retreated behind a snow pillowcase. And everyone went to Nizhny Cherskaya. They drove and walked. General Paulus tried to sit straight and stern. The thin face was drawn down, the parting on the head became wider, as if the hair had thinned out, crawled out. Thin lips formed sadly and mournfully, and his eyes looked reproachfully, as if he had seen, heard Hitler himself. Neck, glossy shaven cheek twitched nervously. Paulus hastily changed his position, leaned forward, grimaced, trying to get rid of the unpleasant. With sleek, thin hands he touched his temples, leaning his elbows on the table. Then he straightened up, looked out the window, listened to the wind humming. Thanks be to God, bad weather is holding back Russian aviation. Under the window they shouted. Halt! Slip! A rifle shot cracked hard. And more shots, on the distant streets. Paulus stirred in his chair, turned his head hard. Please, sort it out. Shooting disturbs me. He didn't see anyone, turned into nothingness. But someone hurried out of the room, several people stomped in the corridor. All the same, under the window, an authoritative voice shouted. You ist los. Paulus grimaced in annoyance, indeed. As if nothing had happened. It became quiet outside the window, no shots, no voices. Maybe not all is lost. You just need to soberly assess, strain your efforts, order. And the Russians? There was a painful thump under the spoon, it stopped. I thought, it would be better if Mr. Goth were not here. But General Goth sat opposite. Paulus did not want, he was afraid to look at him. Commander of the 4th Panzer Army. It's a lot when two armies. True, the 6th Army was still there, it was still alive. General Goth was sitting heavily on a chair, baggy, smoking, pouring ashes on his trousers and did not see it. He doesn't seem to care about anything anymore. He jabbed his cigarette but passed the ashtray, pulled a new cigarette out of the box with trembling fingers, flicked the lighter. They have been sitting for more than an hour, the two commanders, who were handed over, entrusted with a huge force, who reached with their troops to the Volga, to Stalingrad, and who now could not do anything. General Goth said. Russian tanks went straight to the command post of the army. There was nothing left for me to do. The Goth uttered this phrase word for the third time, he was waiting for sympathy, justification. Let General Paulus disagree with something, even reproach him, but just do not be silent. But Paulus, as never before, did not want to, he was afraid to utter the words. He could not justify the defeat of the 4th Panzer Army, but he did not dare to reproach. In addition, he believed that the defeat of the 4th Panzer Army was only a prelude, after which the main events should follow. 6th Army. 18 divisions. That's what's important. If the crisis is not eliminated, if the most decisive measures are not taken in the next few hours, the last chance will be missed. The tanks went straight to the command post, Goth repeated again. Paulus bowed his head in agreement. Yes. The only correct decision was to start an immediate withdrawal. So far, the Russian ring has only just appeared. While the enemy's battle formations are not too dense. But it must be done today, now. Tomorrow will be too late. But Paulus must wait. He has no right. To the north, on the left flank, there is a huge gaping gap. In the south, the 4th Tank and Romanian armies are defeated. The 16th Motorized Division, which was stretched to the line across the Kalmyk steppes, no one knows where. Up to the foothills of the Caucasus there is no one and nothing. Waiting is pointless and criminal. And yet you have to obey. The decision of the High Command can be the only one. We just need to be quick and decisive, Goth said. I don't presume to guess how this will all end. General Goth no longer believes in a happy outcome. It can be understood, lost the army, does not know what awaits himself. But why is it so dark? All you need is an order from an army group. Outwardly, Paulus was calm, spoke in an even voice, exposing the vowels, as if highlighting them, giving the phrase, his style, graphic clarity, almost elegance, and it never occurred to anyone, not a single person, how bad, sickening his heart was. Mentally, with painful haste, he sought a foothold. To reassure yourself, to reassure. Searched, found, Hitler. Chancellor and Supreme Commander. Yes, yes. There is a person, General Goth assured. Personal fate does not touch me. And Paulus, as if waking up, having regained his sight, guessed that most of all he worries about himself, checks everything with a measure of personal responsibility. And he, Paulus, oh my God. Is it really him too? General Paulus did not yet realize, did not understand. Suspicion pierced with a painful prick. To myself. He dismissed this thought, but then, as if a bucket of ice water had been thrown on him, he admitted, he also thinks about himself. Long ago. Ever since the doubts arose, General Paulus was horrified. Not thoughts, but no matter how they overheard them, they didn't read them. A map was spread out in front of him, and the head of the operations department began to report on the situation. The 11th Army and 14th Tank Corps were fighting with the Don in the rear. The tanks have already used up their entire fuel supply. The 4th Army Corps, relying on Stalingrad, repulses the fierce attacks of the enemy. The head of the operations department reported, while he himself looked out the window, as if he was waiting for consolation to arrive from the Stanitsa Street. Paulus also began to look out the window and suddenly realized that he was not listening to the report. The words had no meaning. Whoever said them? Only Hitler. He understands well. Today or tomorrow he will give the only order that will save the army. The window glass began to turn blue, not a sound came from the street, as if there was no one left in Nizhny-Cherskaya. No voices, no shots, no sound. It flared up, electricity caught fire. Paulus closed his eyes, the light seemed dazzling. Nearby, they stepped heavily from one foot to the other. Someone ordered softly and hastily. Curtains. Pull down the curtains. Paulus leaned back in his chair. I saw Colonel General Hoth, my first adjutant and chief of staff. Schmidt's face fell, his eyes widened, looking in astonishment, as if something else had happened, quite unbelievable. How could it be worse? Paulus saw a piece of paper in the adjutant's hand, a pale, bloodless face of the head of the operations department. There was silence. I could hear how intermittently, weakly, a tungsten filament glimmered in an electric light bulb. Radio message from Berlin, her general. The voice is muffled, hasty, alien. Never heard such a voice. Paulus and Goth got up at the same time. Because both feared and hoped. Berlin's decision may be the only one, but why does Schmidt have such a face, such eyes? And Colonel Adam, why? The lines of the radiogram are straight and strict. There are very few of them, these lines, because the situation is extremely clear, only one phrase is needed. The lines are even and tight. They are like the blade of a bayonet. General Goth and his staff are responding to new tasks. Yes, of course. The commander of the 6th Army, Paulus, and the chief of staff, Major General Schmidt, immediately fly into the resulting cauldron. Paulus looked up from the radio message. Have they gone crazy in Berlin? He felt how he was trembling, his insides were getting colder, his neck was squeezed like a noose. Gone crazy. The lines are sharp, pricked to death, immediately fly out. Can't be done. Führer and Commander-in-Chief. Berlin. November 22, 1942. Behind Paulus, someone was breathing hard and noisily, as if he were preparing himself and could not utter a word. And in the chimney there was a buzzing, roaring, as then, on the 19th at dawn. With amazing clarity, Paulus recalled a sleepless night, a desperate telephone call. A dazzling cold flash lit up his flushed head. He remembered, saw, almost physically felt, as if he had touched the events of the last weeks, the last days with his fingers, and realized that nothing could be changed. You can disagree, persist, resist, decide something, undertake something, count on something and hope, but nothing good will come of it. Because there are Russians. Thoughts about incomprehensible and terrible Russians had already come to him many times. And he always lost the thread, got into a dead end, felt helpless and unhappy. And if the High Command also begins to give such ridiculous orders, who signed the radiogram? As if not believing himself, Paulus again looked at the sheet of paper. The Army Command Post should be located near the Gumrak station. And to sign. Who could sign? There was a flash of hope. But no. The signature is inexorable, cruel, Hitler. It broke in the chest. But outwardly he remained calm, not a single gesture betrayed either excitement or indignation. "Gentlemen," Paulus said softly and looked around at everyone. He repeated, "Lord. By order of the Führer, the command post of the army is transferred to Stalingrad." Everyone stood still. It's like they stopped breathing. No one has yet had time to be alarmed, frightened, or indignant. Everyone was dumbfounded. Only General Goth, apparently unable to hide his joy, smiled a crooked, guilty smile. He said, looking away, "I regret that the order deprives me of the opportunity to fight in Stalingrad to the end." Fear flickered across his face. Maybe General Hoth got sick from his own lies. It seems that Paulus understood that. However, he did not reproach, he said quietly. "In all likelihood, an even more serious matter awaits you. I wish you success," and extended his hand. Farewell did not delay. Already on the plain, when both Nizhny Cherskaya and Don were left behind, Paulus grinned sadly to himself, to Zerdin in his hands. Chapter 2. The night sky over Stalingrad rose and fell from the flashes of guns, as if someone huge, terrible would suddenly rise up, illuminate the black stones and white snow, groan heavily, dying to death, then fall down, collapse, breathlessly silent. Then it becomes audible how the slush is going, rustling along the Volga, ice floes are breaking with a thunderous crash. The Volga stirred, moved slowly and difficultly, as if hunched over, dragging an unbearable weight on itself. The left bank was disappearing, drowning in the night's invisibility, and only when they burped did the 200mm gun screech, a wild flash indicating the floodplain forest, distant, black, inaccessible. The shells heavily carried the death sentence, fell into the ruins. Fire flew up, and the sky shied away in fright, the stars disappeared, as if squinting, so as not to see. Machine guns from both sides collided in an angry battle, as if they dug into the throat with iron teeth. Machine guns began to fall, from window openings, from bomb craters. Soldiers seemed to jump out of the ground, silently, without a cry, rushed to the shots. They disappeared and reappeared. Then everything calmed down, as if both the Russians and the Germans were listening, trying to catch the sounds of a big, unearthly battle. The time was approaching dawn. The army headquarters did not close their eyes. General Zerdin paced the spacious room impatiently, kept looking at his watch. He is still wearing the same fur sleeveless jacket, the same strong yuft boots, and the lower jaw, yes, moves, as if trying to see if it has become weaker, and the heavy chin is directed forward, and the cartilaginous nose with a hook. Zerdin hasn't changed at all. And near Kharkov, and in Stalingrad, on the last meters of the Volga bank, he was equally severe, firm and resolute. There was never a soft intonation in his voice. Surovtsev never once saw Zerdin smile. Even now, when a great turning point has been outlined, exactly what they thought and dreamed about during the retreat, General Zerdin did not become either softer or kinder. Although they survived in the ruins of Stalingrad, surrounded the Germans, neither difficulties nor bloodshed diminished. The war was ahead, affectionate, kind words did not come. And Surovtsev, himself, the colonel was sitting at a small, wizened, tired table. He was the same as always. On the morning of the 19th, a counteroffensive began, the possibility of which he had anticipated back in August. But Surovtsev did not allow himself either to rejoice or be seduced by premature hope. Perhaps he felt the satisfaction of a professional military man that he was not mistaken in his analysis, in his assessment of the course of military events and in his conclusions. But it was too early to rejoice. It seems that never before had Surovtsev thought, pondered over the map as intensely as he does now. I wanted to understand, to predict how the enemy would behave. In general terms, he knew, almost certainly, what the troops of the Don and southwestern fronts would undertake. He understood his task well. But everything will depend on how the Germans behave. Colonel Surovtsev considered the possible options in his mind, and all of them were not in favor of the enemy. Some decisions seemed quite reasonable, logical, reasonable from a purely military point of view, but politically undesirable, even dangerous. Other decisions could only be justified by politics, but from a military point of view they seemed not only unjustified, but even illiterate. Putting himself in the position of a German commander, he did not find anything that could rectify the situation on the southern sector of the front. How does the Nazi command assess the situation? Exactly at midnight, the radio encryption of Paulus was intercepted in Berlin. Now they were waiting for the decoders. The head of the intelligence department, a handsome young lieutenant colonel, came and went again, frowning and preoccupied. General Zerdin asked. Well, the lieutenant colonel pulled his hands at his sides. As if groped, comrade commander. Zerdin bowed his head, as if he were about to butt him. Feel faster. The commander did not hide his impatience, he wanted to know. His own actions depended on it, whether much or little blood would be shed. The staff officers shifted cautiously from foot to foot, silently glancing at Surovtsev, at Zerdin, at the heavy door. Everyone was allowed to sit down and smoke, but everyone seemed to have forgotten. Only Surovtsev smoked with a goat's foot. He looked calm, perhaps even indifferent, and it never occurred to anyone that, like everyone else, he was waiting with great impatience to check his assumption. Outwardly, it was absurd, unnatural, but Surovtsev seized on it, because he suddenly realized, there is no right solution for the enemy at all. In the circumstances that have arisen, he will go to extremes in order to amaze himself and others, to extract a new means and a new opportunity from an unusual, terrible. This idea was not clear. He treated her with distrust, because he agreed only with the facts. Accepted reasonable assumptions, hid emotions deeper. He appreciated hot tempers, but accepted only what became tangible, and only when the headquarters calculations were clear to every soldier. The idea that the Germans would not leave Stalingrad seemed too absurd, but he could not free himself from it. I looked at the map. Here it is, the front, the North Caucasus. Where does the enemy see a way out? Surovtsev shrugged his shoulders. However, in Berlin they are looking for and will accept one of the options, which he, Surovtsev, considers unsuitable. The encirclement ring is becoming denser, the outer front is moving away. Hitler's command must restore the broken front. And to cope with this, it will try to detain the Soviet armies near Stalingrad. To do this, they will force Paulus to fight surrounded. But will the enemy be able to stabilize the front, having lost several armies? If it does not restore and roll back, there will be a direct threat to Army Group A in the North Caucasus. She needs to be removed quickly. And Stalingrad, the Sixth Army? What role will she play? The idea that the Hitlerite command would make a terrible sacrifice just to even out the game has not yet appeared in all its nakedness, it has only touched the consciousness. And she went away, faded. Because it was hard to believe. But what will they do anyway? Of course, the Chief of Staff of the army could not think about the plans of the German command. The army has completed the main task, it will play its role to the end. Further decisions will not be taken by the army. Now everything will be measured by the scale of the war. However, he, Surovtsev, cannot fight with his eyes shut, he wants to know definitely and firmly. He will be able to perform his duties well only when he can clearly see the whole war. How will the enemy behave? The heavy door swung open and banged against the wall. The head of the intelligence department entered, stern and preoccupied, with a sheet of paper in his hand. Zerdin stopped. And although it was clear that he had managed to decipher and now he would read it, he nevertheless asked. Well, the head of the intelligence department, accurately emphasizing the importance of the document, tossed his head. He didn't say a word, he held out a piece of paper. The staff officers, as if drawn by a magnet, stepped closer. Even closer. Closely surrounded. Only Colonel Surovtsev remained at the table. General Zerdin barely perceptibly moved his head from side to side as he read. Then he looked at everyone. He shook, crisply straightening the paper, and asked. You didn't mess anything up here? And then I know you. The head of the intelligence department answered in an unexpectedly quiet, tired voice. That's right, Comrade Commander. Zerdin looked at him with a long, questioning look, as if seeing him for the first time, as if he were a stranger. No one, except for close employees, knew how little this person sleeps and how hard he works, collecting bit by bit data about the enemy, analyzing, summarizing. Reading the intelligence, few people thought about how expensive the most insignificant information is, how often one has to pay with human lives for a few lines of reporting. Today everything turned out easy and simple. Maybe now everything will be easier and simpler. General Zerdin was silent, as if he were making the last estimate. He coughed, hurried himself. November 23, 1942. Top secret. OKH radiogram, 6. Copy, Army Group B. Zerdin angrily jerked his sinewy neck, my Führer. And he fell silent, as if someone else's, hostile words stuck in his throat. Once again he glanced at everyone, turned to the Chief of Staff. He was still sitting at the table, listening, raising his sharp chin. His eyes were sharp, uncompromising. At that moment it seemed to Zerdin that the colonel was listening only because everyone was listening. He already knows. He guessed the essence. General Zerdin took a step. They made way for him. He sat down at the table next to Seleznev, without looking at anyone, and said hurriedly. I ask you to sit down, and without any pause, as if deciding to finish this business as soon as possible, he repeated, my Führer. He sat comfortably on a stool, began to read evenly and clearly, as teachers read in a literature lesson. From the moment your radiogram was received, transmitted on the evening of November 22, events developed rapidly. It was not possible to close the boiler in the southwest and west. Here the forthcoming wedging of the enemy appears. Ammunition and fuel are running out. Many batteries and anti-tank guns used up all their ammunition. Timely sufficient supply is excluded. The army is in danger of being annihilated in the very near future unless a devastating blow is dealt to the enemy advancing from the south and west by concentrating all forces. This requires the immediate withdrawal of all divisions from Stalingrad and large forces from the northern sector of the front. The inevitable consequence must then be a breakthrough to the southwest, because with such weak forces it is no longer possible to hold the eastern and northern sections of the front. At the same time, we will lose a lot of material and technical means, but we will save most of the valuable fighters and at least part of the equipment. General Zerdin fell silent. Someone said. Quite logical. The commander looked over his head with his eyes. The German command has always been distinguished by iron logic. Relying on numbers, on logic, the Nazis decided on an eastern campaign. This very logic brought them to Stalingrad. Now the commander of the 6th Army quite logically wants to leave Stalingrad. I want them to continue the logical chain. He turned his head and squinted at his chief of staff. I noticed how the face of Colonel Seleznev was touched by a barely perceptible smile. Well, yes, almost like this, Seleznev said back in October. Do not say anything, smart. He touched Seleznev on the shoulder and said. Okay. It was easy and trustworthy. All right, Zerdin repeated. He even tried to smile, but either he couldn't, or he held himself back. I remember everything. And I thought, he needs a general. He put his fists on the table, as if protecting, guarding the document, nodded, allowed himself. Being fully responsible for this very serious report, I report at the same time that the commanders of the corps, Generals Heitz, Strecker, Hube and Jenik, assessed the situation in the same way. Based on the current situation, I once again ask for freedom of action. Heil, my Führer. He covered the sheet with his palm, straightened up. He sat, was silent, looked in front of him. It was quiet in the dugout, the noise of the night battle did not penetrate here, only volleys of large caliber guns were heard in muffled sighs. Zerdin was silent for a minute, listening to the silence. Then he said. That's it, that means. Everyone was fussing, talking, arguing. They breathed in a driven, noisy way, as if they were running a whole mile away. Of course, they will go for a breakthrough. What is left for them? Like what? If the outer front doesn't move far enough. Someone, trying to attract attention, repeated quietly and hastily, as if he found something outlandish. Comrades, comrades. And they fell silent, turned to Colonel Surovtsev. He slowly, concentratedly, as if doing a great deed, twisted the goat's leg. She came out long, sharp, with something barely perceptible reminiscent of a bayonet. And he froze, as if he decided to take a closer look at his product. Without raising his gray head, he said quietly. Of course, it's hard for me to imagine myself in Hitler's place. Zerdin raised his eyebrows. He leaned his knuckles against the table and chuckled a little. Well, yes. It's difficult, repeated Surovtsev. I think, however, he understands well that, having left Stalingrad, he will never return. Well, yes, Zerdin uttered again. But there was no irony in his voice, only expectation. It is likely that Hitler will not allow the withdrawal. And what about the deblockade and the restoration of the former front line? Is the goal the same? Excuse me, Grigory Ilyich, I do not link. Surovtsev sighed softly and politely. He lowered his gray, balding head low, spoke with a breath, as if feeling every word. Hitler, first of all a political figure. Adventurer and criminal. Surovtsev repeated. Political figure. The course of the war shows that he thinks primarily in political categories. So what? Asked General Zerdin, visibly angry. We are military people. Assuming, trying to foresee, we expect from the enemy decisions dictated by military considerations. The decision of the Hitlerite command may be quite unexpected for us. More precisely, Surovtsev was silent for a minute. He looked straight at Zerdin. Excuse me, comrade commander, but today I won't dare. Zerdin waited, was silent. As if he hoped that the chief of staff would speak out after all. Disbelief flickered in his eyes. It was like reading and understanding the thoughts of the chief of staff. You think that Hitler will not allow the retreat. But in this case, Paulus, most likely, will take responsibility and go for a breakthrough. And if he doesn't? Surovtsev asked loudly and tossed his head, looked at the commander with a challenge. Zerdin looked at the map for a long time, touched it, and lightly rubbed his forehead. It is likely that Paulus will be shot for disobedience. But you cannot imagine a general who does not sacrifice himself for the sake of the army. Straightened up. He swept his palm off the table once and twice. We will be guided by military considerations. We will attack. All along the front and with all forces. We won't let him. Colonel Surovtsev tilted his head. Yes, of course. Will be guided by military considerations. It is only necessary that the actions of the army be reasonable. You should match your actions with the actions of the enemy. If it turns out that Hitler is sacrificing the army for other purposes, one must be patient and save oneself from the great temptation to do away with Paulus immediately. Hitler, it seems, is counting on the fact that the Russians will climb ahead. The loss of the Sixth Army will be fully compensated by Russian blood. But everything will be exactly as Zerdin says. And to object, how? The commander looked at Surovtsev, saw a large, yellowish, as if wax, forehead, a thin back covered with a tunic, and suddenly felt his soul stir and freeze. It became languid and warm. I wanted to move closer, to look into my eyes. It is not known why, but right now, at this very moment, I understood and appreciated my chief of staff. It became embarrassing that he did not know him completely. Just like that, drink, don't drink. Likes or doesn't love. Wife, children. I did not seek to look into someone else's soul. All this happened because he himself never confessed to anyone, did not expect either sympathy or support. He concealed sorrows and joys in himself, kept until he met his wife and children. General Zerdin did not understand, did not like people who flaunted their joys and their sores, consoled themselves with hasty sympathy, rejoiced at the praise of random interlocutors. It seems that only now I have understood how difficult it is to live without human participation, without a kind word, without a joke. Now, right now, I wanted to find something good, pleasant for Colonel Surovtsev, so that he would understand how highly he appreciates him, to forgive formality and dryness. Mentally hurried to find good words. With surprise, almost with fear, I realized how difficult it was to do this. I saw that everyone was standing. After all, he invited me to sit down. And for the first time in my life I thought about how difficult his character is, how difficult it is for people to serve next to him. General Zerdin felt guilty, he was angry that fate had bypassed him with a very important human quality. But is he to blame? For as long as he can remember, there was a war, there was a struggle. Not for life, but for death. He had no childhood, no youth. He did not know how to dance, he felt uncertain, awkward in a restaurant, among civilians, it was difficult for him to figure out the menu. Because he had been a soldier all his life. He knew how death rings, laughs and chokes, he knew the taste of his own blood, he saw thousands of deaths. The country lived in heavy tension, to be or not to be. Zerdin always either prepared for war or fought. He spared neither himself nor others. He could not, had no right to be either soft or affectionate. Swept away, discarded these feelings. Because they interfered with the fight. Strived only to be fair. He never thought, was not interested in how and what his subordinates thought about him, he did not care about the attitude of high authorities. He simply gave himself to the service of everything, entirely, for the sake of victory he was ready to give his life. In every soldier and commander, he wanted to see the same readiness. He demanded this readiness. Because without it, you can't win. Because of this, he became coarse, his character became hard and unyielding, but tenderness pushed into his soul. And Zerdin understood, guessed that he would not be able to be either affectionate or kind. Scared. He was ready to blame himself, but there was nothing to blame. It was just such a time, such was the position. General Zerdin saw that everyone was standing. Colonel Surovtsev hunched his shoulders and did not look at anyone. He thought. At the temple, a thin vein was in a hurry, in a hurry. Again the thought pushed, the general to him. He unbuttoned the top button on his sleeveless jacket, said quietly. Everyone rest until 7:00. Looked at the clock. They showed 7:15. Until 9, he corrected himself and nodded. When everyone left, he said. Grigory Ilyich. Colonel Surovtsev looked tired, it seemed to Zerdin sad. The same home scarf. Both the one and the wrong one. New, or what? Unexpectedly, he said to himself. As a cadet, I wore down gloves. Gorgeous gloves. Mom sent. Colonel Surovtsev's eyebrows twitched. Carefully adjusted the scarf. Zerdin asked. New. And suddenly he noticed a guilty shyness in the eyes of the chief of staff. It's like he's been caught. You see, Surovtsev uttered and hesitated. But then, apparently not wanting or unable to hide his joy, he hurried, you see, my wife sent. I have no idea where she could. And smiled confidently. Zerdin suddenly understood, no matter how severe a person is, a longing for kindness lives in him, he will always respond to kindness with kindness. We just need to not lose this feeling. And, rejoicing that all this is in him, not lost, he stretched across the table. Grigory Ilyich. I just kept thinking that by character, by nature, a bad person. Surovtsev raised his head. You. Mikhail Grigorievich. Yes. Just now you said about your wife. I understand everything. I want to rejoice with you and share. And there are no words. Why? I appreciate you, I intend to petition for the assignment of a general's rank to you, but I don't know how to utter a kind word. You have to not only feel, but also express. The general is in vain, said Surovtsev quietly. It rumbled hard at the top. Behind the door they said angrily. The commander is resting. Until 9:00, Surovtsev repeated. In vain. And he frowned. Excuse me, Grigory Ilyich, I know better. And I say everything to the fact that it became terrible for myself. But what's the deal, war? Surovtsev nodded. War. But here, bad or good? You know, a bad person will never admit this even to himself. And Zerdin, as if throwing a heavy burden off his shoulders, breathed a sigh of relief. Thanks. He got up and left the table. He thrust his hands into the pockets of his sleeveless jacket, bowed his head low. I looked at my boots for a minute. He turned slowly, walked from corner to corner, and stopped in front of Surovtsev. He said as if he had drawn a line. War. He threw up his head, stepped closer, and it will end, we will win, we will survive. Then how? Will we become different? Surovtsev shook his head thoughtfully. Hardly. Then we will prepare for a new war. After all, they won't let us live in peace. And he got up too. He looked directly and sternly. Probably, his words took Zerdin by surprise, his cheekbones seemed to be cramping. They stood opposite each other, separated only by a table. General Zerdin wanted to shout, object, force him to take his words back. Because he hated war more than anything. However, he understood that Surovtsev was right, they would always either fight or prepare for war. They will always remain like this. Probably, the new generation of the military will be intellectually superior, will be well versed in art, in literature. But the military will never become like a musician. Because his main business is war, Surovtsev said. In my opinion, it is necessary to realize the necessity of our profession. And if a repentant thought comes to mind, it means that we are not so bad. We simply have no right to be different, he thought, shrugged his shoulders, that's all. Zerdin nodded. Then he said. Grigory Ilyich, let's have a drink. One at a time, right? You know, it's requested. Surovtsev looked at the commander either in surprise or incredulously. It seems that he understood. He collected wrinkles on his face, he smiled. Why not drink? We don't pamper ourselves that often. And most importantly, for revelation. This is the time to drink. Chapter 3. General Zerdin leaned his chest on the edge of the table, breathing hard into the telephone receiver. Dobrynin, are you going to follow my order? Why is the 313th Regiment marking time? I'm asking. The division does not leave close combat for the second day, Comrade Commander. Colonel Dobrynin is sitting in a sweatshirt, in a soldier's ear flaps. The jersey is tightly belted, a holster with a pistol under the left arm, in the German manner. And boots, and trousers, even ear flaps, in the snow, just returned from the front line. Together with steep crawling, he climbed the entire front line, but what's the point? No people, no ammo. There are 40 men in Captain Veregin's battalion. Order here, don't order. He hasn't been out for the second day, Dobrynin repeated muffledly and thought that Zerdin would now show up himself. He always comes when you need to force or convince. I muffled my annoyance and irritation, I decided, well, let it be. Don't get out of the fight, I know. I ask why the indicated line is not occupied. Commissar Zabelin, also dressed, is sitting next to Dobrynin, also returning from the front line. Only now he is not a commissar, now he is a political officer. Since October, political officer. This is correct, of course, in the army there should be unity of command, he ordered, that he chopped off with an axe, that's it. The political worker, in fact and duty, only helps the commander, all political work is visible in battle. It is necessary that the political instructor was next to the soldiers. In the first trench. This is most important when in the first trench. To teach by example to cross the deadly line. And how he does all this, it is impossible to tell. Maybe that's why Colonel Zabelin doesn't like official reports. When they come from the army headquarters and ask to see papers, Zabelin leads believers into battalions and companies. Upon return, paper reports are no longer asked. He had just returned from the front line, visited the companies. Everywhere is thin, look, it will tear. At the headquarters, on the shore, they also cleaned up. Rather would become Volga. Zablin sees that the division commander is at the limit, is about to break down. His father, he heard, was buried, and his wife is either seriously wounded or killed. And about the son, about the mother knows nothing. 3 days ago, a contact from the 138th Guards Division said that among those who remained alive on Traktorny was some kind of Dobrynin. Maybe a son, or maybe a namesake. Zablin and Dobrynin spend the night in the same dugout. Ivan Stepanovich has not slept for the last 2 nights. Everyone smokes. Zablin understands how hard it is for him, but he cannot help. How can you help? The commander himself sent scouts to find out, to find. But no one was found and nothing was found out. The divisional scout Nadia Vorozhaikina visited Traktorny. She returned and said, the Germans drove out the civilians, sent everyone to the Gumrak station, and then further. Where? Unknown. Maybe some of them hid, they are sitting, but they could not be found. In the lower village I saw only one old woman. Nadia tried to talk to her, to ask questions. But the old woman kept repeating the same thing. Prokur. Where is my Prokur? Nadia was very close when 2 German soldiers approached the old woman. The old woman asked. Where is my Prokur? One soldier looked at the other. Das ist Hex. It's a witch. The other laughed. Let's check now. He took off his rifle from his shoulder, fired at point-blank range. The old woman fell. Nadia hit about 10 paces away. She saw the old woman raise her head and say, "Can't be." The soldier fired again. Nadia did not learn anything about the Dobrynins. Zablin understands, sees how hard the division commander's soul is, it becomes awkward and even ashamed that he himself is not afraid for anyone, does not suffer. Because there is no one. No wife, no family, no friends. Only duty, and responsibility. But there was love, there was a wife. Sometimes he recalled his youth, his student years, was it really? Expectations, meetings. Next to Nina, everything seemed to be nothing and there were no long distances. He graduated from the Communist Academy, Nina from the Medical Institute. They were together every day, and Zablin could not imagine a day not to see Nina. Life rang with Nina's silver voice, everything around was smiling with Nina's smile, wherever you look, wherever you turn, big blue eyes look from everywhere comes the wonderful aroma of her hair, her perfume. People spoke in her words, laughed with her laughter, thought and spoke the same way with Nina. She was everywhere, in every person, and at the same time she was the only one. In the whole wide world, one. She looked at him very close, smiled and spoke only to him. Only he understood her words and smile. Only he, the only one, knew what she wanted to say and did not say. Zablin studied, wrote a dissertation, but Nina was the most important. Without Nina, there would be nothing. What if it won't? He was afraid of this thought, tried not to allow it, but for minutes he became afraid. What if everything collapses, disappears? Then these minutes became long, somehow hardened, as if a hard lump was stuck in the throat. Everything was dressed in cheerful colors, everything worked out, but the feeling of irreparability settled in him and took root. Everything was too good to be frightened, but the expectation of the bad did not pass. Nina became his wife, he brilliantly defended his dissertation, he was left at the department. Nothing more was required for human happiness. But the expectation of the bad did not leave. Zablin could not remember where and how it all began, but distrust of his wife arose in him. Nina was a pediatrician, often went to rural areas to consult patients, stayed there for several days, sometimes for a week. Zablin saw with what haste, with what readiness, as if in anticipation of extraordinary pleasure, she was going on a trip. Otherwise, she would suddenly start talking about an interesting person whom she had met by chance. Or about the discovery of Professor Saltzman. A delightful person, a bright talent. If his hypothesis is confirmed, there will be a revolution in medicine. Nina spoke about Professor Saltzman enthusiastically, selflessly and, it seems, did not notice anyone at that moment, neither her interlocutors, nor her husband. And soon he saw the professor. A symposium of pediatricians was taking place. Nina and Zaltzman were sitting at the presidium table nearby. Even now, several years later, Zabelin could not understand how it happened that he came to the assembly hall of the Academy of Sciences. Then he often thought that if he hadn't come in that day, maybe everything would have been different. He went in and stood at the lintel for a few minutes. There was a meeting, but Zabelin saw only Nina and Professor Saltzman. It became even scary, he saw them so close, as if a long table had been pushed close to him. He saw the eyes, the lips, the pink earlobe. He saw how the eyelashes twitched anxiously, how the lips moved. The thought had not yet come to him that his wife did not love him anymore. He had not thought about betrayal, but suddenly there was nothing to breathe, the desire to sink through the earth, to die, not to be was scorched by fire. He saw his wife, her eyes, her smile. Those eyes didn't look at him, they didn't smile at him. She looked at Professor Saltzman, bowed her head to him, her eyes caressed and loved. And Saltzman was young, handsome, famous. Everything became piercingly clear, painfully, deathly understandable, smiles, words, and sighs. I didn't remember how I went out into the corridor, into the street. On that day, he was waiting for his wife with anxiety. He asked, "Are you all right?" It seems that Nina did not expect such a question. And that's why I was more surprised than I would have been surprised at another time. Are you excited about something? She feels, she understands. Ready to hear harsh words. Because he has been waiting for these words for a long time. She hasn't loved in a long time. Because there is Professor Saltzman. Are you excited about something? Nina asked again. Zabelin saw the confusion on his wife's face, was horrified by his rightness and immediately realized that he could neither demand nor even reproach. Can't raise his voice. Just leave. In that case, you must leave. He just didn't know if he could live without Nina. He said. I stopped believing in you. I've noticed for a long time. The wife's eyes filled with horror. Then Zabelin often saw Nina in a dream, and every time this horror was on her face. Stopped, he repeated firmly. Nina was silent. She was silent for a very long time. The eyes became huge, obscuring everything in the world. I know, Professor Saltzman. Then he often remembered, did he name Saltzman or not? I couldn't remember. But Nina's voice remained forever in my ears. Well, Saltzman is Saltzman. She didn't make any excuses or protest. Just said. I think it will be difficult for us to live together. Oh sure. If there is reason not to believe. He did not think then that the reason is not yet the basis, and the suspicion is not the fact. But the wife was not indignant and did not cry, did not object with a single word. She unconditionally agreed, as if in order not to explain herself. In order not to stir, not to find out. Then it was like in delirium, explanations from the high authorities, some information, statements, sympathetic words, sighs and whispers behind my back. Zabelin took a vacation, but could not leave Moscow or occupy himself with anything. There was simply no urine to go to work, interest in the usual things was gone. Nina left him and he didn't know where she was. From morning till night I lay on the couch, staring at the ceiling. Thoughts are gone, nothing is left. Days and weeks passed. He washed, shaved, went to the dining room. But I could not shave, and not dine. Once an old comrade visited him, shook his head. You're dying, Zabelin said. I'm starting to think I was wrong. This is even worse than the wife's infidelity. The comrade put his hand on his shoulder. Need to live. And live well. The words were very simple and would have seemed vulgar another time. Now they sounded like a hope for salvation. Soon he was offered a business trip abroad. They said that he would represent the academy. Life went on. I had to rediscover myself. There were all the same colors, smells, sounds around. A new one also arose. Nazi Germany swelled eerily, it was applied with gunpowder from newspaper pages. Zabelin worked on his doctoral dissertation, lectured, became addicted to the history of Byzantine culture. He didn't have a single free hour. But his wife was not forgotten, she accompanied him everywhere. I woke up at night, stopped on the street, fell silent during a lecture, put down my fork at the table, because the voice of my wife was heard. Nina remained by his side, he loved her as before. Maybe it was this love that gave him the strength to live and work. Zablin knew that Nina had left Moscow. And he also knew that Professor Saltzman had received a high government award and was staying in Moscow. Why did Nina need to leave? More and more often the thought came that a terrible absurdity had happened. He began to rush about in mental searches. And he didn't know what he was looking for. But I still hoped to find. When the war began, when he asked, he went into the army, threw everything far back. For 100 years. But Nina stayed. But his own pains and torments receded so far, were so incomparable with the grief of a great many people, that he never dared to tell even Colonel Dobrynin about himself. Can you still tell? But only, no, now it is impossible. And General Zerdin will come any minute. The command post of the division was located in the same dugout as in September, only they made it more spacious. The sappers dismantled one wall, hollowed it out, dug out a new bunker, took the walls with logs and planks, laid 4 rolls. Zablin looked around as if for the first time he saw these walls, overcoats, maps. He suddenly thought that war does not only kill and maim. Like an iron rasp, it rips off the scab of life from a person, which prevents movement and breathing. Like old, worn-out clothes, a person throws off the burdensome burden of petty worries and petty passions. In the face of death and great responsibility, he becomes himself, both bad and good. Everything is in sight, without concealment, as if in the palm of your hand. And if you want, you can't hide. And a person never wants to look bad in the eyes of others, and he, often without noticing this, tries to do better. But a good deed in war is rarely seen. In war they appreciate and celebrate feats. Heroes are not made out of a desire to be noticed, spiritual purity calls for this. Colonel Zablin often thought about this, came to the firm conviction that feats are accomplished by brave, courageous people. And people who are pure and honest are brave. He remembered Captain Ivashchenko, Major Urashadze, Lieutenant Colonel Rudikov. With extraordinary clarity, he remembered everyone who was no longer there. Before the mind's eye, they stood not by rank and not by rank, they were different both in age, and in character, and in military rank. But heroism and death made them equally necessary for the living. Junior Lieutenant Grekhoff and Private Alyoshin. All people are different. And they died differently. The sameness lay in the fact that they remained in the memory of the living. He, Zablin, is still alive. It must be because he's lucky. He is fine. Nina doesn't count. And then he grabbed the idea that he lives calmly, confidently and fearlessly in the war only because Nina, be that as it may, exists. Let her fall out of love and leave. But still she is alive. Now, at this very moment, he realized that a secret hope still flickered in his soul. It is this hope that helps him in the most difficult days. And Dobrynin is bad. So bad it couldn't be worse. Scorched by the first winter winds, Colonel Dobrynin's face was rough, blackened and haggard. Deep wrinkles appeared, like incisions. And the eyebrows grappled tightly at the bridge of the nose. They do not flinch, they do not move. The face is motionless, the eyes look hard. And before that, Colonel Dobrynin did not flourish, but now there was nothing in him except a readiness to accept the last, perhaps the worst. Colonel Dobrynin is talking on the phone, listening to the commander. Shifts the handset from one hand to the other. Dobrynin, can you hear me? Why didn't you follow my order? There is no one to fulfill, comrade commander. There are 200 active bayonets in the 313th Regiment. Zablin again saw the plank walls, saw a puddle on the unplanned floor. He guessed, the boots were melting. 2 machine guns hung on the wall, Dobrynin and his political officer Zablin. The thought came that always, all my life there were machine guns, brass shells, kerosene stink. And this mortar gap. Behind the door someone said. They always throw at these hours. Only now more for the sake of order, 2 or 3, and waking up. Ivan, said Zerdin, I'll give you my last, take care of yourself as you would yourself. Understood? 00 will be ready by 22. On the shore, near the central ferry. Yes, look, do not deprive Krutoy, the heaviest falls on him. And Colonel Dobrynin decided, he would go ashore himself. I felt that I was worried and even seemed to be afraid, something would happen on the shore. He looked at his watch, but did not see the arrow. He intercepted, took the telephone receiver more firmly. But it was quiet in the receiver. And upstairs, behind a thick ceiling, it's quiet. Only the wick crackled. It suddenly seemed to Ivan Stepanovich that it was crowded and stuffy in the dugout. He wanted to go out, breathe in the freshness, the frost, the Volga. Without any visible connection, he remembered his first day in the 78th Division, the flat fire of German machine guns on a stone outcrop and Lieutenant Colonel Krutoy in a tight dugout. He remembered a German tank half 100 paces away. Then a black rainy night, pain and uncertainty. Wet dawn, the edge of the forest. Now, as if it all happened yesterday, I remembered that morning it smelled of the Volga. Now, here it is. But there is no father, no mother, and maybe not a wife. What about the son, Kostya? After all, a son. The wooden floor, the whole dugout staggered, tilted. Ivan Stepanovich pawed at the plank wall with his hand so as not to fall. But what's wrong with him? Everything is solid and in place. The political officer threw off his sheepskin coat, it is difficult to take off his boots. Seems like he didn't notice anything. Or maybe he didn't show it. The man is delicate. Dobrynin is still holding on to the wall with his hand. What is this, instant fainting, Kostya? Well, yes. Dobrynin took off his cap and wiped his sweaty face. He said sharply and demandingly. No. Zabelin tossed his head. What are you about? And Dobrynin, unable and unwilling to hide his pain, hurried. Son. I think, still alive. It can't be. To also have a son. He thought, added quietly, it shouldn't be. Zabelin sat in one boot, the footcloth unwound, covered the puddle. Melt water, got wet. El alive, he assured. I can't explain why, but I think I'm alive. Yesterday I had a dream. A wonderful dream. If you'll let me, I'll tell you. All right, Dobrynin agreed, you'll tell me later. Replenishment will arrive at 10. Are you going to take it? Zabelin brushed off his footcloth. He saw that she was wet, looked around embarrassedly. Now how much? 9:15, Dobrynin replied. That's what you are, put on your felt boots. Nice deal, boots. Let Captain Verigin walk in boots. Sometimes it seems to me, he was born in boots. He paused, sighed for some reason, would introduce him to the title of hero. Honestly. Well, Zabelin replied, maybe it's worth it. If only a stroke is not enough. In an unexpectedly cheerful voice, as if he had found what he was looking for, as if it had eased his soul, Dobrynin said. Strokes can be drawn. Only the dead are enough. Well, you have to think about it. And it was impossible to immediately understand whether the political officer agreed or objected. He took off his second boot, pulled up his woolen socks, turned his feet clubfoot. He looked from one side, from the other, bare heels. He went up to the iron stove, opened the door, the coals settled, became dull, covered with ashy grayness. Looked around and asked. Shall we drop it? Put a log, thought and put the second. He took his boots, felt the soles, an irreplaceable thing. Before the war, he had no idea. And what kind of boots in Moscow? And now I appreciate it. Now much is appreciated. Before the war, it happened that the most valuable price was not known. Zabelin looked with a long, attentive look, did not say a word. We're talking about Verigin. And in his battalion he has such guys. Zabelin said, visibly angry. It's everywhere. That's right, everywhere. It's just that I know Captain Veregin's battalion better. Yes, and you, I think. Koblov is there. Zabalin nodded. I know. K-Communist to the very middle. A man of amazing courage. In September, he set a K-correspondent of the Krasnaya Zvezda on him. During the B fights for the station. I wanted, that means, strokes. But the correspondent did not reach the front line, they killed him. I remember. Koblov is in my special account, he carried me out of the encirclement. In one battle, up to the waist in blood, Dobrynin fell silent, for some reason began to examine the lining of his cap. Then he shook it, put it on, and said thoughtfully, I won't forget it until my death. And one more. This one is on my conscience. I remember my last name, Ignatiev. And, realizing that it was difficult for Zabalin to keep up this conversation, he fell silent. I remembered, looked around, who should be instructed, I need to call Verigin. Let him take it himself, the 1st Battalion is given the main role. Then he turned to Zabalin. Get dressed, it's time. Zabalin nodded. I'm ready. Chapter 4. The November night was lit up with ragged flashes of cannon shots. Green, red, white rockets ripped up the sky, the stars faded and went out for a moment, in different ways, machine guns seized to death. In the wild throwing of fire, the fragments of the stone walls seemed to start moving, trying to take a step, to fall on each other. But they stopped, rested on the snow-covered frozen ground, neither back nor forward. Colonel Dobrynin listened to the Stalingrad night, caught the sounds of the battle with his ear, mentally determined in which sector, almost unmistakably guessed the smallest details and details. Yes, just guess not guess. There are few forces. And food. What kind of food is there? The third day the fighters eat rye grout. If the Volga does not stop for a few more days. Colonel Dobrynin stands at the entrance to the dugout, near the stone wall. In September, a house stood here, now the rest of a blank wall sticks out. Dobrynin stands tall and bulky. Something barely perceptible resembles a monument. Zabalin does not see the division commander's face, but he imagines, knows how severe, closed it is. For some reason it seems to Zabalin that most of all Ivan Stepanovich does not want to go ashore. That's why it's not in a hurry. It's not that Dobrynin doesn't want to, he's afraid to go ashore. He tries to drive away his fear, tries to think about Captain Verigin. I saw him for the first time at Station Square. Then at the command post of the division, with his hand under the visor, the commander of a platoon of submachine gunners entered. Tight, dashing. Flaxen hair from under, helmets, machine gun on the chest, drill forceful bearing. I saw him on the banks of the northern Donets, in shallow trenches on Oskol, on the Zadansk bridgehead, and then in a house on the square. There is this very house. Battalion Commander Verigin stood up to his full height, took a step forward, looked straight and fearlessly. Enemy, not afraid of death, okay. He is not afraid of his superiors, that's the thing. Captain Verigin stands at attention in front of him, the jersey is torn, the helmet is dented. All covered with lime dust. Passed over, did not hold the station. The Order of the Red Star is screwed directly onto the jersey. And yet. What else was awarded to Captain Verigin? The best battalion commander in the division. The first and last blows were almost always taken by Captain Verigin's battalion. He was always hoped for. He held, stopped the German tanks with one bottle. There was no case to withdraw without an order. Oh yes, at the station. But an hour later the station was counterattacked and taken. And then? But then what? Just 15 people remained from the battalion. That night Dobrynin wanted to judge him. Thank God, the commissar. Now the 1st Battalion is at the very edge of the regiment. From the new replenishment, he will give Verigina to choose from. Maybe Verigin is already on the shore. Colonel Dobrynin knows it's time to go. But for some reason it's slow. As if the last blow was waiting for him on the shore. After that, there will be no hope left. But still. Inevitably. And it's better right away than a long, painful wait. Or maybe something incredible will happen. He suddenly heard silence, neither his own nor the enemy fired. I heard a heavy crunch and rustle. It rubbed, crumbled, broke. The Volga lived exhausted and difficult, the main thing now was to stop it. Volga. Stopped. The words seemed irreparably heavy. There is nowhere else to go, there is no reason to live. It's time, Zablin reminded. Dobrynin shrugged. He suddenly felt a burning wind on his face, heard a booming, shot-like crack of ice, and decided, it won't. No matter how bad it was from the ice drift, now I was delighted. It's time, repeated Zablin, it's exactly 10. Ivan Stepanovich saw the remnant of a broken stone wall, a black sky and a black funnel, the skeleton of a burned-out truck and a cut factory chimney. Stone box and factory pipe. Headquarters of the 313th Regiment. Dobrynin felt with extraordinary acuteness how dearly each meter of Stalingrad land had cost and how much more he would have to pay. He paid too. It remains to give yourself. Ivan Stepanovich again thought about his son, about Kostya. However, with superstitious fear, he immediately drowned out his name and himself, because it was more terrible to learn about the death of his son. He understood, he is in no hurry to go ashore because he will certainly find out there. Or maybe Kostya is alive. There was a heavy gasp behind the Volga. A flash of fire, like lightning, rushed along the edge of the black sky, instantly outlined stone teeth, window failures, a telegraph pole with broken wires. Another shot and another. Colonel Dobrynin staggered and walked, as if the thunder of guns called him, pulled him. Ahead, beyond the Volga, heavy batteries were buzzing, shells were exploding behind. The Germans did not respond with a single shot. This is necessary, Zablin asked. How much will we give Veregin? 40 people, huh? Along a narrow path, broken, trodden in the snow, they walked closely, shoulder to shoulder. In places Zablin let the commander pass, lagged behind a little. Ahead, as if showing the way, was Dobrynin's adjutant, behind were 2 submachine gunners. Ivan Stepanovich looked around, thought angrily, it's like being under escort. He turned to Zablin. Well, maybe 40. He knew that the main thing now is not here. The main thing is the outer front. And in the city it is necessary to keep the enemy as if on a leash, to attack day and night. Although they took a closer look in the dark, they descended under the bar with great apprehension. The adjutant kept looking back, warning. Carefully. Steps were hollowed out in a steep slope, but they were covered with snow, trampled down, slipped out. At least roll. Careful, the adjutant warns. The submachine gunners behind laugh, roll down cheerfully and softly. They are only afraid, they would not run into the division commander. And the pants, others will give. 3 fighters rise towards them, straighten them with shovels, clear the stairs. They keep aloof, backing into the snow. One takes under the visor. Dobrynin hears how they cursed from behind. Janitors. What are you? The division commander out. One of the fighters doubted. Well. More gaps. The division commander must be in a hat. The artillery fell silent. And the Volga fell silent, as if listening, waiting, the guns would thump or not. If only it would stop. It seems that Colonel Dobrynin understands why the head of the rear of the army is coming to him. Lieutenant Colonel. And the surname? As if blown away by the wind, I forgot the surname. Oh yes. Strumolin. He remembered the news from the Volga when they stood on the Zadansk bridgehead. And now Strumolin intends to announce. His chest grows cold and stops. What does he want to say? So far, he has been reporting good things. Ivan Stepanovich does not know what Lieutenant Colonel Strumolin will tell him, but no matter what he says, he does not want to hear. Later. Let a minute, but, later. He does not believe that he will hear good things. Comrade Division Commander. Well, yes. Now he will say comforting words. Comrade Division Commander, the commander urgently asks you. What is this? Not those words at all. He suddenly smelled the smell of distant woods and tar, saw Captain Verigin, who was walking towards him, trim and well-groomed, with his cap on one side. I was surprised that it is so good, clearly sees at night. Comrade Commander. The lieutenant colonel exclaims in an imploring voice. Dobrynin waved his hand, as if warning him not to block the road. I know, Lieutenant Colonel. Tell the commander, the 78th Division will complete the task. No. The commander ordered to transfer. Dobrynin understands, the head of the rear of the army wants to say something completely different. He doesn't know, but he guesses. In any case, an hour later, recalling feverishly, restoring everything as it was, he decided that at that time he already had a presentiment that Kostya was alive, that he would see him any minute, grab him into his arms. Maybe he began to think about a premonition, because it happened. When he noticed Captain Verigin, he did not yet know that 50 steps were left to his son. He only saw a dense soldier formation. Captain Verigin, left hand on the machine, right under the visor, approached with a firm step. The leg is straight, the boots are polished, the chest is forward. Well done. Verigin stopped and, as if reaching up, became taller. Comrade Commander. Commander of the 1st Battalion of the 313th Regiment, on your orders. Dobrynin said. Went. No, he did not know that now he would see his son. It was just that everything that evening seemed unusual to him, not the same as always. Lieutenant Colonel Strumelin did not say another word. He walked, not lagging behind a single step, as if he was preparing to put himself under someone's feet. To not dare to cross. Zabelin was also silent. But the silence seemed more meaningful than ever. Even in the usual smartness, in the masculine beauty of Captain Verigin, something new, unfamiliar was seen, as if that person and not that one. And the Volga, and long-range missiles, and the unexpected whistle of a steamer that seemed to be iced over, everything seemed new, hitherto unknown. He approached the formation with a wide sweeping step, stopped. Hello, guys. In response, a solid rumbled, as if a stone steep had collapsed, crumbling. Hello. Colonel Dobrynin was silent for a minute, listened to the lisping, freezing Volga, and with a heavy, unhurried step walked along the line, looking for someone and not seeing anyone. He returned to his old place, looked at his political officer. Zabelin's face seemed alarmed. What is he? I immediately thought that Lieutenant Colonel Strumelin could go to bed. And anyway, how did he end up on this shore? He leaned forward and coughed. I will not make speeches, tonight you will be in battle. The 6th Army is surrounded, but is fighting desperately. No matter how weak our division is, in the morning it should reach a new frontier. He stepped forward, hope for you guys. A muffled voice ran through the soldiers' ranks. And went out. Because you don't have to talk. Everything starts in an hour. No extra talk. Combat, reminded Dobrynin. Captain Verigin turned sharply to the ranks. I need people for a real fight. There will be hand-to-hand combat. Anemia and students are not needed. It's clear. What about students? Came a hoarse voice. Students, it was, but it's gone. Do I speak clearly? Asked Captain Verigin, and, craning his neck, peering at those in front, he walked along the line. He stopped. He straightened up, squared his already straight shoulders. Volunteers. 3 steps forward. And Colonel Dobrynin took a step, stretched himself. I suddenly understood, I was waiting for this very moment. Although he didn't know, he didn't even imagine that people would step out of line and he would see. No, he didn't see a face, not a figure, he guessed. Only Kostya has such shoulders and such a become. Only Kostya wears such big boots. Really? Well, yes. The soldier did not stop, he took the 4th step. More. Kostya. Afraid to believe himself, Colonel Dobrynin went to meet them. Everything is faster. Kostya. One eye. Only eyes. Your own, relatives. And at the same time alien, harsh, merciless, soldierly. Dad, Kostya. But does the boy have such a voice? Papa. Cheeks, lips, eyes, hot breath. A rough soldier's overcoat at hand, the smell of iron and leather. Kostya. Son. They hugged each other, hugging each other. Breathe and don't breathe. They only knew that they were alive. Now they are both. Surprised, joyful talk swayed in the crumpled ranks. And calmed down, as if the soldiers did not dare to believe. One quietly said. We've been with this guy since the 14th of October. And he is at least a word. 200 people looked at father and son. And Captain Verigin, and Zabalin. Lieutenant Colonel Strumelin knew better than others. Knew it an hour before. Has a verbal order from the commander. But how to pronounce the words of this order, he definitely did not know. Then they sat in the dugout, together, knee to knee. We looked at each other. Ivan Stepanovich was afraid, what if not Kostya, not his son? The face is black, the eyes are fixed. For a moment it seemed that he did not want to recognize his father, he spoke and told in an even, alien voice. It seems that he is no longer able to be surprised, or scared, or rejoiced. Kostya does not tell, he just pronounces separate phrases, the words are dry and heavy. There are few of us left behind the Machetka. Go on, Ivan Stepanovich hurries on. Then, an order, to the crossing. This is the head of the rear of the army, Lieutenant Colonel Strumelin. The one who brought us here. Kostya shrugs. Did not see. They sit, look, breathe at each other. On the edge of the table, a wick in a brass sleeve is burning, emitting kerosene soot. It would be necessary to remove the soot and fix it, but they do not notice. Grandfather, in the chest, Kostya says in the same even voice. He died a month later. The eyes look and seem not to see. The light from the kerosene oil burner seems to be trying to thaw them, but it can't, it doesn't overpower them. Grandma, I don't know. Ivan Stepanovich becomes uneasy. Not from the words of the son, from how he pronounces. After all, he is 17 years old. The face of the son suddenly comes to life, as if touched by an instant enlightenment. You know, he says, I still don't believe. Kostya begins to speak faster, his eyes warm, it seems that he has come to believe that his father is nearby. And the mother, whatever it is alive. He talks about his mother, about Prokhor, about Mitya. Ivan Stepanovich sees how his eyelashes quiver, how his upper lip with its black youthful fluff rises and moves, the vein on his neck twitches. Kostya. But now he is a soldier. Maybe the mother is dead. Ivan Stepanovich asks. You did not see. Alive, alive. Only a leg. He stopped, paused. He looked directly at his father. The right leg is above the knee, and he clarified dully, they were amputated beyond the Volga, in a rural hospital. Upstairs rarely booze. A German shell flew in, exploded very close. Kostya said. 105 millimeters. He said it as if in order to somehow obscure the last phrase. But still didn't block it. Ivan Stepanovich screwed up his eyes. Horror. We must find her. Necessarily. What is the name of the village? There was a phone call, in the receiver, the voice of the commander. So not in time, inopportunely. Do you have a son? Why didn't he listen to Lieutenant Colonel Strumelin? Because he is a lieutenant colonel and I am a colonel. He immediately decided that Zerdin would not accept the joke. He sighed and coughed. Be back soon. Ivan Stepanovich grunted. Hold on, Kostya. The commander himself. Kostya looked at his father with unsmiling eyes and didn't seem to hear. And it didn't matter to him, let him be the commander. He sat next to his father, happened what so long and almost hopelessly dreamed of. Everything else didn't matter. You understand, Kostya said, I still don't know whether to believe or not to believe. Indeed, in moments of rest, in moments of calm, when one could look back mentally, remember and think, Kostya did not dare to believe. There are no more Klava, grandfather and grandmother. And Mitya Savushkin is gone, and the janitor Prokhor, and Stepan Agarkov. I could not believe that the Germans were in Stalingrad, a few meters to the Volga. Now the Sixth Army was surrounded, squeezed from all sides, and the father, here he is, next to him. Everything is exactly like that. And the commander is nothing. Look, then, what he is, General Zerdin. There, beyond the Machetka, all I wanted was to see you, said Kostya. They look at each other closely. Colonel Dobrynin feels his quivering joy bursting with him, how he moans, sharply pricks, his feet and hands are cold, relentless fear. Kostya will go to Captain Veregin's battalion. In what is called, upstairs, quite close, the second shell hit. Then 3 or 4 more lay down in a thick heap. The light staggered back and forth, jumped up, let out black soot and settled down, calmed down, it did not go out. Someone must have opened the outer door, a hasty line of machine gun fire flew through. It was overwhelmed by another, embittered, long, and again it became quiet, muffled. Now he will send his son to the 313th Regiment. In the 1st Company of the 1st Battalion. Exactly at 4, the company of Senior Lieutenant Agarkov should penetrate the rear of the enemy and start a fight. Ivan Stepanovich knows well what a fight in the environment is. No, they do not write off the company. On the contrary, they hope for it. She attacks the enemy from the rear, will help to break the German defense. Choice company. But each fighter has few chances. Very little chance. And Kostya. Keep it, not. Kostya will go to the 1st Company. He will go and be killed tonight. Here he is, sitting. You can reach out and put your hand on your shoulder. You can hug, cuddle, the only one, dear. Do not resist, do not drop yourself, let go. But in 5 or 6 hours he will be killed. The dead body will be carried out and reported. Or they won't take it. In 5 or 6 hours. Yes, no. Nothing will happen. You just have to hold on. And not necessarily in the 1st Company. Why, in the first place? Kostya looks intently, maybe all this is just an illusion, it's not his father sitting at the table at all. And the 6th Army was not surrounded, the ring was not closed. The German was advancing, he broke into Traktorny. Kostya sees flowing steam rushing into the faded sky, hears a factory whistle, a combat alarm. In the mighty voice of the plant, a call to stand to the end. At the last meters, survive or die. And there were no more of these meters, only the grandfather's grave near the very cliff and the number on the stone house. Behind the back is the Volga. How many meters? There are no meters left. But there is a place and a right to die. He no longer hears either the alarming factory beep, or explosions, or the whistle of fragments. Only someone else's tank to throw a grenade and a merciless team. Armor-piercing. Fire. He survived that battle. Now, in the 1st Company of the 1st Battalion, do you want to eat? The father looks away, as if he wants to hide a secret thought. Kostya guesses, it's scary to let him go into the company. Do you want to eat? Ivan Stepanovich asks again. No, he wants to look at his father. Because soon go to the company. But you might as well not go. Somewhere, the hope stirred very deeply that his father would not send him, would leave him. They will again sit at this table, they will have dinner. Father will not send him to the company, they will remain alive. It pushed in the ears, struck, Kostya, I'm afraid. Ziganulo unbearably hot flame, Klava. Stepan Agarkov rises to meet the Germans with a rifle at the ready. The face is covered in blood. And a fresh mound of earth. A steamship anchor and a farewell rifle salvo. Great thousands of people became dead. And he, Kostya, will live. Will not go to the company and will live. It got terrible. It has never been like it is now. It was like kicking a dying man and walking away. And Claudia too. He turned away from his comrades, with whom he lay in the same trench, sipped from the same pot. He shook his head, no way. He got up, looked around. I saw my coat. Father. Colonel Dobrynin looked at his son and understood everything. Scared, happy. Father, Kostya repeated, I have to go. Ivan Stepanovich also got up. He left the table. They looked at each other closely, eye to eye. Kostya's face is his father's, his eyebrows have grown together at the bridge of his nose, there is fluff on his upper lip and on his cheeks. He was touchingly gentle, this fluff betrayed how young Kostya, still a boy, had never held a razor in his hands. Without taking his eyes off his father, as if afraid of offending or alarming him, Kostya reached out his hand and removed his overcoat from the nail. Guess. Colonel Dobrynin went to the other half of the dugout, brought a flask and 2 glasses. Looked for water. But I didn't find any water. Alcohol, he said. And there is nothing to dilute. Kostya sighed, a guilty smile crossed his face. Let's drink clean. Ivan Stepanovich did not have time to be surprised, when an authoritative shout flew from outside. Stop! Who goes? At that very moment there was a sound of bustle and bustle, as if people had decided to trample and warm themselves. And the voice of the commander of the commandant's platoon. Comrade Commander. The door swung open. Colonel Dobrynin saw white, homemade, felt boots, a familiar bekesha, and only then he saw a hat. I also saw gloves in my hand. Then, on the northern Donets, General Zerdin also held gloves in his hand. Northern Donets, Kharkiv direction. The thought came that he had been fighting since birth. General Zerdin always held gloves in his hand. As if that's why they were needed, existed to hold them in hand. The commander bent down and stepped over the threshold. He straightened up and touched his head to the ceiling. Father and son stood at attention. General Zerdin looked frowningly, angrily, as if he had caught him at the crime scene. For some reason, Kostya imagined the commander exactly like this, both height, and bearing, and chin. For as long as he can remember, Kostya has always been among the military, but he saw the general for the first time. He was the man to whom everyone obeys. In my mind I saw the general like Zerdin. Most likely, I decided it only now that I saw. Commanding. Zerdin coughed in a bass voice. What are you, Ivan? Decided to hide my son from me. Some people crowded behind the commander, but Kostya saw only Zerdin, heard only his words. I tensed up, I was afraid to miss the moment when I had to say, yes. The commander was stern. Well, General Zerdin looked straight at him, at Kostya. Point blank. Arms, legs, the lower back were shot with a hot blow, a wide, strong chest leaned forward, and the head tossed up, as if a fist had been thrust into the chin. Fighter of the 1st Company of the 1st Battalion of the 313th Regiment of the 78th Rifle Division Dobrynin. Guards Division. Strictly corrected the commander and turned his head to Ivan Stepanovich. Guards Division. Kostya repeated, and wondering why he hadn't heard about it before, he glanced sideways at his father. In the posture, in the pose of Colonel Dobrynin, in addition to readiness, there was a consciousness of his dignity in his strength. It seems that only at that moment Kostya realized that his father was not far from the general. I saw my father raise his eyebrows. When is this? Kostya was surprised again, now at his calm voice, at his non-military words. We received a radiogram an hour ago, said Zerdin. Congratulations, and turned again, looked straight at Kostya. That's what you are. Kostya saw a deep crease between the eyebrows, cold eyes. The thought came to me that this man would stop at nothing. Commanding. And for the first time in his life, Kostya thought about his father. He won't stop either. Zerdin raised his hand, touched his chin, as if he guessed what this young soldier was thinking, as if he was trying to determine whether he was right or not. Kostya saw clean, long fingers. If not to fight, Zerdin would become, you see, a musician. The thought flickered and disappeared. We must fight. Zerdin said. I was babysitting you. For some reason Kostya was frightened by these words. Then he was delighted. I understood everything. But what to say, how to behave, did not know. Mother, old people, what's wrong with them? Sat down at the table. Kostya answered questions briefly, almost according to the regulations. He did not want to repeat everything he had told his father, but the commander asked. A colonel sat next to Zerdin. Seems to be quite young. Only gray. Deputy for Political Affairs. Father's assistant. He keeps looking at his watch. It begins to seem to Kostya that the political officer is reminding, someone is hurrying. On the 23rd of August, were you behind the Machetka? Zerdin asked. I know how hard it is to stand against tanks without heavy weapons, Kostya said. We had bottles. General Zerdin nodded. So. I think that day you decided the fate of Stalingrad. I don't know, Kostya said, we were just shooting. And burned the tanks. This was said by political officer Zabalin. The voice is soft, quiet. The voice reminded me of an old German teacher. Burned, said Kostya. And how? And the 14th of October? Zerdin asked. Mikhail Nikolaevich Klebnikov wrote that he saw you at the artillery positions. Klebnikov? Kostya looked at everyone incredulously. And to his father, Mikhail Nikolaevich? Colonel Dobrynin inclined his head. Killed. We were given his album. Kostya felt cold inside. Grandfather, father, mother. There was a special feeling for Mikhail Nikolaevich Klebnikov. This feeling was incomparable to anything. Kostya never thought what was good and what was bad in this man, whether he loved him or not. I simply did not know a person better than Klebnikov. I wanted to be like Mikhail Nikolaevich. Killed. Klebnikov. Artist Klebnikov. 3rd floor, 26th apartment. Killed. And it was as if no one was around, neither his father, nor General Zerdin, nor the political officer Zabalin. Still not believing that this was true, Kostya began to slowly rise. He searched for his overcoat. Sit down. And again I saw General Zerdin, father. Sit down, Zerdin repeated. Were you at the artillery positions that day? The commander asks him. But why is this? Questions, answers. We must go to the company. He took a breath, looked with firm fatherly eyes. There were no positions anymore, only one gun remained from the division. We fired to the last shell, and turned to his father, near the 514th house. Ivan Stepanovich moved heavily, the house next door. Dobryninsky, 516th. Kostya was silent for a minute. Then he said. I was left alone from the gun crew. They sat and looked at the table. As if on wooden scraped boards they saw everything as it was. They just wanted to see, to find out what would happen next. Colonel Dobrynin sighed noisily and hastily glanced around. There was a flask and 2 faceted glasses on the table. Zerdin followed his gaze and pursed his lips sarcastically. Ivan, you have a bad temper and not secular manners at all. Remember, you never treated me, did not treat me to dinner. You might think that in the division, at least a rolling ball. I'm the commander, after all. And then I met my son, and immediately they moved the stools, got up, fussed. It became crowded in the dugout, someone was opening cans of canned food, clumsily wiping glasses with a clean towel, repeating in fright, breathlessly. Forks. Where are the forks? Then a thin little colonel came, took off his sheepskin coat, hung it up, and coughed. Show me. A homemade scarf around his neck, angry eyes saw everything, knew everything. They sat at the table closely, waiting for something. Zerdin coughed and broke the silence. Ivan, you feel only duty. I have the same considerations, so to speak, distant plan. There are many wars ahead, we will need good commanders. No, said Ivan Stepanovich, we have big scores. We must now. Colonel Surovtsev frowned. Everyone has an account. We have 2 big bills. I want you to understand, Zerdin said. Dobrynin silently bowed his head. He did not want to object to the commander, but he could not agree either. Far rushed, muffled and hard. Then again. Kostya understood, sappers are working. Got up. He looked at his father, at the commander. Maybe it's time for me. Again he looked at General Zerdin. Now everyone was looking at Zerdin. He put down his fork and sat up straight. didn't look at anyone. He knew how Dobrynin was afraid for his son, how difficult it was to send him to the company. And yet he would send him. Because duty and soldier's honor. And the desire to get even. You can order him to send Kostya to a military school, it is destined for him to be a military man. It would be necessary to order. But Ivan will understand in his own way. Both Kostya and others will understand in their own way. Kostya stood straight, looked expectantly. Zerdin felt a knock, a jolt in the stomach, Koka and Venushka, too. It seems that the war will be enough for his sons. Maybe they too, how would he do it himself? Zerdin got up. And everyone got up. Silently poured. He looked at Dobrynin, at Zabalin. He stopped at each one, felt with a stern look. The faces looked the same, surprisingly similar. Probably because now everyone thought the same way. Well, you can order. And it will be right. Tomorrow or the day after tomorrow Konstantin Dobrynin will be sent to Moscow. But if you touched him, you wouldn't do that. He raised his glass, silently nodded, he invited everyone. We drank. They stood for another minute. Kostya said. Allow me, he asked. There was urgency in the voice. Zerdin extended his hand to him. Kostya put on an overcoat, girded himself with a canvas belt. Habitually threw a machine gun behind his back. The father hugged him. Didn't say a word. And nobody said. Chapter 5. The long winter night has passed into the second half. For Colonel Dobrynin, it began with a phone call from the commander, with a premonition and expectation. Colonel Zabalin visited the 313th Regiment, met Evdokia Pavlovna, listened to her enthusiastic tongue-twister and, probably, therefore, from the very evening he was mentally with Nina, he remembered, thought. Even at Veragin, even in the first company of Agarkov, when, together with the battalion commander came there, thinking about his wife. In the evening Captain Veragin wrote to Nura another, no one knows what number, letter. Together with Agarkov he climbed into the tunnel through which the first company would penetrate into the enemy's near rear. But Senior Lieutenant Agarkov did not think and did not remember, there was no time, not before. Everything he did, he checked the soldiers' weapons, equipment, ammunition, scolded the foreman, interrogated the prisoner, was strictly subject to time, he kept looking at his watch. By 5 in the morning, the entire company should seep into the rear of the enemy through the steam heating tunnel, attack from the rear. A week ago, Mikhail Agarkov was promoted to the rank of senior lieutenant, and he wanted nothing more than to prove that he was worthy. He felt embarrassed in front of Captain Veragin. He consoled himself with the rumor that Colonel Krutoy would go to the division, and Veragin would be given a major and put on a regiment. Of course, the whole article is to command his regiment. And the major, according to Mikhail Agarkov, is high time to assign, what a commander. And then what, Veragin remains the captain, and he, Mikhail, the senior lieutenant. But rumors are rumors, but deeds are deeds. Today the company should go behind enemy lines. The reinforcements had just arrived, 20 Gavriks, as if on a selection, and Anisimov returned from reconnaissance, reported, this way and that, you have to crawl through the tunnel for almost an hour. It's hard to crawl. Very closely. And who is a hefty fighter, it's completely bad for him. It is understandable, they are dressed warmly, in winter. And you can't dress lighter, who knows how things will turn out. If they don't immediately break through the German defenses, you will have to fight surrounded, you won't get warm near the stove. What's on you keeps you warm. And if you lie down in the snow for a day, or even 2, you will not regret that you are dressed warmly. Nothing, just squeeze through this very tunnel. Anisimov assures that everything will be fine. What about Anisimov? And there is Koblov. Or Shorin. Yes, and he himself, thank God. For such and such a case, at least dry out. There is a little bit of good in the tunnel, dark and cramped. You can't even raise your head, neither give nor take, in a coffin. Know one thing, crawl forward. And it's not necessary in a Plastunsky manner, but with a belly, with one's own intestines. Roll your guts from place to place and move around. You have to push the bag in front of you. And in the bag, pud. Nothing less. And you won't turn back. If something happens, roll the intestines in the opposite direction. In general, Mikhail considers it impossible to move backwards, because the fighters crawl one after another back to back. If there is any congestion, right wasted. What to do in this case, Michael does not know. I asked the battalion commander Verigin. But the battalion commander, of course, has enough of his own affairs, worries. He sent Mikhail to his fucking mother. Say, you command a company, you will lead, and look yourself. Everything is correct. But Mikhail does not know what to do if it is difficult in this very tunnel. The hardest thing is for those who have light machine guns. Oh well, it'll work out somehow. How many things have happened? And then the belly is tightened, they will crawl. Everything is fine. But what's bad is that it's too bad, the son of the division commander fell under his command. Captain Verigin said. Look, Agarkov, I'll tear your head off. And why did they send it? They would leave it somewhere at the headquarters. Now how? He looked at his watch. But even without looking too much, he knows that everything will start in an hour, the artillery will open fire, they will attack the enemy from the rear. Calculated like this. And in other companies, battalions calculated. And what will come of it, no one knows. The main goal of active operations is to keep the enemy here, on the Volga, and not allow him to transfer forces to the western sector. Do not idiot Paulus sit back. So you need to tie him hand and foot so that he, the son of a dog, does not rock the boat. But about Paulus, only guesswork. And what you need to make your way through the tunnel to the German rear, that's how it is. He wrapped his sheepskin coat and decided, I'll see what's out there, and why look, it's just in my heart, the task is clear, the orders have been given. It remains to wait. Nothing worse than waiting. On snow-covered ruts and mounds, on stone fragments, on bent, mutilated beams and iron structures, on the whole broken, ruined city, a thoroughly blown, frost-bitten night lay. The sky seemed to have hardened, and only the stars, a great many stars, lived in a cold trembling, as if expecting that now, in the next minute, silence would break on the earth, a greedy fire would rise up, reach the highest heights. The stars tremble from frost, from fear, from dizzy heights. Or maybe because of the unusual silence. Most of all, Mikhail Agarkov does not like silence. Because he does not like uncertainty and ambiguity. And, as if trying to reassure him that the war is like a war and everything is going fine, without tricks, down the Volga it was heavy, rolling hit, exploded. Under Michael's feet it stirred, the earth seemed to have suddenly thawed, softened. And in the factory district there was a gasp. There, behind Mamiv Kurgan, the sky flared up with fire and shied away. On the tractor, Mikhail determined. He knew that Traktorny was still busy on October 14th, and now he was trying, in a boyish naive way, to deceive himself, to console and cheer up. And mother, and brother Vaska, and all relatives were at Traktorny. Where they are now, whether they are still alive, is unknown. They said that Dobrynin was in the tractor factory militia. And then they'll spresh it, they'll take it cheap. It's as simple as asking. But how can Dobrynin know about Mishka's relatives? I suppose he won't be able to tell about his own way. If he fought, he won't be able to. Knows by himself. For a minute it was quiet again. Now the silence seemed dreary, oppressive, like in a tunnel. Mikhail suddenly realized that most of all he did not want to climb into the tunnel. Wow, they came up with it. He knows that they came up with a good one. Still, Michael doesn't want to. It seems to him that something will certainly happen in the dungeon. They will stop, neither back nor forward. And you will not do anything, no one will help. Behind the Volga it blazed, hit. More. The heavy cannons began to turn heavily, abruptly, and the entire front, the entire band, which Mikhail Agarkov heard, seemed to rear up. Everything was twisted and mixed up. Now the shelling will stop and the assault groups will go on the attack. Fritz will have time to get out of hiding, open fire. 2 were placed against each firing point of the enemy, but it is not possible to suppress, the losses are growing and growing. There needs to be something different here. At that moment the thought did not come to him that he would do it differently. He just hurried into his dugout, into a frozen earthen hole. There must be 15 minutes left. The dugout is cramped, 3 cannot turn around. And now the threshold cannot be crossed, they are crowded back to back. Excess, come out. Michael commanded. Immediately I saw the battalion commander Verigin, in a helmet, with a machine gun. Have you gathered with me? Agarkov asked. He suddenly felt annoyed that there were too many bosses. Now they will demand that he repeat the task, they will throw in a whole bunch of proposals. But how the battle will turn out, no one knows and cannot know. And there is no need to teach, to test it. With me, right? Michael asked. And again, to the point of whining in the stomach, he felt how reluctant he was to leave this cold hole. And you, Misha, have become impudent, Captain Verigin laughed. I let you in, you will open the doors with your foot, interrupted the laughter, pointed his head over his shoulder, report to the regiment commander. And for a moment everything flew away. Remained the commander of the regiment. Stretched out, shrugged his shoulders. Comrade Colonel, Cool waved his hand. Wait. How many people will you lead? 27, Comrade Colonel. What about ammunition? Michael tightened his stomach. It won't be enough for a good fight until the morning, Comrade Colonel. Well, Krutoy shook his head, threatened, you need to shoot less at night. Not to teach you. It can happen, go ahead, take care of the cartridges for the day. Did they give you food? Mikhail Agarkov stepped from foot to foot. Dolly. They said, for 2 days. And what about 2 days? Honestly, just eat your fill. Well, Colonel Krutoy threatened again. It's a sin to complain about grub, go to the Germans. You have the richest experience. Michael sighed. You can't get sick of a German these days. If we get stuck, we will have to gnaw our own experience. Okay, said Krutoy, with God, look to the right, to the left, Anisimov didn't come back. And Anisimov's voice, frightened, brittle, as if he was guilty and now is in a hurry to justify himself. How so? He's definitely back, Comrade Colonel. So it's all right, Comrade Colonel. The house where this very manhole goes is truly free. It's just that it's not clean. How is it so unclean? And so that the Germans are running around in this very house. Because the people are neat, they truly love order. To near their shelters, God forbid. At night, we will pokel, I think no one will come. At night they sit in the open. I've been following them for 2 nights for sure, how they bring stew, and how they run for water, how they chop wood, I saw everything. They are freezing, Comrade Colonel. Their overcoats are thin, there are no felt boots. I can see that you are compassionate, Captain Verigin screwed up his eyes mockingly. And how, Anisimov agreed, I'm very compassionate. Come on, you yourself are not happy now. I look at them, I think, you are fools. And you, Anisimov, have pity on yourself. And that is very much, like Jesus Christ, himself, how? A well-known case. Since the war, they came uninvited, we will destroy. It's for certain. But anyway, I'll look at them from close. The Fritz went limp, completely lousy. We rolled it, one word. I think so, with a dear soul they would go into captivity, but their prince does not allow. Hitler won't allow it, someone corrected authoritatively. Anisimov quickly turned towards the voice and hastily objected. Hitler is far away. And the prince remains with them. All right, said Captain Verigin, we will knock out these principles. That's true, Anisimov agreed happily. That's where it's going. Colonel Cool looked at his watch. And everyone was quiet. All right, let's talk, said Cool. Looks like everything has been decided. Agarkov. There is. Good afternoon. Yes, that's what. Mikhail Agarkov stood with his hand under his visor. That's what, repeated Krutoy, and looked at Verigin, as if asking for help in a difficult matter. Captain Verigin said. The division commander is personally overseeing your operation. Mikhail Agarkov understood. But you can't shield everyone with yourself. And if you want, you can't. Cool repeated. Good afternoon. And, already returning to the command post of the regiment, I thought that I had not said anything to the soldiers. He was about to say something and didn't. Without admitting to himself, Colonel Krutoy considered the inability to speak beautifully to be a big disadvantage. But he never regretted it. In the army, and even more so, in the war, you need to talk less. So today. He came, said hello. They looked at each other. And talk about what? What words, what to say to a fighter, if you know, a man is going to fight death. Maybe teach battalion commander Verigin or senior lieutenant Agarkov. They went through all the circles of hell, to teach such people only spoil them. And who is still alive from the old fighters in the 1st Battalion? Koblov, Shorin, Likarev, Koknev. Krutoy seemed to see again the episodes, the events in which Mikhail Agarkov participated. I saw him unusually distinctly, clearly, to the wrinkles on his face, to the burrs on his blackened fingers. And next to him I always saw Captain Verigin, as if they were inseparable, as if each had a particle of the other. But now Mikhail Agarkov is already alone, as if he has taken a step forward. Probably because he will go behind enemy lines without Captain Verigin. Now it will go. Colonel Krutoy stopped, looked closely at his watch. Well, yes, there were 10 minutes left. Probably, now Agarkov is bypassing the line of fighters whom he will lead. I wonder what words he says in these last moments. Most likely, he doesn't say anything. Just walk around, look everyone in the face. No, Senior Lieutenant Agarkov did not bypass the ranks. Because there was no formation, his fighters, all 27 people, converged, huddled in the basement passage, silently waiting. Smoked. Then someone coughed. Mikhail tensed, for some reason he tried to guess whose cough it was. But could not. I wanted to hear the voice of Anisimov. Well, yes, Anisimov will climb first. Shorin, Likarev, Ovcharenko will go interspersed with newcomers. Although they are fighters, but in fact, who knows? They coughed again, quietly, guiltily. This is Anisimov. Must remind. The soldiers are in a hurry to smoke. To fill up. There will be what will be. The wind blew through the window opening, and sparks flew from someone's cigarette. For a moment, Mikhail saw an unshaven face, a large hand. Koblov? Michael looked at his watch. It's time. Anisimov, come on. Get out, look at both. Maybe some especially clean one will come running there. So that there is no noise. It's clear. We follow you, and again asked, is it clear? Anisimov did not answer. Mikhail understood, he had already climbed. Impatience came up to the very throat, under the Adam's apple. Hurry. Climb through this damn tunnel. Is the order clear? Shorin is following Anisimov, I am in the middle following Dobrynin. Closes political instructor Koblov. The day before the operation, Seeds Koblov was promoted in rank, screwed on the buttonholes by a cube, made a junior lieutenant. And they sewed gold stars on their sleeves. Junior political officer, then. And it happened like this. Agarkov began to make noise and swear that in other companies they fight like human beings, the commander has both help and support, there is someone to consult with. There is a political instructor in every company. But he, in the first company, is not given. Someone to give. He, Senior Lieutenant Agarkov, does not want to know anything, it is necessary, let's. And this must happen, Zablin looked at the noise. This is not a joke, the deputy division commander for political affairs. Yes, only Misha Agarkov is not very scared. And Zablin, the same as Verigin. All right, let's go. There will be no political instructor, I will not lead the group. Verigin stepped up to him, scorched him with a furious look. How is it, I won't lead? You will lead me. Look, talking. I so wanted to smack Mishka with a swear word, but it's just impossible. Zablin does not like this, he strictly exacts it. He just stepped closer and repeated. You will drive me, Zablin said. Everything is correct, there has been no political instructor in the company for 3 months. Here is my fault. But where to get it? There is not. Really no. Zablin paused, looked at Verigin, at Agarkov, smiled, I do not give birth to political instructors. Do you have your own suitable people? Captain Verigin hesitated, said. How? Samsonov, Koblov, Likarev. Mikhail Agarkov, as if realizing that they had offered a good way out, said firmly, Likarev is not allowed. See for yourself, the responsibility will have to be divided half, said Zablin. But why is it still impossible for Likarev? A brave fighter, a good armor-piercer. You can't, Mikhail repeated with annoyance. You can't get a word out of him for days, he looks like a dagger. Well, there is someone to take out the anger on. Good in combat, you can't say anything. And it will calm down, do not approach him. Praise, and then graze. What a word, graze, Captain Verigin remarked. What is a word? This word has always been used in our house. WL. And if Koblov? Zablin asked. And Michael immediately agreed. This one will do. Also not one of the funniest and not a speaker, but the peasant is nothing. There is no need for speakers, Zablin clarified. Agarkov again agreed. Koblov is good. And the next day, Semyon Koblov was screwed head over heels. One for each buttonhole. He didn't hesitate or get embarrassed. Just said. I, comrade political officer, to tell the truth, do not know what to do. I don't know the responsibilities. There is only one duty, to fight, Zablin answered and held out his hand, congratulations. In response, Koblov firmly shook the colonel's weak hand with both hands. Now Mikhail Agarkov looked in the dark for Koblov, but did not find him. Repeated loudly. So, then the political instructor comes last. Is everyone clear? Ovcharenko chuckled angrily. It was clear yesterday, comrade senior lieutenant. Talk. Michael stepped forward. Talk to me. It is always clear to you, but you do the opposite. Look, but be calm, don't worry. Shorin, go ahead. Yes, you hear, do not lose your front. And there is no longer a single cigarette, not a single firefly. Darkness and cold. The window opening is prominent. Only it doesn't look like a window at all, a large rounded hole, the shells shredded the stone edges. The advanced size moves reluctantly and difficultly. A distant flash instantly illuminates, snatches out of the darkness someone's back, a crumpled hat. Mikhail manages to determine, the front ones have started moving. One bent down to the very manhole, waiting for the front one. Turned around and said. Like a black man. Another chuckled. Where ours did not disappear. And Likarev's voice. Live, live, Michael called softly. Dobrinin. Next they answered. Here. Mikhail even doubted, the voice is like that of Koblov. Are you following the front? I'm watching, comrade senior lieutenant. Mikhail wanted to ask what and how it was at Traktorny. Had you ever been near the 593rd building, had you seen any civilians there? But there was no time to ask. Maybe you don't need to ask at all, so as not to stir up the soul. And Kostya suddenly asked. Stepan Fedorovich Agarkov, not relatives. Michael held his breath. How? Was at our factory. Shaper Agarkov Stepan Fedorovich. And he has a son, Gregory. Mikhail felt a chill in his arms and legs. They ran, icy goosebumps clung to the neck. And Kostya said guiltily. Namesake, must. Mikhail stretched out his hand at random, hurried. Well, it's empty at hand. Understood, guessed, it's time. He said, through into the darkness. Who's behind me? Get ready. And everything moved away, flew away, Uncle Stepan, Mother and Brother Vaska. There was pitch darkness, the smell of dry, overheated clay, overcoat cloth and tarpaulin. Can't figure out why it smells like a stove. Where is the stove from? On the left hand stretched 2 pipes, one after the other. They are smeared, dressed with clay. How did he forget? He climbed through such tunnels. Of course, when I was a boy, the tunnels seemed spacious. And now, by surprise, you won't raise your head. Mikhail pushes, moves a heavy duffel bag in front of him, puts his palms on the ground, stretches forward. Tries to help himself with his knees. Mikhail's large body is tense, in a hurry. From great efforts, the head is filled with an iron weight. The main thing is how Anisimov is doing there. In order not to run into shoulders, from wall to wall. Know one thing, pull yourself up on your hands. At times it seems, only writhing, struggling. And forward, not a single step. Sometimes he hears muffled voices. But you can't make out the words, they are deaf. Sometimes a duffel bag bumps into something, and then it's free. Mikhail guesses, Dobrynin's boots. The soul becomes lighter. Tenses, tries to catch, hears someone else's breathing. But he hears only his own. Moreover, how the boots scrape. Mikhail begins to feel that it has become closer. And dusty, stuffy, it hurts in the chest. My mouth is dry, I want to rub my eyes unbearably. But for this you need to stop. Then the rear stops. The duffel bag stumbled again. Dobrynin, do you hear? Michael called. Kostya responded immediately. How are you? And again a calm, similar to Koblov's voice. All right, comrade senior lieutenant. The soul becomes lighter, as if it has become freer to breathe. I wanted to say something else, playful and cheerful, but they pushed me in the soul from behind. In the nose, in the throat, in the eyes rested tight and ticklish, caught his breath. Michael sneezed. Full chest, with all the might of hefty lungs. He grabbed dry, dusty air and again, sneezing he. Once again, laughing in front and behind. Mikhail distinctly heard them laughing. Here are the parasites. Someone shouted. Be healthy. For some reason Mikhail felt ashamed, embarrassed, as if he had admitted the unforgivable. I wanted to swear, to say a strict word. But he could not, there was only joy in his soul, his people were nothing, they were crawling. Vaughn is joking. And what actually happened? Why should it be bad? He pushes a heavy bag in front of him, like this. More. In the bag grub and ammunition, the whole yard with outbuildings. It seems that for the first time the thought came that a person needs very little for life, a bowler hat with a spoon and a sheepskin coat in winter. And if there is no shelling, bombing, live at least 100 years. Just to get out of this damned hole as soon as possible. Now I didn't think what and how it would be next, how the battle would turn out, whether they would be able or not to be able to fulfill their task. Now I just wanted to get out. How is Anisimov? The duffel bag no longer reaches Dobrynin's boots. And heavy glanders, rustling seems to be inaudible. Dobrynin. Nobody answered. Mikhail strains with all his might, but the tightness does not give way. The low vault seemed to become even lower, it seemed that the bag was caught at the top. He pushed, kicked him with all his might, and immediately heard Dobrynin's voice. Ahead. Stopped ahead. What's the matter? Pushing from behind. Went. Let's go. Michael kicks his leg. Wait, we stopped ahead. But there are no more obstacles. Pulled up once, then another. Anisimov must have got out. But no, Anisimov hasn't got out yet. He knew he was only halfway through. Recently passed a hole in the wall and realized, half. Anisimov crawls easily, with short breaths. When it stops, it tries to hear, to catch, what is there ahead. He knows that it is impossible to hear anything. And yet he listens. Because God himself saves the safe. They will climb through, on this account Anisimov is calm. But whether they will break through the defense, he doubts. They are sitting, bastards, firmly. And you have to break through. So that the German does not think of transferring parts to another section. Maybe it is for this purpose that assault groups now cross the front line in the sector of each regiment. How to know Anisimova? Agarkov doesn't even know. Neither Agarkov nor his soldiers know anything at all. However, they hope. Captain Verigin is watching them. And Colonel Krutoy. And Commander Dobrynin. The commander is watching. They will not leave you without help, they will not let you fall. That is why they are calm. And Koblov has even more joy. Yesterday I met a fellow villager, a neighbor. He gasped, he couldn't believe his eyes, Afonka Migashin. He was always frail, brainy, but then he straightened up, resounded in breadth, spoke harshly. We met, hugged, it's not a joke, to meet at the front, at the front. Captain Verigin saw such a thing, called both to him, poured a glass of clean, be alive, guys. We drank and talked. Only for conversations, 10 minutes, Migashin, at least die, by 1900 must be in time for the commander of the engineer battalion. He himself commands a sapper platoon. Have you had stomach pain all your life? They say you had an ulcer. Koblov asks. And Migashin Matyuk. We'll get sick later. You're Peter and I. What about Peter? Koblov asked. That's how Petro fights. How? Yes to him. Him same, him same. The war has come to Stalingrad, why wait? From work to the military enlistment office. What were? And his mother told him. Migashin ran and told how wonderful Koblov's wife was, they elected her a deputy of the district council, how strictly she observes herself. Petro went to fight. So he's a sucker. Wow. Drunk, shouted Migashin. Shoulders, in, neck, in. And spread his arms wide, showing how wide Peter's shoulders are, what kind of neck he has. All in you. Migashin ran away, promising to visit the next day. For some reason it didn't come. But all the same, Koblov seemed to be at home, he saw his wife and children. And Petro is at war. Wonderful. And generally great. As Koblov thought, as he assumed, so it happened. He breaks through the last, closing. You know it will be very difficult. Maybe this fight will be his last. But the soul is calm. Because the war turned around, took a step in the opposite direction. And at home firmly, at home firmly. The son of Petro also went to fight. Petro will not give up. What is there Anisimov, maybe he got out already. The main thing is to suddenly. And Senior Lieutenant Agarkov wanted this, and others. But Anisimov still did not get out. He crawled quickly, dexterously, sensitively. I knew there wasn't much left. Suspended, caught, felt. The grave silence of the dungeon with his ear and again sniffed, with his stomach, with his elbows. Anisimov has neither fear nor doubt, he is only cautious, it is necessary, so as not to make a noise, so that everyone goes out unnoticed. To do this, they sent him to reconnaissance, they sent him now in front. And Anisimov is calm because his brother-in-law Shorin is crawling after him, look, he will catch up. And behind Shorin, like behind a stone wall, the power of the bull and the word, I'm afraid, does not know. Why not fight next to him? It seems to have brightened up. Anisimov paused, pulled his nose, exactly. It just smells suspicious. I listened to see if Shorin was catching up. But no, I don't hear anything. Yes, and early, in 10 minutes it should be. Anisimov started to work again, with his hands, stomach, knee. Now it was completely cool, he felt like burnt bricks in a latrine. Look, cleanliness, Anisimov swore. Well, wait. Soon I should stumble upon my duffel bag. In reconnaissance, Anisimov took a duffel bag with him, left it near the manhole itself. Right now, Anisimov crawls silently and deftly, pushes himself forward, in a hurry, before you have time to look around, it's dawn. And they painted, marked everything up to the last minute. Hurry. Hands stumbled on the bag, yeah. He began to push in front of him, quietly pushes, carefully, God forbid make a noise. Well, how is the Fritz nearby? Yes, just no, it should not be. The bag hit the rocks. This is a blockage that Anisimov made so that the hole was not very noticeable. Now we need to dismantle the stones. Again he listened, quietly, not a shot. Somewhere a corn grower is buzzing, intermittently and deftly, as if creeping up. And Anisimov creeps up. He pulls his nose, trying to catch someone else's scent. Suspiciously. It begins to seem that he is being guarded. Robe, right? Dismantled the stones, stuck out. Thank you Lord. He got out to the waist, looked around, the stone walls with window failures stand mute and gloomy. The whole interior of the huge house collapsed, but the walls remained. There is a stone blockage in 4 stone walls. Only the hole in the steam heating tunnel remained free by some miracle. Now climb up the rubble. Anisimov looked around, the tunnel was black and quiet. Now he will go around the box, make sure that no one is there, and stand near the doorway. There is a broken stitch. The Germans come along this very stitch. He rose first to his knees, then to his full height. And again he pulled his nose, please tell me, he carries it alive. Is there anyone sitting? He took the machine gun at the ready, took a step. He took a quiet step, inaudibly. And he took another step. There is a dark pile nearby. It's like a bunch of rags have been dropped. When is that? After all, it wasn't. A man was sitting on his haunches. Anisimov suddenly saw the open flaps of his overcoat, and a blanket thrown over his shoulders, and a submachine gun nearby, in the snow. Donnerwetter. The German grumbled. Anisimov intercepted the gun by the barrel. He knew, they have such a curse, it looks like the dawn and the wind. Well, dear friend, you left yours, swore. It was like a cocked spring, but did not beat. He probably didn't want to hijack the Fritz, who didn't have time to button his pants. The soldier got up, bent his head, began to delve into the clasps. So he shook himself, pulled his hand for a machine gun. Anisimov said. Slip, he said quietly so as not to scare. The German froze. Halt, repeated Anisimov, you can't flutter. A piercing screech pierced his ears. At the same moment, the soldier rushed away. In 2 leaps Anisimov overtook him, with a swing, lashed out with a butt. And behind the wall a pocket flashlight puffed, a low voice called. Herbert, you ist los. What happened? Near asked. Anisimov, what is it? Ah, Shorin. Nothing, answered Anisimov. Surely the Fritz has come to overthink. Here's the bitch. And there's another one, it's coming right here. You, Shorin, stand near the doorway. A stitch right through the door, and rushed to the tunnel. Hush, hush. The Germans are nearby. Chapter 6. Senior Lieutenant Agarkov got out of the tunnel, got up, and jogged heavily up to the wall. Where is Anisimov? And then he heard a warning whisper. Look, a group of people were approaching the house. Well, yes, the Germans. Agarkov did not know that Anisimov and then Shorin removed too. And others, you see, went on a search. Slow and wary. They stopped, one of them called out loudly. Herbert. Otto, and they went again. Anisimov, Shorin and Senior Lieutenant Agarkov listened to their own breathing, count the steps of German soldiers. With each step, getting closer, closer. Mikhail inaudibly repeats, hurry, hurry, he hurries Captain Beregen. And their own, that did not get out of the tunnel. Ovcharenko here. Where is Ovcharenko? To machine gun. Quickly. And Likarev. Senior Lieutenant Agarkov understands, another minute, another. Captain Verigin is now, for sure, in the first trench. Another minute, another, and they will open artillery fire. These won't come. 1, 2, 3, 4. There are 60 in a minute. Hurry, hurry. They will open fire, these guys will turn back. Then, under the cover of their machine guns. Thoughts are in a hurry. Machine guns. Ovcharenko, Likarev. Armor-piercer Likarev is behind a machine gun today. Got out or didn't get out. And before the Germans, here they are, to throw a grenade. Mikhail Agarkov looks back, looks around, sees his soldiers. They crawl out of the blackness, someone urges them on in a hurried whisper, swears a little audibly, briefly waves his hand, as if raking. Live. Someone speaks in my ear. Just right. There is no time to count seconds. Heart thumped, stopped. Ovcharenko. He calls softly. The machine gunner responds immediately. Ready. Michael looks back for some reason. He probably wants to know if everyone left. And most likely, just pulling the last seconds, still hoping that the artillery will start before the Germans come up. But there is nowhere else to go. Get ready. Mikhail commands already in a whisper. Someone repeats the command. Once again. At the same moment, as if all along the front line they were just waiting for the command of Senior Lieutenant Agarkov, multicolored rockets rained upwards. It hit hard. Mikhail heard the shell approaching. Artillery roared, lifted the ground, moved the stone ruins from their place. Senior Lieutenant Agarkov jumped into the window opening, waved his hand broadly, forward. He did not see if his fighters were following him, did not know how many there were, for some reason I didn't see the Germans. We were standing about 30 paces away. But now they were gone. And good. He, Michael, must run. To the place where the shells exploded. The blinding fire shot up at random, tossed and scattered black stones, tumbled over logs and iron beams. The shell explosions seemed to be seething, and he, Agarkov, had to run to this place. Now I didn't think why he was running, he didn't remember either Verigin or Krutoy. I didn't remember myself. In the voice, in the consciousness, in the whole body, one desire pounded, to run. Gaps, fire and black walls, that's it. Here. Mikhail Agarkov fell with a running start. The snow is deep, but not cold for some reason. Hot and painful. Where does it hurt? And is snow hot? Mikhail raises his head, catches separate explosions with his ear, distinctly hears machine guns. There. Foreign language, German. How is that? The last, belated shells fall. And the machine guns fired non-stop. Above the snows, above the head, fiery fireflies densely spread. Tracer bullets are reddish, as if burnt. It seems to Mikhail that smoke is trailing behind each bullet. I must reach, crawl out to where the machine guns are coming from. What will happen next? Mikhail Agarkov did not think and did not know. Just to get there. Someone is crawling nearby, raking snow with a helmet. Deftly crawls like a lizard. He raises his head, as if taking a sip of air, and crawls again. Floats, not crawls. Who is Anisimov? Comrade Senior Lieutenant. Are you here? Well, of course, Anisimov. And he will ask the same. As if they are playing hide and seek. It suddenly became cold. And somehow ashamed. As if Anisimov had caught him, he was lying. Comrade Senior Lieutenant, let me and Shorin come in from the right. There is a ditch. It really leads to the house itself. Throw grenades. That ditch was covered with snow, and I know. When we start throwing grenades, do not stop, Anisimov will tell you what and how they are going to do. Everything is authentic. Koblov got out, and how? Anisimov was surprised. Every single one. Let's. Filled with crazy lightness, hearing a ringing in his ears, feeling his hands harden, Agarkov shouted. Come on quickly. German machine guns are working excitedly, rockets take off and fall. In the snow, on the ruins, a dim cold light staggers. I distinctly heard bursts of hand grenades, hasty, as if frightened, automatic bursts. He jumped up and rushed forward. For me, oh. I saw all the same German lines, I heard all the same machine guns. Only now there are fewer of them. Or did it just seem less? Mikhail Agarkov did not know whether Anisimov and Shorin reached or did not reach, whether they threw grenades. I just understood, felt, seized with a feverish mind that it was time. For me, oh. I heard someone's hysterical, heavy breathing. At the same moment in front, very close, a grenade explosion shot up. Mikhail saw his fighter and a breach in the wall. I collided with someone, fell. I saw how very close, stretch out your hand, you get it, beats, a German machine gun is chasing a burst. Tracer bullets burn through the darkness, dig into the stones, into the snow on the right and left, but he, Mikhail Agarkov, is still alive for some reason. He did not hear other machine guns and did not know that the battle was going on both on the right and on the left, in the zone of the entire division. Mikhail Agarkov saw and heard only one machine gun, felt only his middle, cold and defenseless. He suddenly realized that he was not afraid to die, he was afraid to lie down. And something to wait. It's scary because his fighters are lying. He jumped up, rushed forward, fell under the very wall. Someone fell right on top of him. Mikhail heard someone else's breathing, wheezing and groaning. But no, a wheeze and a groan a little further. A grenade exploded behind the wall, I heard single shots, the intermittent rumble of a corn cob. Someone shouted. Forward. And further. Russ. Russ. A frightened, groaning voice. RUSS. Mikhail Agarkov rushed into the gap, grabbed someone with his hand, fell on him. Fell. Under the arms is a smooth cloth and smooth buttons. A shoulder strap, a knitted scarf. The man wheezes, swallows slurred words and for some reason does not move. And no longer wheezes. Shoulder straps, a chin strap, a faint reminder of cologne. The cologne swirled, blocking his throat. Just above the ear, a pistol shot. More and more. Shots tear through the frozen darkness, instantaneous flashes burn cold and sharp, someone's boots thump on the wooden floor, and someone yells at the top of their lungs. Ovcharenko, for God's sake. Mikhail Agarkov noted that machine gunner Ovcharenko is always scolded. For something, yes, scold. Ovcharenko. A machine gun rumbled nearby. And he fell silent, broke off his hasty run. And behind the wall, gow, gow. I heard it somewhere. Oh yes, Anisimov reported, they have such a dialect. Someone breathes shag fumes. One entrance is ours. Where are the Germans? Michael asks. And he already guessed. The main thing is not to be on the upper floors. Mikhail heard a groan, smelled the smell of sewage and carbolic acid. Outside, the wind blew, hit with dry prickly snow, and behind the wall they yelled, as if trying to drown out each other. At the same moment, something fell dully, and the voices disappeared. Mikhail understood, they failed to break through. I also realized that it was starting to get light. Comforting himself, he said aloud. No shit. Got up in height. A clumsy soldier approached him. By heavy steps, by noisy breathing, I realized that it was Shorin. He stopped and wiped his face with his sleeve. Well? Michael asked. What about the prisoners, comrade senior lieutenant? What other prisoners are these? Ordinary ones, Shorin explained angrily. 6 persons. How do I know how to be? Got it, watch out. Yes, look, no matter how they cock you. Am I speaking clearly? Looked around, reached out to Shorin, is it clear or not? He felt around all the corners, sent Anisimov upstairs to see if the Fritz were hiding somewhere. Anisimov returned, reported, only one floor survived, the one above was empty. The wall that separates from the neighboring entrance is broken. But the gap is littered with broken bricks. If the blockage is dismantled, or the Germans will dismantle, so, only one entrance was captured. At dawn, they will look around, they will understand that there are very few Russians, they will pile on en masse. Yes, what to lean on? They will put the gun on direct fire and shoot them like they're pretty. And again stubbornness set in, damn it. Agarkov walked around the entrance, in an undertone called out by surnames. Shorin. Anisimov. From the darkness they answered in a whisper. Here we are, comrade senior lieutenant, near the prisoners. Mikhail cursed in an undertone, hurried to the far corner. Likarev. I. Dobrinin. The dawn wind rustled in the window openings, pouring snow. Behind the partition, at the other end of the house, a grenade exploded. Shots rang out one after another. And it calmed down, as if people did not want to show up, as if they decided to hide. At the same moment they poured out of the machine guns. Without a break, a light machine gun fired. One of the soldiers entered the next entrance. Koblov approached. We need to take the whole house. Senior Lieutenant Agarkov did not know how much they had lost in the attack, who had landed in the second entrance. He had a poor idea of what to do and how to do it, he did not make any decision. In a heated consciousness I realized that it was impossible to stop. First things first, to get into the next entrance. I tickled the guess that the main thing is to fight in the near rear. Let Captain Verigin think about the rest. And because he understood, clarified his task, it became easy and free, because now he could only fear for his own life. And Mikhail Agarkov never had such a fear in his head, he never thought about it. And what's the point of thinking? Think, don't think. Now we need to occupy the whole house, attack the enemy in the direction of our own. Senior Lieutenant Agarkov again saw the dawn, heard how the front rumbled and seemed to move, with amazing distinctness heard individual shots, explosions, similar to size volleys of heavy guns on the left bank of the Volga. Behind the wall, in the next entrance, machine guns were fired again. It looked like they had shaken the stones in a large iron box. And, a voice. He Rezanel, hit his ears with a voice. There was determination and desperation in him, and something else, for which Agarkov Mikhail did not know the name. I couldn't make out the words, but it seemed that the voice was Russian, the fighter shouted in his last hope. From the inside, suffocation came up to the very throat. Escaped, burned with fire. Go ahead. The command was familiar, like a sip of water, but every time she threw people to their deaths, and because of this, cold splashed on their legs, heat swept over their heads. And at that moment there was nothing left that was related to life. Forward. A breach in the wall, a fiery wind and fiery snow, a fiery track right in the face and again a stone wall. Total darkness, blows, screams, shots. Voices in Russian and German. The shots blaze with instantaneous flashes. Every shot is in the eye. You can't see, you can't make out, where is yours, where is a stranger. Huddled together in a tight heap, wheezing, breaking each other. Likarev, look, Franz, Franz. Calm Sioux world. And again it became spacious. A groan and a weak voice reached Mikhail's ears. Hush hush. Nearby they asked softly. Is the company commander alive? Semyon Koblov. Well, yes, Koblov. Although he asks quietly, there is a cool power in his voice. How healthy. Mikhail Agarkov himself is not bad, but Semyon Koblov is envious and surprised, a hero, and nothing more. Only once did I see how Semyon Koblov came out all over. He must be alive, Anisimov replied. Tokto ordered to put machine guns on the second floor. Ordered. When is this? Michael doesn't remember. Probably confuses Anisimov. Someone coughed. There is no second floor. How is it not? Michael asked. I was informed, there is a second floor. They groaned again. Anisimov came up, habitually and busily spat a cigarette butt. It means that such a thing, comrade senior lieutenant. Yesterday there was both the second floor and the third. And today no. It really sucked. How so? Michael got angry. And so, which means that ours bombed. Yesterday. Both the second and third floors failed for sure. There were 4 entrances, 2 remained. Someone said. Both are ours. Mikhail Agarkov was delighted. The Germans, where? Likarev chuckled. Everything is here. What about the prisoners? Shorin, where are the prisoners? Single shots burst along the front, a light machine gun fired, gave a thin voice, and again, bang, bang. As if so that only a heavy dream would not break at dawn. Of course, Mikhail Agarkov noted to himself. Now hold on. I saw red rockets soar into the dawn sky. Michael commanded. 3 red ones. Live, 3 reds. Likarev. In response, they threw 3 red ones and separately, 1 white one, they go on the defensive. The morning blue faded. Through the gaps, through the window and doorways, nearby ruins are visible. Mikhail saw a broken factory chimney. A memorable place, stayed for 2 months. And now? How will it be now? Until it dawns completely, we need to arrange people. And how many of them are left, people? Nearby no longer groaned. Najamulin, the case is ready. Take it, we'll take it. Najamulin, Najamulin. From the replenishment. Mikhail Agarkov tried to remember Najamulin by sight. However, he did not remember. Koblov said. The third, then. Dobrynin alive. From wall to wall, Mikhail Agarkov went around the entire floor. It was the first floor. There were gaps in the ceiling, there was no second floor, only 1 floor remained from it. And the basement? Maybe no basement. There are houses without basements. Looked around. I saw a wall with flying plaster, shingles, boards, a broken chair, a dented samovar. I saw dead Germans. 1, 2, 3, 5. It was not good to look at the dead. Michael turned away. I remember asking. Who started in this entrance? Hiding the flame in his palms, lighting a cigarette, Anisimov leaned back. Ignatiev and Dobrynin like, and nodded, as if anticipating all doubts. Shorin said. Ignatiev? What kind of Ignatiev is this? Asked Semyon Koblov. In the voice of wariness and distrust. As if he wants and is afraid to rejoice. What is it with him? What is the name of Ignatiev? From replenishment, or what? Koblov asked again. It is known, from the replenishment, Anisimov replied. And his name is, who knows? Where are they alive? Holding a cigarette in both palms, as if warming his hands, Anisimov drew shag smoke. They say they are alive. On the second floor. What floor is it? Floor is not a floor, they are sitting upstairs. In the turmoil, it means that they climbed up and into the holes and conceived. Look what they've done. Senior Lieutenant Agarkov felt his heart feel better, he wanted to see both the guy and Colonel Dobrynin together, to look at both at once. Mikhail remembered that he had not laughed for a long time. It happens, of course. Yes, only laughter is gloomy, in half with a matyuk. But now he felt light and free, as he had been a long time ago. As a boy, he laughed until a quivering tremor in his chest, until his eyes were hot, just about the navel would untie. Today Mishka felt good, as if unexpected happiness had fallen. The divisional commander does not leave the phone now. Maybe he is looking through binoculars. How can it be? Not a joke. And Kostya, here he is, alive and well. I wanted my father to find out about this right now, so that it would become easy and good for him. Fearful hope surged into my chest, perhaps mother and Vaska are alive. Senior Lieutenant Agarkov drove away, discarded these thoughts, because they were always inopportune, they always interfered. Now we need to talk about something else. It would be nice to exchange 2 or 3 words with Captain Verigin. Anisimov came up and sighed. If only we could hold the whole. Then we would be both here and there. Then we would for sure be godfather to the king. Mikhail Agarkov grabbed his head. What have you done? It was necessary to pull the phone along, leave one of the fighters at the device at the exit from the tunnel. In the box, a barrier with a machine gun. Keep the box. Nosebleed, hold on. Likarev, Shorin. He called. I tried to be quiet, just to be heard, but it turned out, as if in practice. Likarev. He stood nearby, silently took under the visor. Mikhail was ashamed of his loud voice, ordered calmly, as if to himself. Together with Shorin and Anisimov, back to the box. Alive. Hold on to your last breath. Anisimov, to communicate with the battalion. The team leader is you. There was a gasp nearby. To the side, a tuft of fire rushed upward, a blinding reflection licked the peeling walls, piles of crumbling plaster, a German helmet in some rags. With an instant flash, I managed to make out that the rags were smoking, someone was lying on his back, his arms outstretched. And everything was gone. Again, more distinctly, I saw how the Germans were crawling, approaching. I heard someone else's calling cry, and at the same moment they rose, terrifyingly close, almost next to each other. Grenades! Michael shouted. Heard or not heard? The Germans climbed into the window openings, Mikhail shot them point blank. He did not hear his pistol, could not remember the shots even half an hour later. But he remembered the overweight, heavy falls of the dead. He only leaned back to see two openings at once. One was blocked off. Mikhail raised his pistol. There was a moment, I felt the usual heaviness in my hand, I heard a weak pop. The German fell on his leg. And one more thing. Mikhail saw someone else's camouflage coat, ridiculously short, similar to a jacket, a long hooded overcoat and a machine gun. How many times had he seen the enemy at arm's length? I got used to it, I wasn't surprised or frightened, only my whole body gathered into a ball, became unyieldingly hard, and it brightened up in my head, it became loud. One fell, then the second. Someone shouted something terrible and incomprehensible in a bad voice, and it seemed to Mikhail very important to guess whether the German was shouting or his own. But they stopped shouting, only the machine gun was pouring non-stop, as if it had run away and could not stop at all. Mikhail heard machine guns, one very close, the other farther away. They drove tight long lines, as if they were whipping, flogged with pull, until the blood got to the very middle, flogged from both sides. I remembered about Likarev, did they get there or did they not get there? Now Mikhail distinctly heard that one machine gun was working upstairs, Dobrynin. And more. What is the second name? Window openings are no longer blue. They are whitish. Machine guns work as if they are trying to drive themselves. Michael smelled the conflagration. From somewhere it inflicted warm, steamy, nauseated. Through the window I saw a fragment of the wall that stuck out like a tooth, a transformer box, tangled wires. It's dawn. A rare, quiet snow fell. He stretched closer to the window, stumbled and immediately saw the Germans, lying, motionless. Under the wall and from afar. As if stuck to the crushed snow. Mikhail did not feel any joy or confidence, he only thought that maybe they would not climb during the day. He saw a sooty box, the same one from which the attack had begun. She was very close. At night, in the dark, everything was different. Have the guys arrived or not? If all is well, Anisimov is now with the battalion commander. Mikhail looked around, consider, they climbed into the German front line. Managed to get in. Mikhail Agarkov does not know whether Anisimov and his comrades are alive or not, does not know what losses are in the company, whether ammunition is left, knows nothing about the enemy. Yes, there were prisoners. But where these prisoners are, he also does not know. He sees only black ruins and rarely falling snow. He knows nothing and wants nothing but to sleep. Now he will bypass his fighters and fall asleep. On the day, the Fritz will not climb, they themselves also have nowhere to rock the boat. In the night, who wins? Senior Lieutenant Agarkov looks at rare snowflakes, sees Mamiev Kurgan. It has 4 tram stops. And behind him is tractor. Mother and brother Vaska. Nearby, but try to turn around, as if on another continent. And Luba remembered. I never remembered, and then suddenly on you. They lived in the same apartment. The girl was thin, with big black eyes. Luba read a lot and talked little. Mishka hardly noticed her, because she was a whole year younger and did not go in for sports. Passing by, he shunned, not to hook, not to touch. And he was also afraid of her because she recited Poltava by heart. A teacher of Russian language and literature from a neighboring apartment came to talk with Luba about books. She spoke sadly about some Beaumont, read his poems, remembered Marina Tsveteva, knew amazing details from the life of Nekrasov, read books by foreign writers, about which Mishka had no idea. And he was completely smitten when he heard Luba speaking German. I remember that the Spanish communist comrade José came to the school where Mishka and Luba studied. He wanted to talk to the guys. The conversation through the interpreter seemed boring to Mishka. He nodded to his comrade, pointed to the door, he offered to run away, there were more important things to do. But Luba approached the Spaniard. She tied him a red pioneer tie and spoke in German. The hall held its breath. Mishka was a class older, he also took German. He listened to Luba and did not understand a word. She spoke like a real German. Wittke Schaeffler speaks German. So after all, he is a real German. And Luba is Vita Shina, she learns German, like everyone else. Luba spoke German, told how schoolchildren help elderly participants in the Civil War, how they study, what they do in pioneer detachments. And suddenly it was as if they had hit him on the head. Luba said, Misha Agarkov. Everyone turned to him, as if seeing him for the first time. Well, Mishka will show her. And Luba told and nodded into the hall. By individual words, I caught what a great athlete he was, what an honest comrade. He presses the bar, shoots well and washes his own shirts. Probably, Misha wants to become a military man. The Spaniard wanted to see Misha. He got up and walked down the aisle. And the director of the school, Alexander Akimovich Makarov, said, Agarkov, get up. And Mishka got up, big, broad-shouldered. From under the chintz shirt, a strong chest peeped out. In class, at a party, he always felt embarrassed, afraid to do something wrong, afraid to break something. Now he seemed to himself embarrassing to the point of horror. Well, he will show Lyubka. The Spaniard came up, gave Mishka an admiring glance, and said, How huge! He laughed, raised his index finger, but it is dangerous to jump into the water from the upper deck of the ship. Mishka tossed his head. But it's interesting. The Spaniard patted Mishka on the shoulder, spoke enthusiastic words and, as if calling to join him, looked around. Oh, you will be a good soldier. The Spanish communist seemed to predict Mishka a military path. On the way home, Mishka resolutely caught up with Luba. But, an amazing thing. Was seized by causeless timidity, he could not utter a word. It's him, Agarkov Mishka. They walked, they were silent. And go to the end, go to one apartment. He glanced at her and suddenly saw how strict and how beautiful she was. She is an excellent student and does all the housework herself. Because she doesn't have a mother. Mother died. The father does not marry another, he says, I will determine Lubashka. Luba's father smokes a lot and constantly reads. He looks through newspapers on the go, on the tram, at dinner. It seems that he is interested in absolutely all the newspapers that exist. Mishka respected him, but now he was suddenly frightened. Until that day, I did not suspect that there is such a thing, shyness. And it's not like the father. The bear is not used to behaving quietly. He said. I wanted to blow you up. Luba looked at him, smiled. For what? Mishka did not know this. And he got shy again. The next day everything was the same. Only shyness and expectation of something unusual settled in the soul. Shyness overwhelmed Mishka whenever Luba was nearby. Well, wait, he'll show her. But he already knew that the threat was in vain and would never harm Luba. Only shy. One evening the electricity went out in the apartment. Luba approached him in the kitchen. Mishka felt her breath, a prickly strand of hair and a thin, some unusual aroma. "Misha," she said, "kiss me." The mouse became terrified, but he was the most desperate guy. The most courageous and honest. He replied. "I cannot." "Why?" Luba asked softly, breathing in Mishka's face resentfully and hotly. "Because I am a member of the Komsomol. It won't be fair." Love was silent. The silence seemed terribly long. Mishka managed to guess, to understand that he said a great stupidity, after that he had to fall through the ground. Luba said. "Misha, I am the Komsomol organizer of the class, I give you permission." And she laughed merrily, loudly, as if the silver bells were scattered. She went to her room, and Mishka stood and listened to how she burst into laughter, uttered some words, and again was exhausted from laughter. Mishka decided that he was gone, but everything went on as before. The chants in the kitchen moved away, moved further and further away. Sometimes it was not even believed that this was the case. But, meeting with Luba eye to eye, I was convinced, it was. And she laughed. She must have defended herself from Mishka's stupidity. Now he seems to have matured. Somehow he immediately matured, began to see, understand things that he had not suspected before. More and more often came the desire to stay alone with Luba, to look at her. I didn't want to do anything else, just watch. Where is she now? At school, he received letters from her. And he wrote. And since he went to the front, he hardly remembered. Why? The fighters, it happens, get into a conversation, start talking. Another will tell such a thing, his ears curl up. Mishka suspected that many of them were lying to appear successful womanizers. He himself never participated in such conversations. Because he didn't have anything. And it would be nice to live, to meet with any. Meet or not meet. Thoughts about Luba were gone. I had to go around the location, check and dispose. Moreover, Anisimov and his friends, did they get there, didn't they? Go around, find out everything. One more minute. The head bows, falls on the chest. Because I haven't slept in 3 days. He feels how warm his hands and feet are. Warmth throughout the house. Wonderful, frost, nothing left of the house, but warm. Why? Yep, he falls asleep. No, one more minute, count to 30. And Luba, it turns out, is still the same. She has stern eyes and a soft, shy smile. She came over and touched her shoulder. Misha, kiss me. Close, it seemed, near the ear, struck, thickly poured a large hail. On the iron sheet, ta-ta-ta-ta. Mikhail did not come off his sleep yet, but he already understood, a machine gun. And someone's quiet preemptive voice. Germans. Mikhail shook off the remnants of sleep, thought without malice, they didn't let me rest, you bastards. I saw the sky and snow, nearby ruins, took the machine gun at the ready. Listen to my command.